Perfect. Perfect. is going on, everybody? How are y'all doing? We've got a huge Bears season this year as 2022, a development year, or at least so I thought, kicked off with a huge bang as the Bears spiked out to a quick 19-10 win that I know I didn't personally see coming because I thought the 49ers offense was going to get a lot more than what they did. All right, hang on. What's going on with sound? Let's see. All right, talk to me. Oh, that's what's wrong. Somehow there's two Yeti microphones coming through my sound. So it should be this, right? Thank you guys. See, this is exactly why live streams, especially quick live streams, are so important. But hey, I got fun little techno stuff that I'm trying because instead of just exclusively playing what I would normally play on, like a video player, I decided that I would give it a shot to play this through Premiere Pro, and within that means I can rewind and I can fast forward and actually go frame by frame if we want it to be nice and slow-mo, which is awesome. I'm very excited about it. Now, I'm hoping that should create a little bit of production help, but I wanted to quickly start off by, yeah, exactly, Bob. We have the technology. But so the big thing that I want to just start out by saying, if you can't tell, we're not looking at Bears versus 49ers. What we're looking at is 2021's Justin Fields versus the Vikings, because I want to show you a throw, and then I want to show you another throw so that we can just make something really clear, right? Yes, I'm about to make an excuse, but I think it's important because there's tons of people I've seen. Let's pick on Mike Martz for a little bit that are acting like the Bears were playing in any normal football game, and they weren't. Like, the Bears, namely Justin Fields and Trey Lance, were both playing in an extremely wet environment, and to me, it very obviously affected not only the way that each individual would play, but maybe most importantly, the way each individual would throw. So I'm going to MP. Thanks for jumping on. But so, yeah, exactly, Jordan, right? Whoa, would you believe it? That's supposed to make an impact? Yeah, so this is Justin Fields throwing a normal out route. Just take a look at steps, loads, throws, bang, complete. Say what you will about the accuracy. I want to show it to you again so that you can really note the speed of it, right? Explodes out of his hand, snaps to his receiver turns. Okay, so here is an extremely similar out route against San Francisco. Takes the snap, throws, takes forever to get there, throw ends up way late. The corner's able to jump in and make a play. Fields did not have his fastball. And whether that was because of the gloves, whether that was because of the water, whether that was whatever it was, I can't take it too seriously because we have seen too much tape. I mean, I could pull other games if you really want me to. But so just to show it again so that we're all on the same page, this is Fields against the 49ers. Wet environment. Could barely grip the ball, or at least it seems that way. Throw way late, but the important piece to me is the speed. Fields' fastball is like part of what his kit is based around, at least based on the way that I've watched Justin Fields. And then here's Fields against the Vikings. No gloves, obviously, but takes the snap, loads. This is him as a rookie, fires, ball comes on a nice flat trajectory, hits his guy in the hands. So that, to me, really matters because this becomes a much grittier football game. Like, that's certainly true. But, like, in my opinion, we got to remember that the specifics of this football game that we're about to talk about, they do matter. But I personally think that this one is much... When we go to evaluate this, we need to be looking at scheme. We need to be looking at what the offense was intending to do. We need to look at what each quarterback was actually what each quarterback was able to manufacture within the conditions, because I think this was a game much more about intangibles, much more about quarterbacks kind of finding the way to win in difficult conditions than it is about like EPA per play, ball placement, like all that stuff. Right? Like, yes, what we're about to talk about, like, there are plenty of quarterbacking mistakes. I'm not about to just laud Justin Fields for having an incredible game, but I am going to continually mention throughout this stream, which is why I wanted to say it right up front. Adamali Disu, like, totally, I'm back. Don't worry about it. I've got a lot to talk about, actually, when it comes to organization, because I saw some people talking about the channel name and whatnot. We'll talk about it later. But first, let's break down some Bears. Because the main thing that you're going to hear me say is that a lot of my analysis is about to be based in the fact that I don't think Justin Fields trusted his fastball. I don't think Justin Fields wanted to put the ball in harm's way when he knew he couldn't get it there. I don't think the Bears didn't trust Fields, but there's a reason that in the first half, I don't know the specifics, but they must have called 8 passes to like 22 runs, or at least it felt that way. They only uncorked the passing game in the second half when things were getting flat out dire without it, and I think that's really important to focus on because it says to me that Getsy, who's a coach that at the very least right now, I think he's doing the basics of like listening to his players, that I don't think Fields felt like he had quality grip over the football. I don't think Getsy thought he had like quality grip over the football, and I think the offense attempted to work within that framework. It just didn't happen against a very good 49ers team. It's just my opinion. Obviously, I have to start there, because otherwise it's going to sound like I'm about to give the most homer breakdown on the planet, because there are going to be a bunch of situations that you hear me in this specific breakdown say, now normally Fields might have targeted Mooney downfield, but I don't think he wanted to. I don't think he could tonight. Same thing kind of goes for Trey Lance, who, hey, he was able to spin it anyways, but both quarterbacks, let me pull this and I'll show you exactly what I mean. Both quarterbacks, if you punch in Justin Fields mock draftable. I love these spider charts. Mock draftable is just an awesome site. Like, Trey Lance and Justin Fields both have the same 9 1/8 inch hands. Now, why Trey was able to grip the football, your guess is as good as mine. But like Justin Fields in particular he's got small hands. Trey Lance also has small hands. So the idea that they would struggle to grip the football on a wet day, I'm not really surprised because hand size helps, especially in wetter conditions. You got to remember that gotta grab my football for this. While we always throw the football with laces, NFL quarterbacks don't, especially on shorter throws. You'll see them take the snap, grab the football any way they can, and snap the ball. And there's a reason that throughout this game, every time you saw screen throws, they were extremely hit and miss because the ball would come out of each quarterback's hands very differently. And so I think that matters. Like somebody said earlier, I think that this game did come down. The most positive thing that you could say about Justin Fields is that he found a way. Like the throw to Dante Pettis, the throw he somehow managed to place well to Equanimeous St. Brown, the drive that he was able to help lead through zone read for the third touchdown. Like the Bears got every point that they were going to get in this game. I think that does matter, but it's also not the game that I would go super hard on. Wow, Justin Fields looks really inaccurate this season. And Trey Lance, that guy sucks. Like, these aren't the games to judge each quarterback. If anything, and I said this on Bear With Me right after the game, I think this one is massive props to Matt Eberflus, because I personally think that, thank you so much, Cubist. Yes, I think the Bears have a shot this weekend. I've been somebody who's been extremely doom and gloomy all throughout my tenure here when it comes to the Bears playing the Packers, but the Packers are massively, they are way under. The Packers have major injuries on offensive line. Their wide receiver room is not very good. Their defense may be disorganized. I mean, I don't know. Derek, to be really honest, there's part of me that looks at this Bears game and says, or this Bears-Packers game and says, if not now, when? And I mean, I may be rushing it a little bit. I'm sure there's an aspect of narrative. Like, what better way for for a Chicago Bears quarterback to announce that they are the player of the future than to beat the Packers? But let's not get ahead of ourselves. We got a game to break down. But so, let me see. Yeah, no, I agree with you, Jordan. I think there is. Anyways, like you said, John, offense got every point. Oh, I do need to show. Let's see. Can I find them quickly? First, I goofed up. Need to switch back to Bears versus San Fran. Now we hide this. We put this back up, and we should be locked and loaded. But I actually feel really bad for Cairo Santos. I thought he just flat out missed the extra points, but for some reason I want to start there because I do think it's kind of fun. Let's see. 43-40. See, now you guys don't have to watch me try to guess, and I can be a little bit more specific in the way that this stuff works. Look at this. Pettis touchdown. We'll talk about it later. Hooray. But so, no, wait. This one, did they get it? Yeah. No, they did. It's later. It's 52-44. So Cairo Santos on the extra point here gets shafted. I think it's so funny because you've got the touchdown to ESB. Hooray. We'll talk about it later. And I want you guys to watch on the second kick angle where I'm sure we all saw it. But so Santos kicks this ball and it looks to me on the initial trajectory like, okay, imperfect kicking analysis, I know. But it looks like the ball, man, I can't draw, can I? Is headed through the uprights. And so the wind, because it's Chicago, curls it way out over here. Like standard, we've all seen it before. Boom, right? And so missed extra point. Then later in the game, at 58-45-ish, Santos actually attempts to account for it. He attempts to adjust for the curve, and would you believe it, the wind betrays him, and a similar kick where he just tried to angle it out. Now he's looking for it to curl up and in. It just stayed out. And so at that point, the ball didn't come back. So what he's hoping for to be there ends up just out. So I feel for Santos, but this is, yeah, Gould is laughing at him. Exactly. But more than anything, I look at this. Look, if you want more examples, I can keep finding examples, but kind of like Derek's saying, it's just so important that we mention that the rain picked up at the end of the game. Like, obviously we got to the point that I can't show because I will get demonetized for it, but they got to the stage where they had to outline the broadcast in black, like outline all the numbers, which I have never seen before. Because outside of that, even in snow games, you were able to see this better. And like you're saying, Cubist, like if it affected the outcome of the game, then it is a big deal. It didn't. We laugh. But the real key here for me is that we've got to remember that this was just not your normal football game. And the only reason, at least I think, that a lot of the NFL public is looking at Fields and Lance and being like, wow, these guys suck. Like, never go full Mike Martz. I get the joke. But it's only because both of these guys happenstantially were young quarterbacks. And I credit both of them. I actually thought Lance played a pretty good game within the scheme of things. But if I can give Luke Getsy some credit, and then we'll get into some actual breakdown stuff, we can kind of start wherever you want to. I would love to pretend like I had some massive plan. I have watched the game. And I can't wait to talk about both. What's going on, Sean? How you doing? But I can't wait to talk about like the offense and the defense this time because we can do both, especially since we started at a much more amenable time. But in this specific case, I feel like the big difference is that Getsy allowed Fields to be the dude, and Shanahan kept looking for Lance to kind of play within the system a little bit. And I feel like the system got watered down, literally, pun not intended. I guess pun kind of intended because I'm funny. But like Shanahan's system bogged down in the weather, whereas Fields' legs were basically the only reason that I think that the 49ers defense respected anything other than kind of a crappy offense that they were manhandling going into half. Lovingly, I say that about the Bears, sure, but execution was kind of all over the place. Like, I would love to I really would love to tell you that the Bears offense within the new Getsy vision was just like rock solid, awesome. Yeah, there's a lot of cool scheme stuff, but you still have Bears bumping into each other. It's a wet game, is a first game in a new offense versus a San Francisco offense that's been together for a long dadgum time. So that can't be too surprising. But within the scope of that, Justin Fields making a play to Dante Pettis changed a lot. Justin Fields' legs were one of the only real weapons that the Bears had, and I think that they used them fairly well. And they caught breaks with penalties. Things like a defensive hold on 2nd and 1 or 2nd and 11, where they were setting up for a 3rd and 7 in the red zone, which is just never easy. Things like a couple of 15-yard penalties on Justin Fields. There was all sorts of things where exactly, Excellion Yogi, it looked like the first half of the first game, and that's okay. I mean, the Bears figured it out. Massive credit to the defense because they didn't get pushed or they didn't get put away. Like, credit to the Bears. It was a 10-0 game at its worst, if memory serves. They ended the half 7-0 for crying out loud. Like, it's wild to think about as the game was going on, as badly as the offense was getting beat, they weren't down very far. And there's a reason you got to score the points that you got to score on, in the NFL. And it's because if you don't end up, if you don't put a team away, all it takes is a 51-yard pass to a wide open receiver on a broken play that you didn't see coming, and the other team's within one score. This was a classic NFL example of you're in it until you're out of it, where you got to keep playing to the whistle, because honestly, even after the 49ers after the Bears' first touchdown, it still kind of felt like the Bears were getting dominated, but the score said otherwise, and it was awesome. Jordan, we will get there. I mean, if I was going to give you guys some highlights before we really get into it, we could break down more than obviously some extra points. I think the offense leaves a lot to get excited about. Especially after the abysmal Nagy 2021 offense, there's a lot to like within this Getsy offense. It just kind of needs to not be wet, or at least not as wet. I mean, there were guys that could barely break. Justin Fields could not throw the football. Like, today, he had no grip. I really don't want to hear otherwise. The fact that he completed the pass that he did to Pringle, ESB, and Pettis is surprising to me, because the other throws that he had, he just didn't have it. Like, Lance had a better grip on things, but there's a reason Fields had 17 passing attempts, and I just don't buy that after an entire offseason of committing to Justin Fields and a game that centered around Justin Fields at the end of the day, that the Bears somehow called 3 runs at the goal, or 3 runs backed up in the shadow of their own end zone, because they didn't believe in Fields. So Trey Lance ultimately did a little bit better, I'd say, at gripping the football, but it was a messy game. Even within the messy game, we got to see a little bit more. We got to see that the Bears plan on using a lot of inside zone coupled with some more run plays. I think we saw better overall play calling, conservative or not. You know what? Hang on. Doing a lot of talking. Let's start with a play that looked absolutely putrid from the broadcast, but is kind of hilarious when you really take a look at it. Like, okay, so this is the first play of the game, right? And the Bears, it looked like from the broadcast, ran a screen. But when you actually take a look at this, the Bears are going to run something, I don't remember what the third receiver does, but they run like a dagger concept out to the sidelines that totally gets open. David Montgomery's going to kick into the flat, and truly, that third guy could go anywhere. I do not remember. But it gets open. I mean, let's see. Like, Mooney comes through on the dagger. It looks like it's a double post action, which is intended to occupy the cover 3 defense that they've got there. I'm gonna take my pen, and I'm gonna write a little bit less, so that the lines aren't quite as fat. But so within this dagger concept, you've got this cover 3 safety getting occupied. Darnell Mooney, looks like it's cover 4 as a matter of fact, is going to end up wide open on dagger. The flat route is nice and open if Fields needs to check it down. Tight end's just kind of kicking out after blocking, and another double post to hold these 2 safeties. So everybody's occupied, and it's definitely quarters, Jordan. They play cover 3 for like the rest of the game, but I guess they started on quarters. You can only take so many notes. But so Mooney's open. What's the problem? The problem is that Fields got pressured so quickly that when he checks it down into the flat, improvement, he didn't get sacked on the first play of the game, kind of like he did all throughout the Browns game. It looks like a screen, and it looks like a bad screen. I mean, truly take a look at this. Let's go tight angle. Watch Cody Whitehair and watch how quickly, I think it's Javon Kinlaw, just steamrolls right through him, number 99. Just puts his arms on him, rips by. It is like he's not even there. And Fields tries to get rid of the ball, but there's not really a great place to go with it. So, like, I mean, this is kind of the first half. Like, the 49ers made plays that the Bears just couldn't match because, admittedly, the 49ers defense, it's better than the Bears offense. But the play designs are kind of nice. I mean, this is better than Nagy, too. Like, this is a play design that you can work off of. But, yeah, exactly, Jordan. They suddenly realized they didn't even need to play quarters. They could just push up. Oh, my word. 29, do you pronounce his name Hufunga? Like, he was an animal. Absolutely crazy. So then the Bears on second down, they ran it. The only drawback, because the Bears were in spread all last year, as I'm sure you remember, like shotgun with 2x2s, 3x1s. They like to have a whole bunch of like receivers out on the sides. And in this case, they went with more of the Packer-Shanahan style, I guess, and they packed it in. The Bears are playing a lot of condensed sets. And if there's one problem with those condensed sets on a rainy day, it's that when you have, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 guys on the line of scrimmage, you have 8 guys in the box. And the more people you have in the box, the harder it is on even on a second and 10 run. Like, I love this toss out. This kind of toss out screws up the blocking angles of so many different players. But, I mean, it definitely puts just a lot of bodies in the box. And so a successful run ends up being like third down or 3 yards. It's not that the Bears did a bad job with the run game. It's that they're not exactly playing a bunch of hosses out there on the offensive line. I am excited about what Braxton Jones can offer, especially as a runner. Run blocker. Larry Borum has stepped up his game. Let me draw a little box. That's a check mark from me because his run blocking was horrible last year, and we don't need to pretend it wasn't. But Braxton Jones seems like he's got a nice little edge on the run game. Look at how quickly he can get out. Like, he really does play pretty well. Gets control of his inside guy's shoulder. I think Jones, he needs to settle down in pass pro, don't get me wrong, but what 5th round rookie who takes a couple snaps against this defense and Nick Bosa is going to look particularly good? I get it. But so, yeah, I think so. Jordan, plus somebody figured out how to get him angry enough to not just get in the way. I love this little toss out. I can't wait for the Bears to use it more because it is honest. This is going to sound so silly. It's like running an inside zone run like this way, but instead of all the common blocking angles, the entire defense is just running for their life. And you can create some controlled chaos here where, like, does Pringle actually know who he's blocking on this case? Not really. Like, lovingly, he's a little lost. But there's enough motion going on that there's good things happening for the Bears offense just because guys are getting into space, and that's really nice. And then we've got this play, which is a sack. We'll cover this more on Sack Watch. I'm sure we'll cover all sorts of these things on Sack Watch, but these kinds of plays were a nice example of, like, the good and the bad of Justin Fields. Because if there's one thing that I will say, we're going to talk a lot of positive, especially in the second half, about Justin Fields making plays that are really, really special. If there's one thing that I want to just make it clear Justin Fields needs to work on, here's the pocket, and Fields likes to stand at the back of it, and he has, just about never moved up. Like, throughout this preseason, which who cares about the preseason? I get it. Fields stands the back of his drop, and then he'll bail out of the back of the pocket. And he makes it work. He's outrageously fast. Running a 4.3 with that kind of acceleration, the only thing he's missing is the lateral agility of Tariq Cohen. Otherwise, he'd be the second coming of Kyler Murray. He's really athletic. But for him to take that next step, especially as a thrower with the arm that I think he has, there is some really, really beautiful stuff that he could do if he learns to manage a pocket better. And right now, he's not super strong at it. The Bears did not give him great reason early in the year, especially last year, to trust the interior of the pocket. See here, like, why doesn't he step up? Well, maybe it's because the right guard, it's okay, Tevin Jenkins ends up playing better than this, like, loses his man. And somebody's coming right up into his face. So he thinks about getting the ball to Ryan Griffin right here, but Griffin's not turned around. And so because Griffin's not turned around, he thinks about it, but he's not going to hit his guy in the back of the head and just pulls the ball down and eats a sack. Bears lose on third down. Bummer. But if you want to know why he didn't throw it in this specific case, because you're right, J2K, like this is an ugly sack. When Griffin comes out, I'd like him to get his head around a little bit sooner, or Fields can just check it down to Montgomery. But lessons learned. At least he looks a little bit better, I'd say. Yeah, exactly, Derek. Last year gave Fields every reason to think that stepping up means a fumble. It means getting smoked by an oncoming defensive end. Like, I get it. And there's a reason that I tweeted, if you follow me, and I'm not super proud of this. It was quite reactionary. The first half was going poorly. Like, the Bears offensive line needs to stabilize a little bit. And thankfully, they play some pretty bad teams so that Fields can learn to manage that pocket, because right now he's getting reasons to not trust his offensive line, and that is how bad habits develop. Now, I think Fields figured it out, and certainly he seems like he's got it between the ears from an intangibles perspective. I don't know. Call it a feeling. Maybe that's me being a homer. But this is exactly the kind of play like maybe he manages the pocket by moving up here. More than likely, I'd like to see him check down to one of the two available options. He certainly seemed like he tried, which I can give him credit for. Whereas last year, I think he would still be staring at the dig route right here. But there wasn't a lot of time for the play itself to develop. There's not a ton of play calls available for third down and long. Like, most of the routes that you run end up somewhere between the 7 to 1 yard range with Yak, but exactly, censored. That's the hope. Like, I wanted to move to Tuesday because I changed my job, which is exciting. The job change makes me a little bit more flexible, and doing this on Tuesday ends up being, is the corner open like this one right here? No, because I think 31 would turn and break on it. At least you would expect an NFL safety or an NFL corner to be able to have that kind of range. But exactly, Derek. Like, obviously we hope that he doesn't get hurt, but this is one where I'd say Braxton kind of buries his guy around the edge, but it's also worth remembering, let's use the magic of rewind. These are pretty deep drops Fields is taking. Like, we've got, what is this? Ball's at the 25, and Fields is going to hit the back of his drop at the 20. Like, an 11-yard drop is pretty steep. Normally, you're expecting something in the more 9-yard region. And I'm no quarterback guru. I've never coached a D1 quarterback, let alone an NFL quarterback. But that's a pretty deep pocket. So Braxton Jones, to be fair, washing a 49ers edge rusher around the pocket is not strange, as a matter of fact. I actually think he does fine here. I'd probably pin this one on Fields if I had to, or I could pin it on Ryan Griffin, but there is a check down option open as David Montgomery. And I kind of have to at least acknowledge that if there is a quarterback problem here, it's on Fields. But the improvement, because somebody asked, how do I feel like Fields is improving? Preseason and this game, I think he's definitely getting better. Like, truly, Fields would have still been stuck on this one. Last year, he just stared down a specific route that he wanted and waited until he absolutely knew it wasn't open. But in this specific case, he gets to his check down. Like, we can see him staring at it, and he wants to throw it. Thanks so much. What is that? Oh, good. It's spelled out here. Salethian. Is that pronounced right? Salethian Hayes? Hope so. Anyways, they were. I mean, Fields said this after the game in the presser, that he's got to learn to take the check down and just understand that you got to play the percentages. In his own words, I loved this answer. He said, league best third down percentage is 48%. I got to understand I can't do it every time. And here, maybe he could have just thrown it. Taking the sack doesn't help his body. Taking the sack doesn't help the Bears. But if he gets a little bit faster, it's like the second passing down of the season. I think I certainly think he's going to do perfectly fine. The nice thing is that I can tell you Fields ends up making up for this throughout the course of the game, because for everything Fields did wrong, especially in the early goings, he ended up finding a way back. Or finding a way to certainly make it back. Going to the second drive down now, and we'll pick up the pace ever so slightly. J2K, I agree with you, but you got to remember that we're looking at a really nasty wet day. In the preseason, I thought Fields did a much better job of getting to the check down. People just didn't think about it too hard, because it would be Fields takes pressure, Fields throws to the flat, the Bears gain 1 yard, and everybody instantly forgets about the play. Fields took a ton of sacks last year. In this game, he took 2, right? So it could be worse. It could be a lot worse. Like, he got out of the pocket, sure. He threw the ball away. Like, I can't believe we're talking about some of this stuff because it sounds super baseline. This is not exactly Hall of Fame quarterback material, the ability to check it down, but he took a lot less sacks. And Turu, he definitely took some QB hits while he was at it, but the offensive line had some sorting out to do. So the first play of the second drive, it's zone read, and the 49ers play it really well. You can tell that Fields is thinking about it. The offensive line looks like they're blocking inside zone while they're at it, and I think Fields makes the right decision here. Not that we have to hyper-analyze. Fred Warner just makes an awesome play. And Harrison, I definitely watched JT's video. I actually have some disagreements with JT, which he's going to know better. I get it. But the thing I disagree about, I think everybody's going to understand. If there's a player I want to highlight, holy moly, we have got to talk about Fred Warner. Goodness gracious. Fred Warner, number 54, plays such a lights out football game in this weather. It is absolutely stunning. And I don't want to immediately draw the comparison to Roquan Smith, but it's definitely worth thinking about because Fred Warner is the guy at Roquan Smith's exact same position. And this is special. I mean, inside linebackers in this case, he engages Tevin Jenkins, but maybe more impressively. So Fields freezes Bosa and Montgomery gets the ball, but he's able to, Warner's able to then disengage from Jenkins, slide over, and still get enough force to put Montgomery on the ground for a fairly minimal gain. Censored, I agree with you. Or wait, who Excelion? Oh yeah, no, Warner did. Warner was just outrageously good in this specific game. Scrape over the top, disengages from Jenkins. It's really nice. So then the Bears are in a quick second down situation. I love these little options. This is the stuff that I loved within the Bills offense when we talked about that. But you're going to see a quick double option RPO where they're going to watch Warner and see what he does. Warner, in this case, is going to fade to the right. Here, I'll show it in slow motion. That's the technology we have now. So here's Fields at the read point. Here's him watching. You can see Warner just adjust ever so little bit over here, and that's going to kill the screen attempt. So he's just going to hand it off to Mooney and hope for the best. The best is not very good, but it's the right read. I mean, I appreciate that on all these different option plays, the Bears are showing out of the same formation that they can do a bunch of different things. This is basic offense. I mean, even Nagy was able to run an RPO. It's not like, oh, wow, Getsy ran an RPO, incredible. But it's nice to see that within a couple of these formations, you get stuff like Ebner and Montgomery both playing two halfback in the backfield where each of them can be a weapon. I think that's the kind of thing that can help once you put it on tape. Defenses have to game plan for it, even if the Bears aren't super good. That's the complicated thing here, right? Exactly like you're saying, Scott. The bar's on the floor on account of Matt Nagy, but also the Bears. They're not a super talented offense. Hopefully by the end of the season, they're a very well coached and very good positive executing offense, but we'll get there. So then on this is a screen. So there are a couple, I personally thought this was a check down. There's a whole lot of this stuff on the broadcast view that drives me nuts because you can't see it. But if you watch the receivers, and especially these two linemen right here, everybody's going to pop out and take a blocking angle. It's a screen through and through. As we can take a look here, Fields takes the snap. You see two linemen pop out for him. It's just a couple of dummy routes from there with Cole Kmet. And Fields does a good job. Vengeful. It's going all right. How about you? Had a child. That's certainly something. Mike Beverly, great to see you here. Happy to have you along. And so let's see. Fields rookie cards? Like trading cards? Man, I wish. But so... Fields does a good job to navigate what is obviously an ugly pocket if you if you can't tell, and get the ball to Mooney or Montgomery. And Montgomery does a really good job with it. I mean, come on. Nice little run after the catch. I appreciate J2K. I think that the screens are good. I also think that the screens, look, I don't want to say they're definitely a 49er specific thing, but let's put it this way. I'll wrap us back here. It is third down right now. Okay. You know that the 49ers front four is better than your five, right? You know that the 49ers corners are better than your guys. You know that one of your better weapons on the football field, and yes, I said that out loud in Kmet, is absolutely beat by the guy who happenstantially is matching up by him, because these 49ers have one of the best coverage inside linebackers in football, if not literally the best. Like, it's tough. What do you do? Like, when you can't, I mean, it sounds silly, when you can't run the ball and you can't throw the ball and it's a wet day and you can't even grip the football, what offensive play works? The Bears tried to run a lot of screens, getting the 49ers to just blow by them. This play was like the hope, where it's a 3rd and long, but they drop back, you get the whole defense committing, you kick it out to Mooney, you just hope and pray he breaks a tackle, and Montgomery, I'm going to keep saying that, and that's on accident. The offensive line whiff, that happens all the time. Like, I mean, offensive linemen whiffing on screens is hilarious, but it's just so common. But so Montgomery, steals his soul, puts him in the dirt, and gets on forward. Derek, so here's where I sit. I really dwelt on tight ends during my time off. I don't know why I did, because I can't believe that I said that. But so, or I can. When I did, I kind of came to the realization that we do way too much focusing on George Kittle, who did not play, Mark Andrews, Zach Ertz, Travis Kelce, and the Mount Rushmore of tight ends. And those guys are built different. I get it. But Cole Kmet is a matchup problem if you don't have a linebacker to account for him. And at least in my estimation, so I'll use an example. I don't think Robert Tonyan is particularly good. It's not that I think he sucks. He's a way better football player than me, but he's kind of fast. He's not a particularly great blocker, and he has Aaron Rodgers throwing him the football. Tight ends are real problems because they match up against linebackers, and linebackers often don't have phenomenal coverage instincts. So while Darnell Mooney may be a better receiver than Cole Kmet is a tight end, Cole Kmet being a tight end, in my opinion, makes him a bigger problem to deal with than Darnell Mooney when you have cornerbacks that are better at coverage than your standard linebacker. In this Warner case, obviously Warner kept Cole Kmet pretty well out of the game, if that wasn't clear. But when it comes to Kmet, I'm really betting on Fields in this case. I bring up Tonyan because he has Aaron Rodgers, and Aaron Rodgers makes Tonyan a top 10 tight end. When you've got the receivers to stretch the field, at all, and then you can put a tight end up the seam, you can put a tight end in a problem area, you can end up creating a lot of yardage that maybe the tight end didn't quote unquote deserve. Maybe Cole Kmet is not particularly good in man coverage. You get the idea. But I do think that I hear you, Slim Jim. I do think that Cole Kmet's going to have a pretty good season. And I'd like to be proven right on that. I don't really want to be one of these massive negative Nancy Crow eaters that's like, oh, I hate Cole Kmet. He's fine. It's hard to catch 550 yards. It's even harder to catch 550 yards when you had 3 separate quarterbacks in Andy Dalton, Justin Fields, and Nick Foles. I think he's the clear wide receiver 2 in the Bears passing offense. I think if Fields takes that next step, he's going to benefit. And it's not that we're going to ever sit here and say Cole Kmet changes a player, but we are going to end up saying, wow, that's a really nice catch over the seam, or something like that. Anyways, back to the breakdown. Monty makes the first guy miss. It's really pretty awesome. But so Fields does a really nice job here of just understanding that he's not going to get the ball out unless he just figures it out and just slips it to Montgomery, and Montgomery makes a play after that. I love the soul-stealing forearm shiver. I think Monty's an awesome receiver when you can get the ball in his hands. Yeah, Jordan, it's definitely, look, Sam Mustipher didn't exactly change. He gets, in this case, just whipped right around. I don't want to come across like a massive Sam Mustipher hater, but what I will say that I think is personally really interesting is that we are going to end up seeing Lucas Patrick and Tevin Jenkins split time, and I thought both Lucas Patrick and Tevin Jenkins were the Bears' best 2 linemen, which is not a dig at anybody else. If you end up look, this would never happen, right? But I will say that if you had theoretically Patrick over here, Jenkins there, the tackles who they are, and you kept Mustafa, you probably have a pretty good line. And I'm not trying to displace Cody. I'm just surprised every time I watch this kind of tape at the stuff Cody doesn't do. But so the Bears then try to get Fields out on a boot. And you'll see this. It's pretty common, but the 49ers are going to commit for the better part of the entire game a defensive end directly into Fields' face. Fields does a good job here of honestly drawing and dumping. Wet conditions or not, this is not a bad play, and I think that Ryan Griffin certainly had the opportunity to bring it in. We don't need to make a meal out of it. It's a 4-yard gain, but it's a nice little get what you can play that obviously the Niners challenged, and you knew the game was going to be kind of goofy the moment that you saw the 49ers challenging a 4-yard gain. All right, let's get back to where we were. But that's how it goes, right? Being competitive is being competitive. Oh boy, that's where we were. Let's see. I can't disagree with you, Jordan, but I don't blame Fields for not wanting to give away an easy interception. If you theoretically try to perfectly place this ball and you end up with it too short, it's a pick six and everybody's laughing at you. Adam, I'm not saying it was do I think it's a good challenge? I thought it was kind of ridiculous, but they won it. It pushed the Bears back. So I guess it can't have been that bad, right? So then they line up on second down, and look, it's a condensed set run. It doesn't really go anywhere. The Bears did not have the bodies to compete with what the 49ers were doing, because you're going to see a lot of this throughout, but the Bears ran a lot of duo, which is what it sounds like. We've talked about it on the channel before, but it's a very common pair with inside zone, especially if you want to get some yards. The trouble is that if nobody separates off of their block, if you don't get Jenkins out here, if you don't get, in this case, honestly, it's hard to tell who would be where, but you've got 29 and 57 that are just going to pound through the holes, and they do. Montgomery gets pretty well swallowed. It's fine, and I'm with you, Jordan. You need displacement. Cody isn't that guy, but it's not that I think it's a bad call. I can't make this clear enough. I think the Bears were overmatched. Remember, 2020, this is a long time ago, 2020's week 4 game where Nick Foles and the Bears lined up against the Colts. Remember plays like this? Because I do. It's a line trying to generate displacement against guys that are better than them, and when you try to do that, you just get beat. If you try to line up and play against the guys across from you, and the guys across from you are flat out better, you get smoked. Like you're saying, it's just good luck. And then we get the play that I believe everybody wants to talk about, right? We have to do this. We have to talk about it because it's the pick. Now, I think this play is starting to border on disgust to death. So we'll go over it really quickly, right? It's 3rd and 10. The Bears punted on their last drive. Justin Fields is a chance taker. So even though he doesn't have his fastball, as we talked about at the start of the stream, they're still going to try to basically run 3 hooks into each side of the field, like each sector, and Fields is going to try to complete it. It's a decently exotic look, Jordan, but I do think it works out on accident. Maybe. Maybe the safety here is deliberately screening himself, because certainly if you take a look at it, and we will, from the profile view, these guys kind of look like the same player. And is that too much excuse? If it is, let the guy wear it. It's a horrible interception. Fields admitted it afterwards. You can't make this throw. If this player isn't there, obviously it's open. But Fields doesn't account for it, and he throws it to where, it is so obviously going to get intercepted that Hufanga, the safety, barely had to run for it. He gets a really solid return because he's way on top of it. It's just basic cover 3. You've got the cover 3 corner here, has him covered. The cover 3 corner here has him covered. The cover 3 safety is sitting up on the top. I hear you, J2K, on it being late, but honestly, I think it's just unacceptable. We can take a look through the slow-mo that he starts to throw as he's breaking, So I don't blame him because I do think Mooney's got a little bit of, call it a guess, but in many cases, the receiver has some leeway on where they can adjust for the throw. And so I'm sure Mooney was just trying to settle in the zone, but he settles right in front of somebody. So it's not Mooney's fault. It's a quarterback decision. You got to throw to the flat here. You beat cover 3 on the flats and you pray. But it's like you have to check it down to Kmet, and you have to hope that he breaks 1, maybe 2 tackles at that point, just because that's the only option really open. The Bears were beat here. And Mustafa's guy definitely gives up some pressure, but this one's on Fields. He didn't have the arm to throw it. It's a nasty interception. And like I think it's censored saying, like, when you take a look at this and envision yourself being at that low level, 57 and 29 are surprisingly tight with each other. Like, maybe in the silhouette perspective, you can you could justify that he should see him, and he should. This is a mistake. You're never gonna catch me trying to say I've said this on the channel a bunch of times. You're going to hear it, I'm sure, throughout the course of the season. I'm going to try to explain it to you. I'm not going to try to justify it to you. It's a mistake. Why did it happen? I think this is why. Because Fields' peripheral vision is over here, so anything in this area is probably going to look kind of hazy. And 29, so I used to have this told to me by lacrosse coaches all the time. The human eye is a hunter's eye. We see motion. We don't necessarily see things. And so... I disagree, J2K. I think that if you tried to throw it now, you'd have no idea where Mooney was going to go. It's something that you might release in Madden, but I see way too many quarterbacks wait a little bit longer. But anyways, because 29 just stands still, right? I think that Fields just never sees him. And so you don't want to see him make the same mistake twice. He certainly doesn't attempt anything just about close. I mean, Fields abandons throwing over the middle of the field and goes almost totally Russ Wilson throughout the rest of the game outside of the EQ touchdown. But it's... Hey, Dad. It's Grandpa Schmitz, you bet. But so it's something that you definitely don't want to see. And if we see it again, we'll call it a real problem. But, I mean, I don't think I doubt I don't want to say I doubt we're going to. We have no idea. But so at this point, let's see here. It's not a great pre-snap read, kind of like Jordan mentioned. But then they end up in the shadow of their own end zone. A lot of people are saying, "Hey to you, Dad."
Hey, how's everybody go? Bear down.
You bet. But so at this point, the Bears just try to jimmy loose some yards on the ground. And hey, Khalil Herbert kind of makes something happen. Denver's coach did make some nasty calls, didn't they, Jay Sanders? But you're going to see some nice stuff. I thought Cole Kmet had a really admirable game blocking, as did Ryan Griffin. There is some pieces of this system that you're like, heck yeah, I get how this is going to work, because EQ is going to blast through his guy Hufunga and leave Herbert one-on-one, and Herbert's apparently just bendy enough to shuck on through, which totally works. From there, because I can't remember what happens on this play. Yeah. Okay, so I have seen a lot of this, and I don't want to, dunk on the guy, but Justin Fields, for as good as he is, in my opinion, is not a power runner. Iceberg, bear down. But so at this point, in my opinion, sorry, I got distracted. Justin Fields has been, a lot of people have clamored, why can't we get Justin Fields more involved in the power running game? And I think that there's a massive difference between who Josh Allen is and who Justin Fields is. And I think that's important to note, because Fields is an awesome scrambler and he could be an electric quarterback. I am really excited. But when you get him one-on-one, he's going to slide like he should. But he keeps taking these late hits. They're not his fault. That slide was personally fine. But Fields is not somebody who's going to press the edge and run somebody over. Like you said, Censored, he does get lit up way too much, but he also, okay, so I'm about to put some people on blast. He runs like a receiver. Justin Fields wants to get to the end line. He wants to get out of bounds. He doesn't want to get hit. And the best runners in the league, whether it's Lamar Jackson, the only one who doesn't count for this is Kyler Murray, and that's because Kyler Murray's a blur. But Justin Fields runs like somebody who's trying. He's going to get the space he can, and then he's going to go down, and that's fine. But so I don't think that the Bears need to necessarily incorporate as much of a quarterback run game. And for anybody saying that, Dad's trying to watch the stream too. He just, you know how it is. Dad, do you want to answer a question?
Yeah, ask me a question.
Dad would like you to ask him a question. But so then, let's see. Bears ran a lot of screens. Like here they go with a halfback screen, and look, not all the blocks were perfect. And I'm with you, MP. Like I do think he's too good as a quarterback to be just a running quarterback, so to speak. I am stunned at how often we'll get offensive line in face, or in space, and they'll just miss a block. Turu, of course, Dad's a Bears fan. Let's see. Exactly, Jordan. He just shows up in person. Dad, they wanted to ask, what is your favorite in-game play?
Anything that results in either a first down or a touchdown.
That's a wide berth of things, but I hear you. Anything that works. But so, let's see here.
Things that are repeatable.
Ideally. I can't remember which receiver it is that doesn't get the block down. It's Blazing Game, which happens. Let's see. Dad, did you have a player of the game? Because I know you watched the game on record. Blazing Game's going to run a wheel route by the looks of it. There's a lot of this stuff that they're trying to show, because you'll see the Bears show a whole bunch of different looks. Like in this case, they tried to kind of simulate a double post look with something over the middle here, but it's a screen. And yeah, I'm with you, Censored. Like compared to last season, this screen was fine, but they lost yards, so maybe not. But so let's see here. They say, thank you for cultivating your son's interests and supporting him. And none of them know how many times you've said, can we talk about anything other than football? But so, the cats are watching themselves, Peter.
Do they know your family history?
Do they know some of it? You mean the fact that my great-grandfather played for the Bears?
He played for the Decatur Staleys and then a little bit for the Bears with George Hallis. And my father was from Park Ridge, so with that legacy, even though I only spent a couple years living out in DeKalb, I've always been a Bear fan. We've always been Bear fans, even though we live in the center of Cowboy fans.
Yep. Which, admittedly, there's a lot of Bears fans in Dallas.
Oh, yeah.
And are they in Dallas this year? Because I know
Yes,
the
they are
Bears.
in Dallas.
I know every time the Bears have visited Dallas since I've been alive, they've won. That's not that many times, but every time they have come, it's been like, oh, the Cowboys are going to beat us. Oh wow, they didn't. And so we'll see what happens this time, especially just given that the Cowboys quarterback Dak Prescott may be hurt, but that could be a weird one.
Yes, DeKalb is the corn capital of the world. And
He's the corn capital of the world,
yes,
or of the
fine
states.
corn cob, and the place where barbed wire was invented.
The place with barbed wire. Well, there you go. It's all I remember about barbed wire, besides like World War I stuff, is Brian Urlacher having a barbed wire tattoo. But so, I know they're going to Arlington now, Jordan. But so, yeah, my dad knows a lot of things. But so, they use another nice little toss out. I think there's tons of the Shanahan Packer influence that you see in the run game. They tried a bunch of different points of attack. AC Adam, I hear you on fullback. I think that the fullback thing can be kind of overrated. Maybe that's just me, but I do think that it's certainly helpful. It helps you change the way that blocking angles are going to flow over. And I like seeing it. I mean, if nothing else, the Bears have a running game that isn't explicitly outside zone, and that's it. Like, truly, we used to see, because I swear it was the only thing that the Bears were capable of running, just basic outside zone with receivers pretty much just getting out of the way, and then they'd try to run toss crack, and we all remember how that worked. But so, getting on to, let's see. This is third down. Fields is going to take another sack. So I disagree with JT here. It's not that I think that necessarily anybody was, exactly, Cubist. Anyways, back to the Bears. But so JT O'Sullivan looked at this play, and let me see. I got to remember how this one worked. So we've got a spot route, we've got an out route, and we've got a corner route. And while the out route comes open, JT O'Sullivan thinks that the spot route is here, I don't think so. I mean, call it just a feeling, but Fred Warner looks to me like he hunts Mooney's route. And so if Fields was to throw this with that lack of fastball, because you can see Fields' eyes have pushed away, I think it's a pick six. And if Fred Warner takes you back the other way, I'm not saying the game's over, but I'm saying that you can't throw back-to-back interceptions with an interception and then a pick six and expect to climb out from an adversity perspective. So I don't blame Fields for then looking. He tries to check back on the backside dig, which admirable. That's not open. But in the rain, like he can't, or it could be nice if he throws the corner route, but And I'm with you, Jay Sanders. I love JT O'Sullivan's breakdowns, for sure. But I just think that when he says the spot route's open, I don't know. Like, maybe if you laced a fastball over here and Mooney had to come out for it, I could understand it being open-ish. But Fields looking away, I don't blame him because that's one of the best people in the game. And I'm with you, Jordan. Like, I think he's expecting him to drive it with velocity, but I don't think Fields had that. So within that scope, Braxton Jones gets beat. I mean, what is it? Yeah, no, I agree, J2K. Warner shows what a perfect quarterback could do, but it's also worth remembering that quarterbacks only know what they're taught, and Warner was Warner was a very West Coast quarterback, and credit to O'Sullivan, he's been in so many different offenses that I think he gets a vibe for what he thinks good quarterback play looks like, what he thinks quarterback play doesn't look like, but that's my 2 cents. I think we need gray area in quarterbacking. We can't just hammer somebody for doing the wrong thing, because while Dan Orlovsky would pretend like the quarterback can't just be right on 64 out of 65 snaps, he's got to be right on all 65. No, he doesn't. Like, you can make a lot of mistakes, and a 51-yard touchdown to Dante Pettis will make up for all of them. I mean, when you generate a touchdown that your offense doesn't deserve, that washes a lot away. And I think that matters. But so... yeah, I guess. The matchup over here, not a fair one. I'd say Braxton Jones is really working on power anchoring. Jones's feet look really solid. Yes, censored. Don't let your mistake be a turnover is major. But so, Braxton gets caught up trying to make sure that he can follow and wash Nick Bosa down the edge. Bosa, I mean, this is Mac level, where Bosa's going to plant his foot and turn inside and just blast poor Braxton Jones away. It's funny because from a timing perspective, I'm not certain. I think that they might actually call this one a pass rush loss, because I know ESPN calculates pass rush win rate as 2.5 seconds, and Braxton holds on for, it's just 2. But theoretically, Fields could have gotten the ball away. It's not the worst loss in the world, but it's not great, though Bosa will do that to people. So Fields takes a sack. I'm probably going to pin it on Fields, but if I was going to be really homerish, I'd pin it on the weather. That's just me, because I think Fields, any golf fans in here, anybody played golf, anybody gone out to the course, shot a quick 9, shot a quick 18, right? You know how you bring your whole golf bag with you? This is as if Fields was out there with like a 7-iron, a 3 wood, and his putter. Like, that's it. I mean, he did not have all his clubs, is the metaphor I'm trying to make here. Like, I don't think he had his fastball. I don't think he had a touch ball. Not really. I think he had a very general throw that he was trying to get to people. He definitely didn't have his quick throw. That's his sand wedge, right? And so I feel like when we're judging Fields' game, there is an element of yeah, exactly, right, MP? There's a rough game, or I think that there's an extra layer of decision making where Fields has to process not only what he would do normally because the game's fast enough, but what he can do now. And so it doesn't look like he had a check down necessarily. I think the check down's supposed to come open a little. Let's see. You don't always get one, believe it or not. Like, sometimes the check down's supposed to be Mooney, but boy, oh boy, do they have that locked up nice and tight. Looks like a basic cover 3 drop, but Fred Warner's just got crazy instincts. And so he helps create the sack. Like, exactly, Cubist. It was trial by fire. He has the RB turnaround that theoretically he could check it down to, but the sack just doesn't hurt you that badly. I'm with you, Jay Sanders. Yeah, or I think it was Jordan asked about Jenkins earlier, like the rotation. I thought the rotation was really dumb. I'm not about to tote the company line there because I thought that was stupid. I get trying to get your right guard work, but really, like in the middle of a game, you got to switch him out. Like, is this Madden? Like, are we trying to get development snaps so that we can unlock like Patrick's X Factor trait? Like, super weird, in my opinion. But do whatever you want, I guess. It doesn't help anything that Jenkins and Patrick were both one of the best linemen on the offense. So every time they switched, the offense like didn't lose anything, but swapping out constantly was just super weird, in my opinion. And Jay Sanders, I agree. Like, Jenkins had to be pissed for sure. The whole mental situation with Jenkins just seems strange to me, but whatever. You can gift YouTube memberships now, Elon. We're Twitch. So Bears end up in the shadow of their own end zone. This to me is the drive. I don't want to focus on it. I'm just going to let this thing roll. But this to me might be one of the most important drives as far as understanding where the Bears offense is at. Because if memory serves, it's 0-0. And the Bears just decide to, at the 7-yard line, I don't want to say like not try. But they're just going to run it 3 times in a row. And they're going to run it 3 times pretty unsuccessfully in a row. Like, you could take a look at exactly what they do on this play, because I don't quite remember the concepts. Somebody else says hello to you.
Hello.
But so, like, you're not going to see a bunch of phenomenal running. I think especially later in the game, David Montgomery does not have a particular sparkler. Cubist, the Boo Birds come out on 3rd down because nobody likes a 3rd down where you don't even try, or at least where it looks like it. But so Griffin does a solid job trying to get to the second level here, but this is just where the talent advantage of what's going on gets to you, because in theory, if everybody blocks perfectly, you might have a lane. But the only issue with running in condensed sets, especially running between the tackles in condensed sets, is that you're looking at tons of guys in the box. And when you have, I mean, come on, like, we used to talk about this I was in 11th grade, much younger man, in 2011, and we would stare at Adrian Peterson, where the Bears would load the box like this. And everybody would talk about, how could you possibly run with a box like this? I get a hat on a hat, because theoretically, if you match everybody up, you have usually, I mean, in this case, it's a -1 box, but most of the time that the Bears have run the ball, it's been even at the very least. But every time they ran the ball in this scenario, I'm really not surprised that it didn't go well. Yeah, I know, Elon, right? A surprise, not in 11th grade. But thank you for laughing. It's like RB has to make a guy miss, and I hear you, Dan. But when you're talking about, what is that, like 32 arms, 32 legs, like 16 sets of shoulder pads, allies and enemies. It's just a clog trying to get through that, especially when you're David Montgomery, who I love a lot of the intangible things he does. Let's see. David Montgomery is a way better pass blocker than Khalil Herbert. David Montgomery is a way better receiver than Khalil Herbert. David Montgomery does not have the burst that Khalil Herbert does. And so there's a lot of things that I think the Bears maybe wanted to do, but they definitely capitulated on that series. And I think that's a nice reminder of just how wet this field was.
Field makes it worse.
Oh yeah. I mean, it's not as if I'm going to sit here and say, wow, I love running 3 times in a row, but they actually thought that series was worth giving up on. I mean, say what you will, somebody, and I have to think personally that Justin Fields was involved in the decision making, because the whole offense is practically based around him. Somebody realized that if Fields took his normal drop, he'd be standing right about there. And if Fields dropped right out to here, then if he took a sack, It's a safety, and you give up the lead. It's conservative play calling. I get it. If you want to say that that's the problem with having a defensive coach, I'm going to let you. But I don't think Fields was confident in his own ability to grip the football. He's wearing gloves for the first time ever, for crying out loud. And as I look at it at this point, I'm not about to try to make the argument to you guys that it's like a good play call. I just think it's important that as we view what the offense does in the second half, we understand their frame of mind in the first half. They were getting beat on the defensive line. They were getting beat in the secondary. They were just getting beat. And so they decided within the shadow of the end zone to not even try throwing the ball. And so like it's not good, but it helps frame it all. Right? Because exactly, Exelion, by the end of the first half, they definitely had a good sense for what was and what wasn't going to work. And a lot of that is because, let me see, where can I get to the next offense? The fun one. You know what? Honestly, let's just skip a drive. Hey, Ace, good to see you. Because the Bears have an extremely unenthusiastic drive right here where they run it. They run a quick out. Or no, yeah, they run it. They have that awful pass. Like, John, was it 17 net yards in the half? Because, like, here's a second down pass, absolutely no velo. The route's not amazing because the conditions definitely aren't amazing, but the throw is way too far on the inside. Like, the line is there. The line should obviously be there. Criticize Fields, kind of deserves it. He ends up throwing a hospital ball, and ESB gets lit up, and it's not his fault. I remember saying this because I'm a massive homer, especially on game days, that ESB needed to come down with this ball. He did not. Like, this is an extremely hard catch if you're going to try to keep that off of Ward. Which, by the way, a little weird that they kept challenging Ward the entire game. He's really good, but whatever. Yeah, Ace, we've talked about it a lot. But so, Don, perfect. You bet. I'm happy to. Let's keep moving. I always get bogged down. I love the conversation, but I know I get tons of comments about, like, can we speed this up? And so we'll see what we can do. Third down screen is as old school Bears offense as it gets. 3rd and 10. Let's just give up. And so they do. I mean, the offense looked humble, suffice to say. Like, I mean, it was wild to me watching this first half because, look, I'm somebody who was relatively down on the Bears going into the game, but the Bears offense in particular made everything that was everything negative that I could have thought about, like, the Bears personnel is in trouble, the Bears offensive line is in a jam, the Bears need a lot of help for things to go right, the 49ers are really good. Whoo, boy, that first half made all of those nightmares look like they were going to come true. And there's a lot of good that we get to talk about when we flip Fields, but it was exactly Cubist. When everybody talks like, everybody talked about at halftime that bad offense looked like bad offense, that it looked like Nagy's offense. There were a lot of different ways that people phrased it, but it was rough out there. And Fields definitely wasn't helping, but I don't think that he was able to grip the ball. I'll say it that one more time. I mean, everything was nasty. The only thing that the Bears offense did well was after that interception, they recognized that there is worse than getting no yards, and that's throwing the ball away. So they did a relatively good job of taking care of it, but it's a silly thing to compliment because trying to champion 26 yards in a pick, it's not much to champion. But so
with the conditions, they really just had to play field position, and if they got 0 yards, the 49ers weren't getting big batches of yards either.
Well, that's the funny thing, is that the 49ers were getting more than they were. Like, in the contest of...
Not to the point of, like, 25 points.
I mean, they certainly... Honestly, Dad, that was the funniest part about it, is you could make the argument that the biggest play of the whole first half was Jalen Johnson creating that fumble, which we will get to. Because when Jalen Johnson effectively stole what could have been a touchdown drive, I feel like Eberflus and the defense were able to adjust ever so slightly to what the 49ers were trying to do and stifle them from there. But the fact that at this point in the game, I think it might have just recently changed, but for the overwhelming majority of the game, it was 0-0 and not 7-0. I think that changed the way that both teams were operating a little bit and gave the Bears a little bit more offensive leeway to not necessarily press. Because I know that against a better defense, pressing is how you lose faster. I mean, that's how you throw interceptions. There's a great example of pressing later in the game, if you get what I'm saying, where number 4 comes up with a huge play. But early in the game, they were throttled down, suffice to say. And yeah, peanut punch for sure. I mean, honestly, I don't even know if Jalen's punch qualifies as a peanut punch because it was like an up and down swat. But we take them any way they come. But so let's see. Hi, Sung. Is Monty not a fit in this offense, or is it the O-line's fault? It's hard to tell, to answer your question, because I don't think Montgomery has like a crazy amount of burst. It's also extremely wet. And so I don't know if that's Montgomery's fault. The offensive line was up against a tough matchup, and they're up against a pretty tough matchup in the Packers this weekend. But it's going to be hard to tell. I mean, I think that there's a reason that when you take a look at running backs within the 49er, Packer, Shanahano ecosystem, they're relatively replaceable. Like, I am not by any means trying to suggest that Montgomery is utterly replaceable. There are so many little things that I think he did right, but there's a reason that Herbert has been successful, that both A.J. Dillon and Aaron Jones, who admittedly they're both studs, have been successful, that it seems like every Shanahan running back can succeed. I do think Herbert had better holes, Cubist. I mean, yes, but I don't know. So this play's a weird one. I would argue that this is where the Bears turnaround started, even though it doesn't really look like it. Like, I get that they get a solid drive out, but they're going to try another rollout right here. Ryan Griffin gets too busy throwing his guy in the dumpster to get into the flat, and Fields runs it. And from here comes the only thing that the Bears actually have that they can use to beat the 49ers with is Justin Fields' legs. I mean, the only thing on the offense that I would argue is actually better than what the other team can deal with was Fields' mobility. 4.3 speed, outrageous acceleration. Elon, please go ahead and ban NFL Game Live right here. But Ryan Griffin gets too busy, so he takes off. He being Justin Fields, he legs out like 8 yards. Massive credit to Fred Warner here, who manages to just like rip on by and catch up to Fields, which is kind of insane when you think about it. But Fields runs. Fields gets a lot of yards. I can't remember. Yeah, they don't give him the first down. The people on the broadcast were like, "It's a first down," and I was like, "How's that a first down?" But this, I think, kind of starts to spark an idea in Getsy as he Warner is nuts. Honestly, like, $20 million linebacker, $25 million linebacker. Wow. I think he rules, if you can't tell. But so let's see. I also want to go ahead and highlight, because I think this matters. It's funny. 84's block is awesome. Ryan Griffin actually did this a couple times. It's like an offensive tackle snatch trap. He'll rise up on a defensive end that's trying to win the battle of low. So, like low man wins. He'll basically just sit down on somebody. And so he pulls his shoulder pads down, absolutely embarrasses a perfectly good defensive end, and doesn't end up in the flat, but he does it anyways on a passing down, and it's awesome. Honestly, Ryan Griffin is a fun blocking tight end because, I mean, the guy gets it. It's always funny to see blocking tight ends that are just spotted up, or blocking tight ends that just get lit up by defensive ends, but Griffin's actually got some real ability there. Here is a play that I really like. Cornelius, that's actually pretty hilarious. He posted the Danny Green quote, like, they are who we thought they were, and we let them off the hook. That totally applies. Like, this is a perfect game of we are who we thought they were, and we let them off the hook. R.I.P. Danny Green. But so this is something that the Ravens do all the time, and I think it is an awesome play for the Bears on short yardage situations. I don't think that Fields is a phenomenal runner, but he's fast enough that if you don't use his legs, you're missing something. And so in a short yardage situation, because you got to remember the line to gain's like there. Dennis Green. Thank you, Cornelius. But so you're going to get the offensive line down blocking if memory serves, and Fields is going to pull it because they run inside zone. Fields freezes his guy. The linebackers suck up because it's second and short, and Fields is going to rip around the edge and get just enough. So he makes a great move, super athletic. We'll talk about it in a little bit, and then goes right down at the line to gain. Great job. Like, this is a perfect play for those third and short scenarios because you get 2 running lanes, and you'll see it really clearly on the, oh man, John. Oh man. The whole we made Lance play thing, way too reminiscent of the Trubisky drama with, it was Desmond Trufant, right? It might have been somebody else. I actually think a couple people said it. Darius Slay said it on the Lions. There was a Packer who said it. That was one of those like, oof, where Jalen Johnson said, I'm not worried about him, and then won. Like, I would not want to be a 49er fan after that, because quarterbacks that get said about them just don't seem like they have great odds. Amos certainly did. But Fields is a really wonderful runner. He's not as agile as, again, the blur that is Kyler Murray, but his ability to make an NFL defensive end, some of the best athletes on the planet, miss is pretty special. And he gets the yards. That matters, right? Tramon Williams. That's it, Akusai. Nice job. But so then at that point, it's not that the Bears like had some epiphany about Fields. This might be the worst play that the Bears will have all season, by the way. So it's a mess. I think it's funny, honestly. Like, this is a play where the Bears are obviously going to get somebody jumping off sides, but they happenstantially get the offsides jump on a wide receiver screen. So you're going to see ESB run up and try to block, and the fact that Fields drops the football in the first place means that this play is over. Like, Mooney pops out, but the moment that he pops out and Fields has the ball on the ground, this thing's done. Like, there's no real fixing it, because I'm pretty sure, based on what Equinemius St. Brown here does, because he's going to run up and try to get into a blocking position, that it was supposed to be your basic quick out where Mooney catches it, takes, or hopefully beats this guy, and an ESB gets the block down. But there is no play the moment that you have an offensive lineman run well across the line of scrimmage. So it's neat that he gets an offsides, but for all the people that were like, oh, you draw the offsides and you throw the ball away, I mean, it's an unlucky play call and a really unlucky time to drop the football. So bummer. The snap's fine, by the way. We used to critique Mustipher a lot for this, but that's like right in his hands. But so he just drops it. I don't know if Mustipher saw it and snapped it early. That's certainly possible, but especially given the drama that we all remember last year where somebody jumped on, jumped off, and then Fields threw an interception. But so they end up getting the free 5 yards. They move forward with things. Basic run play goes nowhere. Whatever. The ball was not good. Odds for Dominique Robinson being defensive rookie of the year. I thought you said DPOY, and I was like 0. But for defensive player of the year, I mean, honestly, if the guy gets 10 sacks, anything's possible. I'd need to catch up on how the other rookies did, is the honest, simple answer. But so you get a lot of these where, is it duo? Is it inside zone? It can be hard to tell because number 99, and this will come up later, starts to hold whenever the Bears are going to try to hop off and combo block. Like, you want to talk about actually seeing something coming? Kinlaw holds here. Like, this is a defensive hold on a running play. And obviously, it ends up mattering, as we all know, like, by the end of the game, because the Bears catch him on one. But so, like, you end up with not a great run, especially with 3 guys that are unblocked in space, but that's how it goes, right? So then the Bears line up. They run. Oh, this one's nasty. You want to talk about you want to talk about not being able to grip? Like, this is bad. So Fields tries to throw the ball. When I talked to the top of the show about grabbing the ball without the laces, this is what I'm talking about. This ball comes out all wrong. And like, obviously Fields knows it. He's like looking at his gloves afterwards. But so takes the snap, chucks the ball out, completely misses, bad throw, not about to like pretend that it is that it's good. But again, these are awful conditions. And the more All-22 you watch, honestly, the more it can start to look like any normal football game, because like I don't know, 11 guys aside. Like, we watch plenty of this. We don't get enough of it. But this is it's a bad day. And the wobbler's awful. It just doesn't look like Fields' normal throws. And we've seen just enough of them both at Ohio State and and in Chicago to know what it looks like. But so then here the Bears run inside zone again. They are not inside zone. It's a zone read with a sift block on it. And I love it when they use these tight end sifts. I think that they're a fun way to have. Basically, you freeze the defender. Ooh, here we go. Let's use our rewind feature. But so you can freeze the defensive end with the zone read action. So here he sits still. And because he sits still, you can, the train comes on down the tracks and smokes the defensive end. And it's got to, well, Kmet tries. Credit to him. But so, yeah, exactly. And so Herbert takes it and takes advantage. I love watching Herbert run. I think he's just quick and good for him. Like, he's a runner that I feel like just has a gear that Montgomery doesn't. I'm not trying to dunk on Montgomery, but when he gets a vein or gets a lane, he's going to take it. And I appreciate that. This is easy. I think Montgomery certainly could have had a nice gain himself. But one thing that I really like about it, so this is a third down. If memory serves, I'm going entirely off the top of my head there. And the Bears catch these creeper pressures sitting up at the line of scrimmage. So with 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 guys down, and the Bears set up in the shotgun, Cole Kmet almost gives it away. Because if you can see that, he's clearly looking at the guy that he's going to sift block. And I'm glad that the Niners didn't necessarily catch it. But as much as you say that, Jordan, about luckily they both dropped, I think the Bears knew they were going to. And so they had the lineman jump on out. It could just be a lucky play call at the right time. For sure. It's possible. But I also think that the Bears got the vibe that they were going to, or that this was going to be a dropout, because it's very normal for players to drop out in this circumstance, especially into the cover 3 that they were playing, where both of them were likely going to drop into some zones right here. And so it's a really gorgeous play call that totally works out. I mean, good offensive football teams make everything look like it works. Kudos to the Chiefs. Like, that offense just looks incredible, but it was a nice play call at the right time. And so then the Bears try to get back on track with the run game. It's not going to work every time, especially against a better team than you. The Hufanga, 29, everywhere. Utter beast. I mean, he triggers downhill so quickly and ends up in the right spot so often. It was quite surprising. He was just going crazy. Like, I agree with you, Ace. I think that the 49ers were expecting this to be free, but the first half didn't help. This is the play. Okay, I'm going to be a little loose. I think that this might have been the play that kind of turned things around just a little bit. It's like, this is the play that reminded, I think, the whole Bears offense, but most importantly, the 49ers defense, that you can't just leave Justin Fields one-on-one and expect anybody to get him. This is some Bryce Young stuff, like, this is just crazy mobility, because people talk, like JT O'Sullivan has talked before, about whenever you run a naked boot like this, the end defender is the quarterback's problem. This is actually Justin Fields', I don't want to call it assignment, but he has to just deal with it, right? AC, I hear you. I think that they're dramatically more talented than the Bears offense is. But so in this case, Chi-Town, glad to see you too. But so the defensive end is going to crash on Fields. You're not going to see him fade in. He's not going for the running back. The 49ers had this keyed up correctly. Fields just makes him miss anyways. Like, this is a highlight play for a reason. You're not supposed to do that. I mean, it surprised everybody so fast, or so much, that Kmet ends up completely lost. I can literally only imagine what this play would have been had Kmet ran over and blocked Hufanga, because gracious alive. It was like, this was nutty. I mean, just envision what this envision what this would have been had Kmet, who ends up kind of lost anyways and turned around, and he sees, let's see here. Hey, Sam Burke, great to have you along. But so Fields breaks out of the tackle, and if Kmet at that point had just identified that he could block Hufanga, I'm not about to say that, like, oh, it goes for a touchdown. But certainly Fred Warner primarily catches up to him, because Fields has to bend in, and Fred Warner's able to intercept with that. So Kmet runs over, doesn't do anything. Bummer. But Fields is able to generate a big first down off the end of it. Let's see here. What is this? They had commit to chip, maybe. Like Kmet ends up rolling. He comes in, and if he is there to chip, I actually think he's there to. I don't know. Like I think it's just play action. No. His route is supposed to sit right there. In Chi-Town we kind of did, but we've been sort of taking it as we go. The Bears have been doing what they can to take the line out of the game up to this point. But so it's very normal on a play action boot like this, which, I mean, interestingly enough, we might as well cover the scheme of it. We've actually seen the Bears run this exact kind of play action boot before, where you're going to see somebody running over, somebody run, or like a deep scissors action, and then Kmet's going to block, and then he's going to come back out. So Kmet is the flat route. Chi-Town, this is the second quarter. This is drive right before the end of the half. But so like, and I'm with you, Jordan. This is how you got to do it. But so Kmet probably gets a little bit too focused on his blocking at this stage. But when Fields breaks out of it, I mean, nobody's open. Maybe you could make the argument that you could throw a seed to Dante Pettis if you're Patrick Mahomes. Oh, gracious. Ace, Mike Martz would never listen to me, no matter what that was. Like, I could be as correct as I wanted to be. Mike Martz would just... There are some guys who end up too old to be wrong, at least in their eyes, right? But so... Mahomes is that like shortstop player. I don't know if you guys have gone back and watched, but if you haven't watched at least the highlight package of what's going on in Kansas City this last week, you should, because he can rear back and just let that thing howl. Mahomes is just a beautiful quarterback to watch play. But so, Kmet ends up just completely lost. I'm very surprised. Yeah, Justin Fields was the actual shortstop, Elon, and I'm sure he could, but that like kick back and throw stuff that Mahomes does, he can throw lasers. And maybe Fields can too. Maybe he will, but not on this rainy day. And I'm with you, you guys. Like, Kmet doesn't fit a block, and he doesn't find anything. He just kind of gets lost. Like, maybe he was in awe of what his quarterback was doing. There's also a chance, just if we are like, if we are really being specific, he may have seen Fields running and not wanted to get in his way, but that's a stupid reason. Like, no. Reinhard, how you doing? But so, like, Fields generates a play that the offense probably doesn't deserve, and then they go back to work. Kmet is running an out route, and Kmet is not open. And even if he is open, he's not open today. Wobbly ball that there's just not really a lot of. So interesting to like, so yeah, this one, Reinhardt, if you're talking about it, like, I think he thinks about it, and maybe if he had his whole arm, I think that, Elon, Kmet was the check down, but I would want to see Kmet figure out that he was running and jump on over. But so anyways, on this out route, Kmet doesn't create a ton of space, and I don't think that Fields feels very good about throwing it. So Fields rolls around. The edge defender, who looks like he's dealing with Monty, is there, turns Fields back. This is a pocket that's actually fine-ish. I mean, I'm not about to pretend that it's crazy good, and obviously everybody on Twitter has pointed out that Darnell Mooney's racing for the end zone wide open in this moment, but I just want to point out at the very least that this is not the kind of day where I would ding Fields for not staying in this pocket, because remember, the score to this point is 7-0. The Bears are across the 50 for the first time all game. Fields takes a look at all the green grass over here, and I really don't blame him. You got to remember, football's a process. It's a grindy game. He just takes the yards, and I don't think that's a bad decision. Like, in a normal day, if this is the Packers, it's a wet field in Lambeau, I'll say, come on, man, stay in the pocket, find something downfield. You've got an electric arm. You know you can. But this was where I think Fields was starting to recognize that his legs were a weapon that he needed to make the defense respect. And if it was going to be a low-scoring game, he needed to Jimmy loose whatever he could. This is the moment where I have to do what everybody on Twitter has done and talk about Tevin Jenkins, because at this point, he just lights up Nick Bosa right there kind of stands over him a little bit. Like, I mean, he's proud of himself. And then he realizes Fields is still running, and credit to him, just immediately jumped on over, found some work with the defensive end, and lays a nice block on him too. And so Fields is able to get like 5 or 6 yards out of it. It's not like it's the grandest play on earth, because like you're saying, J2K, Mooney's open. And yes, John, this is the play where Mooney's open in the end zone, but I mean, we didn't really see anybody let the ball howl, so to speak. If you want to ding Fields for it, not going to blame you. This is another one of those, like, you make the call. But I will absolutely smash Fields for it in the future if it's done on a dry field. But on a wet field where the Bears are trying to just see what kind of points they can get on first down, no less, he took the free yardage. He had, I mean, just by gaining 6 yards, this was a top 8 play of the half. Like, if not more than that. I mean, the Bears were not getting much up to this point. Their net yardage totals absolutely horrible. J2K, liking Jenkins more than Patrick, agree. I personally think, let me see, the blitz killed the Mooney option. You know, I didn't actually think about what it... Oh, because of the pressure? That makes sense, I think. Probably true. Had they stayed right here, you don't know. But exactly like you're saying, Derek, I mean, the wind makes it tough. I don't know. And Heesong, I think it's funny because you mentioned like Fields not being comfortable in the pocket and you don't know why. I think we know why. It's just a little too obvious. I love what Jenkins is doing in guard. I think everybody's being a little fast with the Quentin Nelson thing. I've kind of done the same thing. It may take him a year or two before he gets to that point, but I think that Jenkins is the best lineman on the team at this stage. Like, you want to talk about lowest floor, you want to talk about highest ceiling. It's hard for me to look at Tevin Jenkins at right guard right now and not be ecstatic about what the guy's doing. Monty had a few of these, by the way, where he just aborts the play. Like, if you take a look at this, the Bears are running inside zone. Tevin Jenkins is about to climb out here. We've got linemen engaged in their blocks with Sam Mustaver coming out to block Fred Warner, and Monty's about to just like veer over here. And this is something that I think Herbert does a way better job of later in the game. And I don't get what Monty's thinking here. And I know everybody's going to look, they're going to see this handoff. They're going to point out that 57 is coming straight down. Don't get me wrong. I know. But your offensive lineman is slated to climb up. You got to trust that a little bit. Like, as soon as you veer to the left, you are hoping that not only Nick Bosa doesn't swallow you up, you're hoping that Ward doesn't cut on the inside, but you've got Hufanga coming right on down. It looks like, by the way, that's Pringle covering Ward. But so as soon as Monty veers out to that right, or to that side, Bosa just wraps him up, makes the play, as does the DB. Like, I get it. Trust issues. Iowa State career, like, hit a lot in the backfield, no less. But you can't specifically have a healthy inside zone running game if you're not anticipating combo blocks. Like, if you're just not gonna let these guys come off and get to the second level, you're not gonna get anything in this kind of an offense. Maybe Herbert's just fresh enough to not deal with it, but that's definitely something that I saw that harmed the Bears offense. In this case, they don't get any yards. So now it's the 29. I don't actually understand this decision, if I can be really honest with you guys. Maybe they thought that, maybe they just thought Pringle was the dude. Like, maybe Pringle sat in the huddle like, I'm that guy. Give me a shot. But they're just going to take a free release shot down the field. It's just a straight go, if I can draw the line correctly. And Fields is not going to look anywhere else. You're going to see Fields look at here because he needs to hold the safety so that the safety doesn't range over and just let that thing go. It's not a bad throw, honestly. Like, for as much as I've been critiquing Fields' ability to hold the ball, this is pretty solid. He's just not even kind of open. You want to talk about blanketed? I'm kind of just shocked that they wanted to. Yeah, exactly. It's the I'm throwing this no matter what. Harrison, I think maybe even Pringle on a less wet field might make the play, but he's not close. Ward shuts the door. Like, this is as closed gets. And the fact that the throw's as far out as he is the only reason this thing isn't intercepted, because Pringle's just got nothing on this. He's sung, maybe it's a little bit of an overthrow, but it's worth remembering that Pringle gets... Nah, Pringle's just not... I don't want to say he's not running full speed. He's running as fast as he can in the wet. But at this point, like... is Pringle just a 4.7 guy, Jordan? Like, it's definitely slow. And so, like, maybe Mooney's open, but that'd be a tough layered throw. Plus, Fields is trying to get the ball out of his hand right now. Do I think this was or wasn't PI? Personally, I think right there, Pringle starts to fight through it. Like... At this stage, you can't call it PI, in my opinion, because to me, as a guy who's pro defense, when the receiver engages contact, you can do whatever you want. Don't push the guy down. Don't get me wrong. But, like, the defender has to have a right to play the ball, in my opinion. I'm very, very pro defender in these settings. I think PI is a ticky-tack call, and honestly, I think a bad PI call in favor of the offense can ruin the game. Like, my opinion, the Jalen Johnson call from a little while ago, this was a couple years ago, if you guys remember, where there was a PI in the end zone that was very ticky-tack. I hate that stuff. Like, giving defenders free yardage is stupid, or offensive players, I don't like it. So, Pringle not beating the guy, spirit of the rule, not defensive pass interference. Like, this is good defense. He doesn't stack. And I'm with you, John. Like, it would have been a little much. I don't think I would have felt like awesome about it if that had happened. It's a solid ball. He's still wobbly in the rain. I'm not about to say like, woohoo, put him in the Hall of Fame. He threw an incompletion. And then we get the towel. Dun, dun, dun. This is hilarious. I don't blame a soul for this. Like, I don't blame Cairo Santos for telling Trenton Gill to bring the towel out. I don't blame Trenton Gill for not being like, Cairo Santos, wow. My video feed went down, did it? Oh no. Hang on. We've got RoboGate. I see it. Hang on. Let's see. What if I did this? Does this fix it? Oh no. I can't be seen. How will we see Rob's dad? That's hilarious. Let me see here. You know what? All right. Hang on. Because Towelgate or not, we may need to just keep the stream going. Cam's dead. I know the cam's dead. Let me see. Where's the stupid cord? I wish you guys could watch me debug in real time, but you can't. Let's see here. Gotta make sure I don't unplug the wrong thing, because that would be a disaster. Let's see if I can bring us back. If only, right? Eventually I'll get one of those fancy webcams, but so for now, not to be. Let's see. Deactivate. Activate. We're back. We're back, baby. It's because I tried to talk about Towelgate. They don't want me to talk about Towelgate. They don't want me to talk about Towelgate. They're out to get me. They can't stop me from talking about Towelgate. I won't stop talking about Towelgate. But anyways, yeah, I'm with you. Like, I don't blame a soul. This is one of those really weird ones where I'm honestly surprised that the refs called it, just because it's so weird. 7 over, I kind of hear you. Like, what happened with the towel's a blessing in disguise? I'm not sure. This is one of those rules that I don't really get how to justify it. The only weird thing, I do want to point this out, is that the Bears going for the long one right here suggests that they got to the 29-yard line and they said, yeah, we're comfortable here. Like this is a decision that I don't really want to just gloss over. Like gunning for it deep, the throw was fine. I get wanting to take a shot, but taking a shot like that on third down either means you've got crazy trust in Byron Pringle, and like maybe you do, but also it means that you got to the 29-yard line, and not to go full Daniel Hackett, because Nathaniel Hackett made a worse decision, but why? The first down marker isn't that far away. But instead, they're going to take their chances over here with a 29 or with a 46-yarder that honestly, given the extra points that Santos missed, I get the impression that this would have been doomed. I mean, maybe not. Maybe they would have made it. Who knows? But certainly if the extra points were as bad as they were, I don't know why I would get excited about what was going on. And Ace, to your point, like that sucked. Not only that, but like you traded for Russ Wilson and then you weren't going to use it. And honestly, J2K, I'm curious about that. But like, oh man, Jordan, you want to talk about Scott, a moment of silence. Saying gone too quickly. Like, I think Thomas Graham was awesome. Okay, so I need to point something out though, right? Greg Gabriel, who can be kind of ornery, brought something up in a tweet that I don't know. Like I think it's worth mentioning at the very least. He didn't have any reason to slander Graham on the way out, and I'm not about to like back him because I don't think Graham needs slandering, but we all remember what happened with Anthony Miller. Like, Anthony Miller was a phenomenally talented player. I still back my evaluation on him. I'm right. Like, Anthony Miller's very, very good. I just get the impression that he didn't want to like keep working after his second year. Work ethic on this kind of thing matters. I mean, it sounds so simple, right? But when you've got a quarterback, I don't know, it can be a quarterback, it can be a wide receiver, it can be any position really, that puts in that extra time, they're going to do a lot of things for you, and they're going to get better in a way that that somebody who just takes the offseason off, a la Jimmy Garoppolo, isn't going to do. And so, like you said, Reinhardt, some chips turn into arrogance. So if Thomas Graham wasn't high work ethic, the fact that I think he's super talented, the fact that he's got great instincts, the fact that he could have really become something is moot. I mean, I'm not saying it's confirmed, but Greg Gabriel said that as if it was without a doubt a thing. And I don't know if I can just immediately turn and say, like, we know that's not true. Does that make sense? It's worth talking about. It's a rumor. It's not a given. But if the staff obviously did not want him on the active roster, they put him on the practice squad for a reason. This is a staff that demoted Tevin Jenkins heartlessly. Like, I mean, exactly like you're saying, Reinhardt, the hits thing, not everybody's going to jive with that. And so if Graham wasn't on board, like, I get it. And Kendall Vildor, say what you will, was going to be the kind of guy that jumped in. And Kyler Gordon is the kind of guy that jumped in. Jaquan Brisker, the kind of guy that jumped in. Like, I'm here. I hear you, Jordan. That's why I'm making it so clear. It's a rumor. It's more me saying that if Thomas Graham ends up becoming something, that's a massive loss for free. If Thomas Graham never ends up becoming something, maybe Greg Gabriel told us why. And we'll have to just watch and see, right? But so the Bears end up losing points on this drive, and it's time for the second half. And we are, oh boy, it's 9:43. Hey, better than when it used to be 10:43 at this time. But so, like, moving along, let's get to the fun stuff, because the second half is wet, wild, and weird. Harrison, am I worried that we had only 3 corners step on the field? No. Akusai, this is longer than the game was. Oops. Anyways, let's see. Half goes to defense, and then we're on to the offense again. Let's see. The video of Matthew Stafford. Oh man, that one hurt. The I know, Scott. The Allen Robinson stuff from that first Rams game was wild. Yeah, no kidding, John. I mean, admittedly, we're gonna watch every play like a bunch, but we really get to know the nitty gritty of this. Anyways, so first play, Montgomery's going to abort another run. You can see it already. Like, the blocks are starting to line up, even if they're not perfect, and he's, again, just going to veer, right? Like, zoom, and he's just going to take it on the edge. I would much rather, I'm no running back coach, but I would much rather he take the handoff, press, get to at least this point while the offensive line moves, and then make his, I'm not making this up, it is called bang, bend, or bounce decision. That's outside, or that's like outside zone, inside zone. They all have this in them. But so at that point, instead of making it here, where I still think there's a lane, like that's a spot where if you're, I don't want to call Monty afraid of contact. He's not. But you can at least engage somebody in there. But don't you dare make me say it, John. Instead, he just goes where there is no blockers, and a pretty predictable result happens on account of the fact that he goes where there is no blockers, right? But so then we move on to the second play. It is, you take the DB, Reinhardt, but I think you got to follow your blocks in that setting. Like, I hear it, but I feel you got to press the hole. And I do think he bounced to the hole, King, but he didn't press the blockers that way. Let me see. What did John say? Yeah, I am. Oh boy. Yeah, I am a father now. It's kind of wild. Anyways, let's see here. So this is pretty easy, honestly, this one to talk about. So the Bears just tried to get a basic pass play working at this stage. They wanted to go out and curl. I mean, you can make all the Nagy jokes you want, but they did. And so they're going to have, I think it's Griffin comes out over the side, and Fields is going to say, I have no idea, Scott, especially with me producing a whole bunch of stuff. But so you're going to see Fields say, first read here, no. Second read here, no. Stays in the pocket, thumbs up, find your check down for next to no yards. But hey, at least it's a good read. But so he's going to say, let's just go slow-mo. No. Look in the middle. No. Flick it to the check down. Catch. Positive gain, baby. Like, that's 5 yards. Slim Jim, I'm going to be doing 10-minute drill. So kind of. It's a preview video. But yes, me and Jeff are very excited about those. We want to make them better too. So let us know how it works. He could have gone to, or so Shinedown, if you're talking about the flat over here, you got to remember that it's a pick a side read. Almost everything in football is like you split the field and you pick a concept. So at this stage, like, to go back to it, you've got two options. You've got comeback curl right here with Mooney, who, like, if I'm Fields, I want to get Mooney going because he hasn't had a catch all game. So you've got Mooney, you've got your backside tight end, you've got your check down right here. Not a bad 1, 2, 3. You don't have time to look all the way to a 4, 5 over here. So you have to split the field, and gosh, I wish I had an eraser instead of just all of them. So pretend those don't exist. Instead, the flat, dang it. Instead, the flat route is its own 1, 2 with a separate dig as 1, 2, check down, 3. So Fields picks a side beforehand. What does he think is going to be open? And he sees Mooney one-on-one, and he's like, my guy, he's going to be there. And I'm not trying to dunk on Darnell Mooney. He's just not there. That's pretty tight, especially on today. So like you're saying, Derek, I mean, he goes through his progressions. He gets to his check down goes down. They spot him, and they gain some yardage. Neat. Let's see. Turns out if you hit shift and press spacebar, your game is over. Let's see. Oh, then we get to a bad run. This is where things really start to go south for the Niners, specifically, because they start giving the Bears breaks they don't deserve, right? Like, this is a great set of defense right here. The Bears are trying. They actually have two guys bump into each other. Sam, right here, it is 7-0. No, it's 10-0. You're right, Reinhardt. So shout out to the two Bears that bump into each other. Come on. There we go. Boom. Got a nice little collision. Some bear-on-bear action. As Dante Pettis, I don't know who's at fault. EQ looks like he's coming over to handle the blocking lane. And Pettis, I don't know where he's going. I don't think Pettis knows where he's going. But they bump into each other. Pettis literally looks around lost. If you focus on him, just like, what am I doing? And Monty gets hit and eats a face mask, which is completely pointless. I don't know which of them face mask, but like, why? Because you're staring at this play and it's like, you end up in a gang tackle. Why do you need to face mask 32? But that works. Sure. And the Bears get 15 straight up free yards. I don't mind Nick Bosa's, by the way, comment about like, you can't give free yards away to a team that can't move the ball. He's right. Like, you don't turn in a first half as bad as the Bears do and walk away, but with your feelings hurt about the fact that somebody called your offense bad. The 49ers defense earned it, in my opinion. They beat themselves just as much as the Bears defense turn in positive plays. I think that matters. Like, context matters. And the Bears may end up having a better day against the Packers defense. They didn't have a great day against the 49ers defense. The 49ers defense assisted them on the points that they made, but that doesn't mean that it's bad. Like, here comes one of the worst throws in this game. Like, you want to talk about the wet ball probably affecting Fields? This ball is awful. Also to Sean Gibson, heck of a play. Like, for all the comments that I made last year about guarding grass, Gibson's going to come out of orbit, follow the comebacker, and then break on the football. Where was this? And the answer is in the 2020 New Orleans game, where Tashawn Gibson played like a man on fire. That's just perfect. That's beautiful safety play. Like, truly. Breaks on the ball. The throw is nasty, and we'll see. You see it in the back, but he's really good. I like the fact, so does JT O'Sullivan, that this comes off of motion. So he motions directly into a comebacker as Mooney kind of gets out of the way. It's not a bad throw, especially when you actually have the gas to throw it, but you end up with a safety that's occupied here and a true one-on-one. You're trying to win these one-on-ones. Like, any offense's goal is not to generate wide open dudes. Sure, we can act like they are, but an offense's goal is to generate one-on-ones and expect your guy to win most of the time. If you can break open some zones and get guys wide open, neat. But even if the one-on-one is a throw to the flat that you turn upfield and expect your guy to win a one-on-one with the ball in his hands, the game comes down to one-on-ones. And so the idea that this ended up being, hey, we've got our receiver versus a safety, you're feeling good. But Gibson makes a really nice play on it. I don't think EQ breaks super well, though this is it's not easy grass to break on, for instance, but the throw doesn't help. And honestly, this is your classic example of if he could catch, he'd be playing receiver, but also, so crappy ball. This could have iced the game. Maybe not. But certainly it would have taken a huge play off the board that's coming up. But like, really watch this throw out of Fields' hands. Absolutely gorgeous pocket. Larry Borum dumpsters his guy, which we really should note. Because I think it's always funny when this kind of thing happens. But so 56 engages him. Borum grabs him by the shoulders and says, "Hey buddy, sit on down," and then just lays on him. Gotta love a good pancake. No, Chi-Town. JF did not wear gloves in college. He hasn't worn gloves in the NFL. He's just wearing gloves today because he felt like he could grip the football better when they did wet football drills, and I sure hope he takes them off. I thought Borum looked a little bit better. We certainly haven't called his name a ton for a reason. It's kind of hard to tell, to be honest. Turu, I thought Borum looked better as a run blocker than he did last year, but the Bears ran 17 pass plays, and like 4 of them, if not more, were play action. Not a lot of straight dropbacks. And they chipped for Borum whenever Bosa was on his side. So we just didn't get a lot of true pass sets out of him. It's kind of hard to know. But the ball comes out terribly. I think Fields knows the moment. Okay, I only just saw this. But Fields is actually going to break like he thinks this ball's going to get picked off. If we take a look at this right here, right there at that moment, he runs to go try to help make the tackle, which, like, you love the intangibles, but you knew, Fields knew the moment that happened that it was nasty. Hufanga here is going to absolutely, you bet Waleed, we're going to get there. Hufanga is going to just smoke, I think it's Cole Kmet on this play, where they line up, they run the ball. No, it's ESB right there. But so Hufanga just smacks on right on through the line, and bad. Joe, I think that this line isn't, if I can be honest, I don't think this line's better. I think this line is being put in better positions. Maybe there's some light talent increases, but like Jenkins to Daniels, I like Daniels. I like Jenkins more, sure. But like Patrick over Mustafa, I'll call that an upgrade. Cody over Cody, hard to tell. I mean, he's kind of been bad for 2 years. You know what? Maybe I'll give it to you. Like, maybe the line is a little bit better. Like, I hear you. But I think the coach boost helps a lot. And so getting the guys moving correctly, setting up blocking angles that help, I think that goes a long way to set up your offensive line for success. Peters is probably better than Braxton for sure, Jordan, but the youth is nice because you knew that you were getting one season maybe out of Peters. But I think Borum's better than Borum. So you kind of end up with a wash at tackle, though I cannot remember who the right tackle was for last year. Anyways, Hufanga just, I mean, come on. Whoa, a missile. It just rips on through, smokes Montgomery. That's one of those runs you just feel bad for 32. Like, not good. And then we have the big one. You knew this one was coming. So Fields is electric. Fields' speed is outrageous. Look at how quickly he gets to here. If you know the play we're looking at, he even sees, you can tell based on his feet, he sets this spin move up. I think the only thing that I can guess is that as his eyes were starting to move to his check down over here, that he saw that Braxton Jones was getting beat, but he tees up the edge defender and just whips on around him, and man, that's gorgeous. Dante Pettis ends up wide open, throw over there, check out ESB, staying with the play, running all the way across the field to hit a block for his guy. The throw is a true rainbow, takes kind of forever to get there, and ESB makes a block, Dante Pettis gets in the end zone, and suddenly it's 7-10, and I think kind of everybody had the same thought. Like, I mean, everybody probably went, oh my gosh, it's a three-point game. Like, the Bears felt like they were getting walloped up to this point, offense and defense. I mean, you say the defense started balling because they started running. The defense was doing really nice. ESB makes a really nice play. Justin Fields definitely threw a first down ball. Like, this is the kind of thing that I think matters, because this is the sort of play that, Fields brings open. Kmet is here, yes, but you got to remember that while Kmet is open, if Kmet catches the ball, so let's say that Fields lofts it over to here, right? And I'll give Kmet a good chance, but he's got 1, 2, 3 defenders with one unaware receiver to beat to get to here. Long way, honestly. Like, in the world of Yak, that's not a bet I would want to take, personally. So I get what Fields, who, remember, it's third down, is thinking that maybe he can create a play just by, like, extending the play and seeing what you can get. But the other thing really worth watching here is that when Fields spins around, because he did all that running earlier, you get the backside defender who did not see Pettis. Like, let me, I don't have to skip back a whole 10 seconds, so I can just show you now. Pettis runs by him, and he doesn't know where he went. So he doesn't recognize that Pettis stopped. I actually think, this is 100% a guess, but I think he thought that Pettis went vertical. So when Pettis kind of settles right there, you end up with, let me see, the post, like, Kurt would want him to, like this, right here. Did Kurt talk about this? Because this isn't open. Like, this is a pick. And this right now, like, if I was going to make him pick somewhere, I'd pick Mooney. I'd hope he beats this guy. And Fred Warner would almost assuredly catch him, personally. So I think Fields ultimately makes the best call for the situation. But this is like when people talk about a superstar quarterback, this is what you're hoping for. Is we've seen a bunch of bad plays. We've seen a bunch of plays that we want to be better. This is manufacturing points that the offense didn't deserve otherwise, because he makes a quick move. The whole defense runs in pursuit. This is what apparently 4 scrambles and a designated carry will do, is you get the entire defense flowing over to that side of the field. Dante Pettis is so open. It is unthinkable. And I mean, interestingly enough, you want to talk about how depth perception can really screw with you. He's only just past the first down line. So Fields loads, Fields throws, Fields finds him. Like, I guess he backed him up here, but he made sure to give him a ball that in his in his own mind, I'm sure there's just no way he could drop it. And Pettis makes a nice play after the catch because he's way, way open. Like, it's exactly. I mean, this is the kind of thing that you look at. This is what you're kind about. Like, this is the superstar stuff. It's not Josh Allen. It's not Patrick Mahomes. It's his own thing. I guess maybe Lamar. Lamar's done this a couple times. But yeah, Reinhardt, you have to wonder, now that you mention it, when the ball was right about here, you got to think Pettis is sitting there like, oh my goodness, I cannot drop this ball. and I'm with you, Kusai. This doesn't happen with Nagy. I want to point out that, yeah, Wilson would do this. Wilson's a great one he sang. I want to point out Pettis does a really good job knowing what he and the team are supposed to do. Like, this is where in a lot of other situations, we saw this with Nagy. Pettis would have run this way. ESB would have run to there and turned around. Mooney would have run back this way. Everybody would have just kind of guessed. Like, that stuff used to happen. Instead, Pettis knows exactly what he's doing and just backs up into space. Fields said in the presser, whether you believe him or not, that he knew exactly where he was trying to look for the ball. They had a plan here. Like, that matters, because exactly, I'm with you, Worm Food. Like, to me, this play means a lot, because this sparks them. I mean, Pettis backs up, he gets into wide open space. JT O'Sullivan calls it the double mailbox. It's not how the play was drawn up, but it's how the scramble drill was, right? They catch the entire defense rotating. Gregory, you're right. A crap offensive game plan. Not enough curls. I mean, and the curl count's way too low. That first they ban the Collinsworth slide in, then they blow the curl up. I mean, what even is football at this point? Chi-Town, don't think of it, because you can see Fields looking over there. He knows as soon as he sees the whole defense rotating that they've practiced this. Don't think of it as the Pettis route was planned. Think of it as in scramble drill situations where Justin Fields rolls out to his left, stretch the field, because if the defense follows him, he's going to flick it your way. Honestly, think about it as just like a basic plan, right? Exactly, Reinhardt. It's kind of an emergency route. It's Pettis recognizing that he's completely alone, and Fields knowing that he had a receiver over there. And so as soon as he knows that, like, oh shoot, I have a backside receiver in that area, like, when the whole defense rotates and he's completely by himself, he understands, okay, I got to sink back because this is my new route. Does that make sense? Like, it's just a plan. It's getting somebody into space. ESB runs over. Like, you want to talk about the dumb, or not dumb, but like the intangible reasons on why this guy's starting. That's why. I also don't understand, Gregory, why Nagy's Bears offense didn't practice scramble drills, but they didn't. A good point. I hadn't thought about the false start thing. Yeah, I mean, it's not even unspoken. It's kind of obvious, but Fields' ability to move is bananas. Like, from this moment, he picks up so much speed and flicks on over. This is nutty. Like, it's super fun. Braxton, let's take a look at the pass rushers. We basically haven't done that all game. Bourne does a good job of playing with a chip, and Braxton, he gets beat. but it happens. Braxton's going to have to work on the fact that he lunges a bit too much. He seems like he's got powerful hands that work well in the run game, but he's going to need to figure out how to apply power to his defensive, like his man, without lunging, like you see right here. It's not good for him, but he's a 5th-round rookie who was raw as heck. He must impress the coaches in the meeting room because he's, don't hate me for saying it, I don't think Braxton Jones is like ready to face elite edge rushers, because you have to face elite edge rushers all the daggum time. Like, there is no week off in the NFL. You can see Lucas Patrick's Packer instincts right here as he brings the hold to Chicago, obviously. But yeah, everybody does seem like they're taking a bit of a short set, Grant, but Fields is able to make the play. Obviously, huge for the offense, steals a touchdown, so to speak. Bear hug is a great way to put it at Kusai. And suddenly the Bears are within the hug technique. Yeah, exactly, Scott. Like, wow, can't believe it. Braxton Jones didn't go up against NFL DEs at Southern Utah. Yeah, I mean, it'll take time. And we'll even see. Like, if he ends up as quality depth, that's a positive. But I'm not surprised, too, Rue, that 49ers were complaining about the Bears getting away with holding. But I don't think that in these wet conditions, the refs were about... The refs basically didn't call holding either way. They could have been there all night if they didn't. Especially since there's some holding that goes on both ends. But so, Elon, how do you know that? Why do you know that? Why do you know Southern Utah's score? But so, I lie. Let me see here. Oh yeah. So finally the Bears figured out what to do about cover 3. So the 49ers have been playing in cover 3, cover 4 fundamentally all game. And so they're going to send Mooney on a post, which is going to pull Ward over because he's been in like pseudo man all game, and just leak Pringle out. And they catch the linebacker, Tufunga, sinking forward for, I don't know if that is. I think it is. He's 29. But so, no, he's not. He's 23, isn't he? Maybe 26. But anyways, it's gorgeous. Like, it's a really nice little throw. I'm not about to praise his accuracy after letting him off the hook for so much accuracy, especially since it's it's not an amazing throw. And maybe if Pringle had better footing, he would have stayed in bounds. Bummer that he didn't. But so what I really liked about this is that the play action fake. Yes, you're right. Tufunga is in too high. But so the play action fake pulls him forward, and that means that Pringle beats him clean. Pringle doesn't actually have to, he gets a free release. Like, he walks right up because Fields, looking back at the running back, pulls him, or keeps his eyes downhill, and the line holds just enough, lets it loose. I don't know if it's a TD, because I think Ward would have ranged back over, but maybe Pringle beats him in space. Always possible. I also have seen, I would swear to you guys, like, I have seen tons of receivers catch the ball with that much room and not go out of bounds. So I do think that there's a degree of it's wet. Like, I mean, I'm not about to try to cape for this throw, but I have seen a lot of throws where a receiver planted 1 foot, maybe 2, and just got straight up field. You guys are welcome to disagree with me. But a whole lot of people have talked like it's well, or like, oh, he led him too far. What a bummer. And I'm like, I don't know. I've seen a lot of people plant that foot and go. If he did try to cut, he's on his butt. But it is just not the day for it. Overall, though, really nice play call. You got to love little things like this. I mean, the Bears have been running on first down basically all game. They're able to use play action to jimmy a receiver wide open, and you take it. So suddenly the Bears are moving. I mean, Fields at this point just picked up in 2 throws, like triple his passing yards, if not more. I think he might have had less at that point. So EQ is going to somehow end up in a blocking assignment on this pass, which is kind of funny. He does not get there. And Fields has to make another play races forward, but the 49ers kind of ready for it at this point. They've got Fred Warner playing in spy. Fred Warner's going to range on over, nothing doing. Everybody's like bracketed. I mean, we're talking two aside. The other thing, I saw it, Elon. You just got to remember that I was a Baylor fan back during the Bryles era. We beat a lot of people 70-7. But so Akusa, I am not surprised. The Bears committed so many blockers that if there is anything to point out, it's that they didn't have a lot of guys actually running the routes. Like, clearly they were trying to get what they could in pass protection, because I love it when the Bears are able to get 5 out, like 5 receivers. Today was not that day. And so Fields goes out, doesn't find anything, comes back. Yeah, you could see it, J2K. So then next play, they run up the middle. They don't get anything. What a shocker. I think Montgomery got the note that he needs to press the line of scrimmage, because he does here. I mean, he literally just runs straight into his blockers. So you could see some coaching on the sidelines, but just tough luck day for 32. And then, let me see. How on earth did they get a first? Let me see. Because they get a first down here, I think. Oh, yeah, that's it. I was so lost. I was like, it's third down. So Pettis is going to get mugged. I mean, like, we could call it a jam, but it goes a little too far, right? This is another one of those free ones where Fields takes another extremely deep drop. Bosa beats Larry Borum. Who's shocked? Nobody, right? And then the route concepts are nothing to scream about. Like, I'm not about to say a deep curl, a deeper curl, and a deep curl is anything new in Chicago. But Fields being able to make a play with his legs, it would be more fun if there was a better play available. He probably takes the best play at that point. But it's, Reinhard, I can understand the second down runs. I just don't like the second down runs into utterly loaded boxes. Theoretically, if you can get 3 yards, that's neat, but the Bears aren't getting 3 yards. So if they could get 5, I would complain less, but they've got to run a play that's going to get more. At this point, like, once he breaks out of the pocket, they, I don't know. This one's a weird one to grade. I think the Bears just catch a break. Like, exactly, Excelion. You've got to be a wild athlete to just make Bosa miss at that point. And then he outruns a linebacker. Like, 56 comes on him, pretty much dead to rights, and Fields just makes a mess of him. But there's a lot, John, of those third and longs that the Bears, like, this one lets them off the hook. And then we get a nice little sweep run. We'll pass through a couple of these. It's well executed. Good job, Montgomery. Good job, arc blocks. I love watching Braxton Jones on this play. Check out how he just gets out way in front. Does a great job of getting to the edge and allowing everybody to tunnel. Blazing Game takes his guy wide. Pringle takes his guy wide. ESB gets involved. Like, this is fun. Montgomery makes a nice little cut right there. You pick up 7 yards. It kind of sucks that in 17 carries, it took that much for Montgomery to have one that was like 5 yards long before we get too excited. But there you go. Maybe Jones could be a guard, but honestly, I think he's a solid tackle. Like, guards need to be able to displace, and I think he's faster with his feet than he is strong with his hands. And I think guards need hand strength more so than they need, like, quick feet. That's just my 2 cents. But so, yeah, early, let me see. I hadn't thought about how they take Mooney out on a lot of the runs, but it makes a lot of sense. I'm surprised, too, because I get that they like ESB, but, oh, yeah. So then it's a third down. It's a third and short. They run my favorite play again. Not favorite, but a good option, where they're going to go zone read with Fields coming off to the side, and Fields totally gets the yards. Like, JT points this out. So I think... You remember how JT was criticizing, if you did watch the breakdown, that Fields doesn't get his back down? I think Fields knows he has to get to here and doesn't think to dive for it. That's the only thing I can think of, because Fields slides like this, but he actually does have to get those yards. Like, that's the line to gain. if memory serves. So he takes a nasty hit for sure. Actually, that's the line to gain, but same difference. He had to lurch forward and get to that spot. And so I think he was just trying to initiate his slide a little later than it looked, but he didn't take the run outside because of the edge defender that he saw right here and the safety coming in that direction. The safety is also the reason, Hufanga, that he's going to get down like he does, but he wants to make sure his butt hits the ground there instead of starting the slide earlier, because technically if you go like full baseball into it, they'll back you up a couple of yards. I also think, Scott, that there is a chance that Fields does it on purpose. Like RG3 did it on purpose. There's been plenty of quarterbacks in the league that have done this on purpose to get calls. But I do think I know SF was complaining about it, Chi-Town. I do think it was. I mean, I think it's a late hit, especially after all the complaining that the Bears did earlier in the season. They tried hard to get Mooney open. I think this is a throwaway. Like, Fields takes a look. He's not even close. Like, if you're even, you're leaving, but they aren't even. And so, like, I think Fields takes a look and throws it out of bounds on purpose. Maybe I'm giving him too much credit, but you don't want to risk put the ball in risk at that point. But everybody does a relatively good job blocking on this play. Granted, it's a quick hitter, but we'll take what we can get. Borum stifles, Nick Bosa just enough. Neato. Let's see. I think they get a nice... Oh, yeah. This one's fun because I like RPOs. But so they get a nice little RPO right here where, because this guy on that side is staring at the running back. It is him, right? Well, maybe not, because that would involve having eyes in the back of his head. So I doubt that. My better guess is that they didn't, or that he read this pre-snap. He's got the option clearly to hand it off. The line isn't faking it. So, but he throws to Mooney, and my guess is because he saw that he's got a linebacker over the top of him and thought there's no way that linebacker is going to trigger down like a defensive back might. And it was just a matter of how are the 49ers going to line up. Takes a snap, throws it. Thank goodness the throw is like medium accurate, and Mooney's able to make a play with it. That's the kind of stuff I hope we see more of. These are the running the ball without running the ball kinds of plays that I know I love within football. Quick, easy throws. They keep your quarterback in rhythm. They space the game out. They get the defense stretched to the sidelines so that you could try to pound it up the middle and get ever so slightly more. So then this is the other touchdown. Elon, this is your moment if you want to jump back in and watch it. But so they take Mooney off the field. They set up like it's going to be a 100% jumbo backer. Like, I mean, you get the fullback, you get the the tight end set, you get both of your big old blocking receivers, and you're going to run a nice little pattern on this case. ESP totally get the Tanyan right here as you end up with Griffin coming across. You get Blazing Game on the out. You get ESB cutting up the side. And then, just in case, you've got Pringle, like, wide open. Awesome. I love so as I understand this read, it is 1, 2, 3, 4. Progression read left to right. If you do any more, it can get confusing. So Fields is going to snap his head through all of them, sees the deep ball open, leads him perfectly, and gets him right there. Gotta love it. This is nice play calling. I mean, it's great when it works, right, K. Johnson? But so the quick handoff puts them in a position to where they don't have a ton going for them. My favorite part is that this right here, the deep cross or the shallow crosser going against the grain, means that this safety, Hufanga, does not get to win. So if he plays ESB, it is a walk-in touchdown to the other side. And obviously the pocket it's good enough because we've got Jenkins kind of getting beat, but he's got enough time. Anyways, you've got the whole line trying to stop this one, because the beauty of this kind of a shot is that it's on 3rd and 2. If you run this on 3rd and 7, they stop it. Like, it isn't that complicated. But because you ran it short, the defense has to honor the short routes first. And so you end up with it's like a sail concept with a third layer on it right there. And then the crosser coming back against the grain, Big thumbs up. Yeah, exactly, Reinhardt. Set up by the 17 for 25 run game at this point. Cross route is run by Pringle, if I'm seeing it correctly. And he ends up like open. Jenkins getting beat at the end of it because does Field step up? Not really. Like, he hits the back of his drop and kind of just stands there, which is fine. Like, if there's a criticism of Fields that we're going to have to follow the entire season, I haven't seen him step up without tucking the ball. Commitment to the run game totally did make this happen. I mean, it's wet conditions, and credit to Fields, this throw needed to be catchable. It was. Actually, it's pretty dang good throw. Like, this, I get it. Everybody's going to be like, dime. It is a dime. But this throw with Hufanga here, you can't leave it on this side of the line, or Hufanga can break it up. You can't leave it too short, or Hufanga can get there. You can't leave it too far on this side either, or this linebacker, if he takes a crazy step back like that, or you can't do that, or that linebacker can break it up. But this throw, which fades ESB backwards, I mean, like, it's a Madden adjustment. It's silly to put it that way, but he goes from here to here. It's why you practice. It's a gorgeous throw. It's an easy catch, and it's a big touchdown. And suddenly, if you're like me, you were sitting there saying, oh my gosh, the Bears are winning? What on earth? Let me send out a quick test message. But Chi-Town, of course, I saw Watson's wide open drop. We don't need to laugh at it too hard because we need him to drop another one. But I'll be the first to tell you that I think that the Bears have a real shot at beating a wounded Packers team. Packers fans are going to complain that it's not a quality win, and I don't really care. The Bears defense showed a lot of fight. I think there's a non-zero chance that the defense could put out another very solid, another very solid performance. And what's really going to matter is whether, yeah, exactly, Chi-Town. Like, the Packers are missing 2 O-line starters. I'm going to be honest. The receivers kind of suck. Like, I know that I'm saying that as a Bears fan, but Romeo Doubs might be their number 1 wide receiver. And I'm not even going to dunk on Doubs. That's like a wide receiver 2 or 3, and he's a rookie. Like, they're in trouble over there. They don't have Tanya. They don't have their elite tight end. I know. It's tough. A quarterback can only do so much. But also, Aaron Rodgers loves to play the Bears. Hates the Bears. Loves beating him. So there's a lot of things going against the Bears. Like, as long as Lazard stays out at this point, who knows? And Turu, I definitely think that the defense is going to stay blitzless. Eberflus has never been a blitz guy. But so skipping so we can get to the defense part, because the defense part's fun and we need to do some defense. I think, Jordan, you've probably been sitting around waiting for it. But so let's talk at least about this because it's fun. The Bears did a whole lot of cover 3. The irony of the way that San Francisco was playing the Bears and the way the Bears were playing San Francisco is that they kind of did a lot of the same things. Not all. Like, the 49ers ran more. The 49ers would run a little bit more quarters, which, as you know, looks like this, whereas the Bears were running more cover 2, which it's different in the way that the defense tends to play it. But within this, let's see. John, that's hilarious. But so within this defense, I think that Eddie Jackson has looked like one of the best players on the Bears defense, which I'm surprised about. I, as an Eddie Jackson stan, have always liked him. I mean, you guys have, if you've watched the stream enough, I really like Eddie Jackson, and I support a lot of what he does in coverage. But this defense, credit to this guy right here and this guy right here. And where's Gordon? Did they take Gordon off the field? No, here he is. This guy right here. It put Trey Lance in a position where he needed to press. And this kind of instinct is just bananas because the Bears also ran a lot of cover 3. In this case, they're going to run more looks like cover 1, but they ran a lot of single high safety because if you can put a safety in the middle of the field, just like the 49ers did with Hufanga, you can try to clog up a lot of the deep crossing routes that both the Bears and the 49ers love because these throws are easy. Like when you get this throw and a linebacker is standing right here and right here, your quarterback has the easiest possible throw over the middle and you can generate a lot of yak out of it. Like this is normal. Or maybe not normal, but like this is the idea of this offense. But so at this stage, let me see, worst rated run day. I don't know. Did they? They had it rated the worst run D this week. I mean, maybe it's because of the like the big runs. I don't know. We can talk about that later. I thought the run D was fine. But so within this play, the Bears finally catch the 49ers in a position where they have to press. Oh, thank you, J2K. And so you're going to see a slant, but maybe most importantly, like I want to point out how my guy, Eddie Jackson, responds to this. So Ejax starts to rotate because the Bears are playing a cover 1 robber variant. Like they're going to have Brisker fall back there. Eddie Jackson's going to sit in the middle of the field right here, and he's just going to watch the quarterback, and he sees Lance staring in this direction, right? What's he looking for? The line to gain's about here. So what's he doing? Right? And so it looks like man 1 robber, certainly. Gordon's going to take this guy on the outside, but you've got to set in bunch. And Jackson's a smart player. Like, I get it. I could probably sing his praises a little bit too loudly in many cases, but defenders make pre-snap reads too. So Jackson looks around. He's going to take a look at the whole scope of the defense. He's going to see, okay, so we're looking at a bunch set over here. We've got single coverage over there. I know what we're running. We're running guys in man. What on earth could I possibly be looking for in this setting, right? And so obviously he's going to stare back at the quarterback. He's going to go feint his too high spot, comes back as soon as he sees the snap, and lurches forward. Once he does, he's thinking to himself in this case, right, that, okay, what's he looking for? And so once he sees Lance staring in this direction, my guess is that he just instinctively sees slant, like, at least in his mind, right? I don't know if I'm giving the guy too much credit, but watch Jackson. I wish I could zoom in like I can in the videos. Jackson doesn't find the receiver. He just runs to the space, right? Like he spots the throw and gets to the throw, but it's not like Jackson can see the slant, you know? He just knows where he's trying to go. My guess is that after a couple years in the league, and certainly his football instincts and what they are, I get to read Brandon for what it's worth. I thought it was a bait when I first watched it, but he's watching the eyes, and like you're saying, Excellion, they'd run a couple of slants, especially against man. I think he just knew it was coming. I mean, check this out for crying out loud. Jackson's first step beats Lance's throwing motion. Look at that. Look at this. This is Jackson in position. This is Jackson taking off to get there. Lance has yet to begin to throw. Like, there's Lance, there's Jackson on the move, right? He knew. And so he goes, he runs, sweet dive. I love it. And Chi-Town, I hear you on Lance staring him down, but it's like, it's also a one throw read. Like what Lance is staring at actually, okay, so this is easy. Like I'm going to go to bat for the other quarterback, if you guys don't mind. What they're watching is whether their guy's going to get picked, right? Because once I think that's Jalen Johnson gets picked by Kyler Gordon's guy, that's what he's staring at. It looks like, well, he's staring down a read for sure, but he's watching the pick action. If the guy doesn't get picked, he's got to then he's not throwing it. But exactly like you're saying, Turu, and I think Jordan, you said it well. He's playing in his blind spot. Like basically, Jackson's taking advantage of the fact Arthur Bass, great to see, or Bass, great to see you along. He's playing where he's not watching, and so he runs, he dives, sweet pick. Love this kind of stuff. Grant, you mentioned Quinn's get off. I love watching Robert Quinn. Robert Quinn. Oh, look at that. He times snap count up really well. I wonder if he picked something up. That's onsides, which is always kind of funny to me. But he just can rip. So, Joe, there was another time on an OPI call that I actually don't think was fair. Maybe that gets me flamed. It's a pretty weak OPI call when Johnson got thrown at, and it would have been a completion, but it got taken off the board, and Johnson can probably thank advanced statistics for that. But so Bojack makes the pick, and suddenly Bears fans are feeling it, but maybe more impressive. Can I just point this out? There are a lot of corners that I have seen that grab this ball, they hit the ground, and they already are celebrating. To them, they picked the ball off. The play is over. I have always loved that that Eddie Jackson, the play is only just starting. Eddie loves the end zone. Like, as a safety, I mean, how can you not get excited thinking about that, right? Like, Eddie picks this off on full stretch and just gets up and runs. And because this receiver reacts a little bit late, he has a return in him, and the Bears get, I think that's 20 yards that they wouldn't have otherwise gotten had the guy not tried to return it. More than 20 yards by the looks of it. And I mean, that's huge for the offense. Like, exactly, K. Johnson, he really cares about those pick sixes and touchdowns. Like getting up the numbers too fast for a convoy. That's hilarious. But I absolutely love the way Eddie plays the game. I think that this defense is going to fit really well for him because there's a lot of things. Let me put it this way. Brisker, okay, so we're about to finish off the offense. We got like a couple plays. Score right now, Chi-Town is actually 13-10. Brisker, when you watch the All-22, I'm not trying to bum anybody out. He had a real rookie game. Like, he has his ups where you're like, yes, and he had his downs. So did Gordon. Like, there are some great things that Gordon did. Feisty corner playing a tough role we'll talk about that in a minute. But Jackson right now, he is like what I think Jackson's doing particularly well within the scope of this defense is that when he sits in a deep zone, if there's nobody coming vertical, so think about it this way. When a receiver has to stem, like they run to here, right? They could run a dig. They could run a post. They could run a vertical. They could run a corner. Maybe the numbers would make that real weird. And they could run an out, right? The safety has to account for a lot of that. Like the safety has to have the corner, or definitely the post, probably a little bit of help on the go. And in theory, they should play the dig. But as I'm sure you guys have seen on just San Francisco game after San Francisco game, most safeties get so worried about the post route that they don't play the dig well. And something, Jordan, if you've watched the All-22, this is your moment to say, okay, I see it. Eddie's really, really good about seeing the dig coming and getting down to press it. Because if you've got a safety that sits back and plays it safe, so to speak, that's free yards. It's a free first down. But in this defense, Ejax is particularly good about getting down the field. Obviously, it helps when he's playing a robber, but especially as a deep safety, he establishes the back line of the defense really, really well because he will bring it forward. So you end up with Brisker in the flat, you end up with Roquan covering up the middle of the field, and Eddie Jackson cutting down the backside of that defense so that you end up with, let's put it this way, guys. There's a reason that Lance, exactly, Jordan. There's a reason that Lance got sacked as many times as he did, and it's not just because, wow, Dominique Robinson rules. The Bears put Lance in some positions where there was just nobody open, and most of that's number 4. Like I think it's really cool watching him play the game. I think that he is the perfect person to teach Brisker. Like I personally think that okay, second point. I think the Brisker learning from Jackson is exactly the kind of guy you want to be learning from. And as much as we would make jokes about the whole anybody can tackle thing, when Jackson's talking about how anybody can tackle, you got to go get the ball. Like, this is that play, because the game at this point was probably pretty even Steven. Don't get me wrong, momentum wise, like I think that the Bears were favored a little bit, but if you guys felt what I felt, I feel like Eddie Jackson picked this ball off and the Bears had the ball in the end zone before the 49ers figured out what was happening, right? Like, the Bears run off the field with the ball. The Bears call a couple of offensive plays, but I feel like number 4 might as well have scored a touchdown, which is me being a little bit dramatic. But this one wasn't necessarily this one. Let me see. Could he tell by the formation and the way Lance drops back? Elon, to be specifically simple, let's see. Yes, exactly, Jordan. Do I consider Bojack as a classic coverage safety? I think everybody's actually too unspecific when it comes to coverage, believe it or not. I would argue that Eddie Jackson specifically is a zone free safety specialist. Like, he's the best, this is going to be very specific, he's the best cover 4 safety in football. He's a very strong cover 2 safety because cover 4 and cover 2 can mimic each other a lot, especially when the Bears were playing the cover 3, cover 1 they were at different times, which can kind of look simple, or like they can kind of look similar. His ability to close down and to play that zone coverage really matters. When you line Eddie Jackson up in man coverage, he's better than he should be, but he's not good. I think people have talked about Derwin James coming up and playing somebody. It was in man. I think it was Devontae Adams in man during the Raiders game. That's not Eddie Jackson. Eddie Jackson will man up the occasional tight end. You actually see almost every single Lions game when the Lions get to about the 8 to 5 yard line, Eddie Jackson will man up TJ Hawkinson. But as good at that as he is, he's more really good for a safety than he is good at it. Where I think Eddie Jackson is particularly special is that when you try to put Eddie Jackson in conflict, so to use this as an example, so say that this is Eddie Jackson, right? Say that Darnell Mooney is going to run, man, this formation sucks for what I'm about to try to say. Say that they're going to try to put him in conflict or something like that. Eddie Jackson is particularly good at not getting suckered into ploys and actually following the quarterback. I've shown this a lot on this channel, but Eddie Jackson's very good at pressuring read number 1. So let's say it's a double post or something like that. He will pressure read 1 and then he will spin and get to read 2 by the time the quarterback moves his eyes. And so you end up with a player that's practically doubled himself in coverage because what's supposed to target him and put him in conflict, he takes both away. Like you're saying, Reinhard, somehow he guards both. And that's not really supposed to happen. Like, that's a weapon that you could apply to your defense that's just wrong. Like, that's the real asset that I think Eberflus is playing with. And I know everybody looked at Eddie Jackson as literally some people looked at him as a trade or cut candidate. I think with Brisker as cheap as he is and with Gordon as cheap as he is, Eddie Jackson's the kind of guy you want to keep around. Like, and Chi-Town, he does make some tackles at the line of scrimmage. He made a couple solid tackles. He got blown up by Debo. Let's watch the offense. Brandon, it's not often. And I'll tell you what, I think advanced stats for safeties have a long way to go. I mean, me personally, so let me use another example. If they did run a double post, right? And this safety, let me see. I'm trying to think of something that'll make my point. There are a lot of situations in zone coverage where a touchdown or a long throw gets applied to to the closest defender, if that makes sense. And there are plenty of situations, I'm sure you guys have seen it, where a safety will end up charged with a target that Vildor botched if that makes sense. Like, they beat somebody else. They beat Duke Shelley. They beat, I don't know, it could be Kyle Gordon. And the safety ends up charged with the target when people look at like quarterback rating or like I think quarterback rating against is a very good CB stat. Honestly, I mean, it's close enough. I mean, when you want to try to pick out how many people have targeted specific corners, it's easier to do. But with safeties, that means that I have to trust that the person grading it is like, the person grading it gets how the defense works and assigned the problem correctly. There are so many times that you'll see a corner just blow a jam, and then the center field safety doesn't quite range over to get all the way there, and they go, the safety didn't help his guy. The safety was watching the other side of the field run a dig route, and he didn't get there in time because his corner was supposed to cover the vertical, but he ends up charged with it. It's like how for a while there, from the advanced stats perspective, did Chris Conte give up that horrible 2011 touchdown, or did Major Wright give it up? Because Major Wright was closer when I think it was Randall Cobb caught the ball. So who gets it? That's been a big problem I've seen in safety tape specifically, is that they'll take a look at somebody like Jackson, but the only time they see Jackson is the Reinhardt, you know the one, 2011 Green Bay Packers in the playoffs, the play everybody hates. Like, but so anyways, I personally think that since the only time that anybody sees Eddie Jackson, most of the time, since somebody asked how often does Eddie Jackson get targeted? And yes, you're exactly right, Jordan. And the funny thing is that since Eddie Jackson so rarely gets targeted downfield anyways, I mean, it just doesn't happen that often. You end up with a player who people only see as a bad hitter because he's not very good at it. I mean, Eddie Jackson makes plenty of key tackles. He really does. His angles are awesome. So now you end up with a safety with an even worse problem. Eddie, now that we're talking about it, Eddie will get to the play and then he'll miss it. So you don't end up with somebody, because Brisker did this at one point, who runs the wrong angle and never gets there and ends up unhelpful on a sweep. You end up with Eddie, who takes an ESP angle to the ball, and then he gets blown up and everybody goes, come on. And so it's hilarious, honestly, because like I understand why fans have hated Eddie Jackson for a while. When you get paid a massive contract, you got to contribute like a massive contract player. Eddie does so many things right, in my opinion, that now that, like Jordan's saying, now that you've got a DB room, let me put it this way, okay? This is a metaphor that if I had all the time in the world and all the passion in the world, because believe it or not, there is a limit to this, that I would make a video about how I see pressure, like DB pressure, as a balloon. And so when you've got a whole bunch of DBs that are all really good, you've got a lot of pressure, and that pressure builds and like it lets you constrain people and suffocate like opponents. Think 2018, right? That defense suffocated people with the defense suffocated people with proper pressure. But for every Duke Shelley, for every Kendall Vildor, you put a hole in the balloon, and then the pressure all goes away. And it doesn't matter that you have Jalen Johnson. It doesn't matter that you have Eddie Jackson. Because if you've got, because I thought Tashawn Gibson kind of sucked last year. If you've got Tashawn Gibson, Kendall Vildor, and Duke Shelley playing the other three DB positions, you have no pressure. And then whenever they feel like whenever the opponent feels like it, they just ignore the good players. Because why throw at Eddie? Why throw at Jalen? If they're not embarrassingly out of position anyways, you can just target somebody else. And now that the Bears don't have that, they have Kyler Gordon. They have Jaquan Brisker. They honestly, Kendall Vildor as like a dime backer that's playing outside corner. This could be worse. You can create that pressure again, and that's the pressure that you end up seeing within this game on Trey Lance. We're doing enough defensive conversation that we need to just watch these. Check this one out. I would have talked about, I had this in the field script that I never got done when he was coming out of college. I would like you to watch the linebackers that all follow Fields, assuming that it's going to be a read pull. We also have a sweet barrel roll from Cole Kmet, but you can only watch so much. So Fields is not going to pull it. He's going to give it, but you actually see the linebackers keep their eyes on Fields, take a step in Fields' direction at that point. And Herbert literally just runs right by him. I mean, say what you will. That's respect. That helps occupy a lot of defenders. I mean, this is fun, I think. Because if you're a Bears fan, there's the barrel roll by Kmet. I guess it gets the job done. Herbert runs right through, and two linebackers just get yanked out of spot. Like, it's, more than a step or two for some of them. And Herbert runs right down to the 10. I know. Exactly, Sir Lord. Like, it's a sweet play if you want to think about the Fields effect. Like, and then Herbert just hits the gas and ends up at the 10 before anybody can figure out that, like, he even had the ball. Bears get to the 10. This is the stuff that when I say designed runs for Fields have their limit, this is what I mean. I don't expect Fields to beat like 3 guys. Don't get me wrong. But, like, there is a limit. Josh Allen is the kind of guy that somehow turns these things into gains. I don't know how he does it. He just does. At this point, I've stopped asking questions. He's invincible. He's the dude. He's different. Fields will take advantage of open space, and that's about it. And then he'll get down. No hit. We like this, But there is an element to these quarterback runs that, like, Fields is a passer, and you got to make him a passer at the end of the day. By the way, if you want to support the channel, now's not a bad time. I see we've got 200 of us. Let's get the like numbers up. Let's juice the channel a bit. We'll get a whole bunch of content out. Obviously, comment what you like, what you don't like, all that sort of stuff. Every little bit helps us improve production, helps us improve everything. Thank you in advance. But if you got any questions, feel free to donate. I'll get right to them. Anyways, moving on. The Bears just decided that they were just going to grind their way down the field. Yes, join the Discord. Elon's right. That thing's fun. They run another zone read, and Fields hands it off again. It doesn't freeze near as many defenders, but it does pull 26 out of his run fit. If you take a look right here, 26 follows Fields again. Fred Warner just gets taken out of position, and Tevin Jenkins gets off his combo block, finally seals him, which is fun. So he gets off there, seals him out. This is the stuff that I wish Herbert did, or not Herbert, that I wish Montgomery did. Like, I'm sure some of it's luck. I know. But you end up with, Herbert is going to follow his blocks, stay with his blocks, and weave between Cole Kmet blocking Nick Dadgum Bosa and Larry Borum, who's let his guy push himself out of the play. So it's a second down run. Oh, and by the way, it's not like it's an amazing run because it's a 2nd and 11 run, which doesn't help. But this is where, remember 2 hours ago when I talked about how Javon Kinlaw held and didn't get called for it? Lazarus, we're about to. This is the fruit of that, because the referees obviously paid attention, and when Javon Kinlaw grabs Whitehair right here, which you could barely see, right? But when he grabs him, this referee, he knew. Like, he sees, I don't know what he specifically sees. He probably sees the takedown right here that follows, where Whitehair ends up on his butt. But he calls defensive holding on a run play. And it's a defensive lineman, which is super strange, but it bails the Bears out, puts him right at the 1, or right at the 4. And from there, Herbert takes 2 plays, but he does the rest. Nice little dive. Doesn't get much. And then check out Cole Kmet on the touchdown run. He has not done much today, but he does this. He's going to take this defensive end, and he's going to basically carry him into the end zone, and the Bears get a convincing lead. Because, I mean, truly, the 12th man could not have been better than what he does. No, Reinhardt, it's just a straight-up block Like, he just engages the man, gets lower, drives him into the end zone. Kudos to Herbert for finding the cutback lane. Kudos to Jones and Kmet for opening the gate, so to speak, for the cutback, because there wasn't a ton on the front side of the run. But Herbert attacks it. That pushes everybody over because Warner and I cannot remember the other safety's name. I'm sure everybody else does. Both sell because, okay, so this is something that when I talk about something I'm frustrated with Montgomery, this is why. Check out the way it's Hufunga. Thank you, Kay Johnson. But so when Herbert attacks this lane, no dancing, gets downhill, right? He goes from, obviously it's just like 2 yards. Oh, wow. What did I do? I know what I did, but gracious. I didn't know that was a hotkey I could have. I'll have to figure that one out later. But so, anyways, when Herbert gets downhill, you're going to see him pull all the second-level defenders into the pile, right? These are the second-level defenders that have been absolutely tattooing Monty all throughout this game. So as Herbert steps up and those blockers engage, when people talk about setting up your blocks, that's it. Like, he gets out, he gets everybody to grab on, or like everybody gets a man, and then he cuts the other way, and nobody's in position to adjust, and Herbert powers on through. Like, you've got to set your blocks up. And he does. Pops it on over. Suddenly then, it's not, Derek? Dang. Those always show up. I would love to pretend I run like a clean stream, but that's way too much faith in me. And then as you can see, the heavens themselves open up. If the football gods basically just decided that the Bears were going to win, because throughout the course of this game, like, it was already wet. We've already talked a lot about how it was wet, but now it gets to the stage where you just can't even see. Like, and if you thought that was bad, it gets worse. Like, you start to look at some of these later plays, and goodness gracious, there's just nothing there. Like, I mean, at this point at Kusai, look at this tape. Look at this tape. Like, what do you do with this? It is just pouring. There's a reason that it happened. Like, Bears John, that is hilarious. There is Jordan. It's just bananas. But so here's a good example of Eddie biting down. It's in conditions that practically don't matter. But when I talk about a deep safety playing down, watch the way that Eddie does not oversink and ultimately attacks a crossing route. So the 2 young DBs sink past him. That's normal. This is what normal looks like, right? Like, you end up with 2 DBs that are sinking back just to be sure, but Eddie's on the front of his feet, and he sees 15 coming in behind him, and jumps on over. And so that's the kind of stuff that when I get excited about Eddie Jackson, because you'll see it throughout the rest of the tape. Q, I'm getting to you. Thank you so much for that. This is what Eddie does well that the other DBs could serve to learn. But so let me see. Q, you mentioned, why do I think the offense was so vanilla for most of the first half? Just a conservative, what they got the feel, weather, wet football. My opinion is as simple as I think that Justin Fields and Luke Getsy were warming up, and Fields told Getsy, hey man, I can't throw. Like, I want to. I can't throw. And so they tried screens, they tried short throws, they tried whatever they could to get as much yards as possible, basically without needing to throw downfield. And it didn't work. I think that the Bears offense was trying to figure out how they could not risk anything, but still gain something. And 26-ish yards in the first half very clearly showed you can't. Like, I mean, it was nasty, obviously, but I think that the Bears spent so much time concocting a game plan for obviously dry conditions. Fields did not look to me like he had a strong grip on the football, and at any point, honestly, throughout the game. And so I think that like the gloves are evidence of change. You get it. We get it. I think that the offense, I mean, it should look better in dry conditions, but better as in, 100 yards and a half, hopefully. But will Velus Jones make a big impact? Good night to you, Elon. Have a great one. I hope so. I mean, I think Velus could be really fun. I think that my Velus breakdown covers him well. I only expect him to be like a 400, 500-yard receiver, but he could be a firecracker to, or like once he starts to explode down the field. If he wasn't, dealing with a soft tissue injury, I'd feel even better about it. But he is. And so there's only so much you can do there. Yeah, at this point, it is just absolutely pouring. Like, the end of the game was unforgiving, to say the least, to the 49ers. That airmail, like, I remember the announcers were like, and he overthrows it. And I was like, oh my word, how do you call that an overthrow? You can't see the players on this All-22. Like, I don't know if this game would have been weather delayed had this happened in the first quarter, but it might have. It just got to the point where there was 5 minutes left in the second half, and and I think the refs just wanted to end. Like, I don't blame them. You can't suspend the game. You might as well just finish it at rain or shine, because both teams play in it. I hear you, Reinhardt, because you're right. Like, there's a specific Baylor TCU game I remember that was just bananas. Like, it was a swim meet, and everybody's seen a swim meet or two, whether it's college or pros. But I would argue you could play a much more straight up game in a blizzard than what you could do in this. But so, I mean, I don't blame anybody for wanting to go home. But so so that we're not here all night, let's jump in and let's see. They happen to be, 100%. I mean, there was just nothing left. There was just not much they could do. Let me see. Yeah, no kidding. Seemed like crazy. So I wish that we had a breakdown of the amazing celebration before you left. All we get is them running off camera. Right there. They just all go, which, hey, that's fun, but we don't get to see much more than that. You got to defer to the broadcast on that one. Let's talk some defense. Let's see here. So, Bears punt. And it's time. Oh, yeah, Jordan. So, so one thing I may do, and it's not like just for brevity, I end up watching the whole game. I take a bunch of notes. I like sharing all the notes. I like sharing the whole tape for sure. But I do think I'm going to try to start highlighting plays, and then we can go back and we can look at some other stuff, because I do feel like a lot of schematic stuff gets lost in the weeds. I think, for instance, that we can do more tactile, like defense things. It's not that we have to look at all the big plays. I think the big plays do a whole lot of analysis for sure. Like everybody analyzes half this stuff, and I want my analysis because I'm niche. I like doing this to be about the plays that you don't normally look at. But I do think that, like you're talking about, or I do think that we can, it's not that we have to like go shorter. It's not that there's necessarily like way too much. It's more that I like spending a whole lot of time on specific stuff. One thing that I was thinking about, Tumultuous, is that like, I hear you and I'm with that, but right now, since JB and Lester don't know how to edit, that means that if I'm going to get Sack Watch, this, and 10-minute drill done, that I basically need to, I don't have to wrap it up by Tuesday. I want to do Tuesday because we can do the same stream quality and it's a day earlier. Neato. But I also want to make sure that I have that time to edit and time with my family. I have a baby. And so I've got to cover all that sort of stuff. Is it going to rain Sunday night in Green Bay? Gracious. Like, mud. And so we'll have to see what happens then. I mean, I definitely don't think Justin Fields is like a great rain quarterback, but at the same time, it's like, yeah, Reinhardt, it's kind of wild. We're gonna have to figure it out, but it's growing. And so if you want to suggest the channel to anybody, growth always helps. In any case, I need to get the baby working, free labor, right? But so at this point, I am like, if you guys know anybody, talk up the channel, hit us with a like, hit us with a comment. After the stream's over, come back and comment something. Like, I could care less. Great stream. I hate you. Comments help drive engagement. And so, exactly, Tumultuous. Our hope is every little bit of engagement helps, whether it's a chat in the live stream, a comment, a like, all of it. So let's push the channel, because the more we push the channel, the more we can put together, I think it's called a brand kit. Then we can sell it to sponsors. Sponsors give the bag, and well, all you got to do is hear about Prize Picks on some of the stuff, and then we go. And so at that point, we can, like you're saying, hire an editor so that I can make more instead of spending all this time. Like, it's bananas how long it takes to put together a Velus Jones breakdown. Like, it's good. I'm happy. I love that work. That's the work that I ultimately think is fun, because I have the dumb idea of doing Brett Coleman style videos and doing them about really small bean stuff. I put together an entire video and it took me like 80 hours on Charles Leno. Like, it's the kind of stuff that is fun to me. Like, I want to I want so badly to talk and to make stuff about things that I think nobody else is making stuff on. Like, it's fun. Because it answers questions and drives discussion about things that I think matter, without being another video saying Justin Fields good, Justin Fields bad. Like, especially since most of my takes are colder than the hottest take and hotter than the coldest take. Like, I mean, it's weird. Because the worst part is that if I told you I'm really high on Darnell Mooney, there's somebody out there that goes, yes, so am I. 1,500 yards this season, right? Whoa. I tell you I'm really high on Justin Fields, and they're like, he's going to throw for 5,000. And I'm like, whoa. I tell somebody I'm worried about the offensive line, and they go, yeah, the offensive line sucks. And it's like, whoa there. Like, it's tough to be, Robert's lukewarm takes is pretty much right. Like, I'm trying to be as accurate as possible, and accuracy can be kind of boring sometimes. Where I remember somebody put out a tweet the other day. I'll give you a stupid one. Or it's not that stupid. Somebody put out a tweet. They were like, which of these 4 quarterbacks, if you were starting if you were starting a franchise, which of these quarterbacks would you want? Would you want Burrow, Mahomes, Herbert, or Allen? Go ahead. Pop your answers in the chat. I want to hear what you guys say. I think the answer is actually extremely easy. Like, I don't have to think about it all that hard. Starting a franchise today. Who do you want? Because I think the Herbert stuff's really fun. Yes, is exactly right. I am stunned at everybody picking Herbert, because Q knows where I'm going with this. To me, the right answer is Mahomes. The dude is 26. Did we see what he did? Like, Mahomes is bananas. He goes through his reads. He makes this look easy. He has a lightning rod arm. Like, he's mobile enough. Herbert's amazing. I'm not taking a darn thing away from Herbert, but the Chiefs ran 66 plays. They picked up 33 first downs. Like, Pat's so good, it's dull. It's crazy what he does. Like, I mean, it's almost boring. Like, I don't know what he looks like either, Jordan, and I hear you. It's just, whoa, Pat's good. Like, they traded away Tyreek Hill, and the offense looked better. And don't get me wrong, like, the Arizona Cardinals defense is not super great, but that's insane. And I'm with you, Reinhardt. I feel like it is like the '08 Brady thing, where it's like, it's fun to talk about the new toy, Herbert. Have we thought about how Mahomes' worst season ever, from a results perspective, is 4,800 yards and an NFC championship appearance? I actually think they're in the AFC. But, like, Mahomes has never started in a year where he didn't get to the championship game. Like, I mean, he is crazy. So crazy it's dull. It's too easy. Like, what's the fun in picking Patrick Mahomes when you've got Joe Shiesty, when you've got the unbelievable Josh Allen, when Herbert's bending brains? I'm there. Like, they're so fun. And Jordan, you're not wrong to ask questions, but goodness gracious, Turu, to come back at you, Patrick Mahomes makes them look stacked. Like, Patrick Mahomes makes the Chiefs look incredible. And like, he's awesome. And that's one of those where it's like, I'm by no means trying to be dull. I hope if Justin Fields can live up to that. But like I think you said, Joe, I agree. Patrick Mahomes right now has like greatest of all time potential. Like, it is utterly unthinkable, the stuff he's achieving at the quarterback position. And it's fun to watch. It's just, and you're right, Derek. That's a great point. That the Chiefs were looking really good with Alex Smith until they lost in the first round of the playoffs. But I hear you. Like, I actually think that there's what's the word? Like, I think that we can be a little too granular. Dude, sure is making Juju look good. But anyways, we're off topic. To get back to the defense so that we can get some of this done. Ooh, wait, what is this big comment? I need to fix my chat box so that the font isn't so big. Man, it's, you know what, Shinetown, I don't blame you. But so the Bears, in this case, have taken a couple things from Matt Eberflus's defense and a couple have not. I want to point out that Kyler Gordon is playing an insanely hard role, like a really, truly hard role, where Kyler is the nickel corner in nickel, which they are, and then he pops to the outside when he's in base. And so when the Bears bring what's called a Sam linebacker on, a third guy that sits here, he wears number 44, Vildor actually comes off the field, and Kyler plays outside corner. These are completely different positions. Like, an outside corner fits the run differently than an inside corner does. An inside corner does completely different things within every single passing play than the outside corner does, especially in a cover 2 defense. Like, there is a ton of stuff that this guy right here has to know. He does not know it all yet. He's a rookie. Who's surprised? But it's worth mentioning that if Brisker makes a mistake, Brisker is a safety. He is playing safety. If Gordon makes a mistake, cut him some slack, because he is doing a lot of things. Like, he is playing what I think is one of the NFL's current most valuable positions. So here's the weirdest part about, let's see here. You're totally right, Haplo. I just struggle to pick I struggle to pick Herbert when we don't have quite the history that I think that I think Mahomes has brought. Mahomes is so consistent that it feels like the only reason he didn't make the Super Bowl last year and then maybe beat the Rams is because he and the Chiefs like took the game off after they went up 21-0, or whether it was 21-3. Anyways, back to the Bears. So let's finish this so that we're not here forever. Though I'm down. Anyways, Gordon has a hard role to deal with this year. Very hard. And Brisker's got a lot to learn, of course. Jalen's doing a very good job. The number one thing worth remembering about this defense is that if Eberflus loved doing something, he likes to start in a too high shell at many different opportunities at, let me see, what's it called? Tons of times throughout the Colts tenure. This is what Eberflus played. This is cover 2. And so, have you ever been to a sushi restaurant that does all you can eat sushi? I have. We have some of those in Texas. They are on like a little conveyor belt, and sushi rolls will just come around the restaurant, right? And at the end of the day, how do they pull it off? They play, or like, it's because all those rolls that you're eating are like a reflavored or reseasoned California roll. Like they take one massive set of California roll mix and they add a little bit of eel sauce. They throw some spicy mayo in it. Like they do a whole bunch of like, they do a ton of ways to reflavor the same ingredients. A lot of the Eberflus defense in the Colts world, from my perspective, because I get that there are some Colts beat writers that disagree, but the 4 games that I watched of the Colts defense, because I did not have the stomach to watch all of them, they played every way to call cover 2 without calling cover 2, and then getting into cover 2 anyways. That it's censored. You know what? When you pay like a door fee of $11 and then you eat 40 sushi rolls, it can be better than you think. But definitely you got to go with an iron stomach. The point is that this is like the Bears' basest defense. And so I'm with you, Jordan. But they really did play a ton of cover 2 in Colts. Oh, yeah, Eberflus. I got to do it. But so the main thing that matters here is that within this game, we actually saw a lot of cover 3, which was fun. You'll see a lot more of it later, but let's see what happens on this first play because I cannot quite remember. They would rotate one of the safeties, whether it was Brisker or Eddie, up, and they would play basically like a sub linebacker. So now you'll have Brisker in the flat. You'll have Jalen out here, linebacker here, and Vildor out here. Actually, he'd probably be there. Not there. But so this is cover 3. And so let me see here. Yeah, Flus like loose. No, I agree. But so at this point, I love this because it gives Trey Lance a little bit more to look at, and it helps cover up a lot of the like over the middle stuff that people like to victimize. And over the middle can be more open than you'd think, especially if the Bears run like a Tampa 2 that gets way out here and you get both safeties in this area. The middle of the field can be more open than it ought to be in a standard cover 2. But these rotations are going to be the backbone of what the Bears are doing this year. And within that, it helps that you have both Brisker and Eddie Jackson. I'm a little surprised too, but I'm not surprised at this point. Jordan, Roquan does a nice little job here of getting to the edge and stopping the runner. Is that Ayuk, number 11? It looks like it. Roquan had a fine game. Like, okay, so I went at Roquan a little bit too much on Twitter at halftime. Fred Warner's incredible. Fred Warner rules. Roquan's not Fred Warner, and that's okay. But Roquan's fine, or Roquan's solid, better than fine. Like, there are some times in this game where he gets blocked way too easily, in my personal opinion. But I think that that's something that he's always going to struggle with. The biggest problem that I have with Roquan is purely that because he was drafted at number 8 overall, he needs to be paid really highly. And so, I'm not surprised, John. Like, I'm trying to be as positive as I can. Like, Roquan didn't do much in coverage. They actually asked Nick Morrow to do more than Roquan did, in my opinion. And Roquan got blocked all the time. And if Roquan was a third rounder that was playing like this, like, pay him whatever he wants. He's not asking for the world. Roquan's asking for the world. And Harrison, I don't know. That's honestly a good question. Like, whether he had a training camp or not, it's tough to tell the impact that has. But it's definitely not a great one. But plays like, gracious, are you kidding me? Went all the way to the end there. Let's see. He never played a 4-3, no, but the differences aren't that vast between a 4-3 and a 3-4's inside linebacker responsibility. And I'm with you, Turu. He definitely may improve. We'll need to watch to see if he does. But I'm with you, CJ. Like, in the world of, yeah, exactly, Derek. Like, if he ends up doing really well, he's fine. Let's see. Run D matters a lot, Reinhardt. Like, you definitely can't blow it off. And a lot of the people that want to, I think, are missing a little bit. Let's see here. Like, Roquan's on the field. He just ends up in this position an awful lot. Like, let's see. Oh, Wally, do you think he's an outside linebacker? We may be disagreeing on what an outside linebacker is. I see a lot of pass rushers that are inside linebackers. But so you may be right, Censored. I'm thinking about it from the perspective of like guarding this edge here, for instance. But Roquan did a whole lot of getting blocked throughout the game. Let's see. There's nothing specific on a lot of these plays. I feel like one thing that the 49ers do a really amazing job of, the more you watch them. So one thing that is, let's talk about what's really going on, right? Watch these two right here. Why does Angelo Blackson, who's very good, and Robert Quinn, who's pretty doggone good himself, end up running the complete wrong direction? What are they doing over there, right? One thing that San Fran does especially good. Oh, Wally, this is the only play you keep seeing? There's going to be plenty. Excited for it too, Alexander. But so this, like, one thing you got to remember that that football does is that these defenders are reading the offensive linemen, and San Fran is specifically really, really good. I mean, special if we watch some of these pieces of their offense at sending the offensive linemen somewhere completely separate and making it a matter of like an arc blocking tight end and a wide receiver that come out against a couple of skill position guys. This is a huge game for Roquan when you watch the way that San Fran plays, because your defensive line can't just win this for you. There have been games that I know you guys remember, both for the Bears and against the Bears, where it felt like running the ball was pointless because the defensive line was whooping the other side. This is how you combat that, because when you send 64 this way on a run you know is coming that way, consider him blocked. Done. Angelo Blackson's going to make no impact on this play because he's sent the wrong direction. It just doesn't really matter what he's going to do because he already took a step in the wrong direction. He's out of the play. And San Fran's going to do this all throughout the game. Honestly, it's super fun. Vildor can't beat his guy. Credit to a really good block when you see one. Tight end gets out here and blocks Eddie Jackson, who's mostly trying to funnel the run inside, but even then he's not doing a very good job of it. It's tough. When San Fran knows what they're doing, they will come for you. And the 49ers are able to generate a nice little run right there. There's a couple of these runs that we really ought to cover. Let me see, because then there's a pass coming up we got to look at. It's not a super fun one for us Bears fans. Let's going to come forward. QB sneak. This is an area that I don't expect the Bears to be like amazing at this year. They don't have Hicks and Goldman. They don't have the like super DT. But so QB sneak and stuff like that, like they gotta. It's not that they're always going to get beat, but they used to have guys that are just like kill them, and they're not there anymore. Which QB draw? Because there are a couple that were awesome, Jordan. But so this play right here, let me remember the routes. So if you ever wondered why on this play they end up so wide open, San Fran really likes to do this like deep crossing pattern. Looks basically like that. And in this case, it looks like he's going to bend it up. But the gist is to put this safety in conflict, and boy, do they do it. Like, this is a rookie mistake that Brisker made that we didn't end up seeing because he was so far out of the play when he bit down on what I assume he thought was he must have thought this was a crosser. That's the only thing I can think of. But he ends up picking Vildor. And so the receiver gets absolutely hilariously open. And if anything, it's almost surprising that he didn't end up with more. Kudos to Vildor, as a matter of fact, for hustling this guy down. Because in one of those, like, every single play matters kind of thing, like, 22 here gets picked. He knows his guy's in the wrong, and he just busts his hump, takes a good angle to go cut off the runner, and gets him out of bounds. Like, you would totally think, John, that it was Vildor, so I don't blame you. But the, The offensive line does a good job handling Justin Jones coming on through. Tight end comes through on the sift block, which is awesome. You get the defensive lineman like engaged right there. San Fran does so much cool stuff with their pocket management that it's an ugly looking pocket, but it's totally a pocket. Like that's the fun of what they'll do there. And man, does it get any easier than that? This is something that I would expect Eddie to do a little better at. Like, you can't have Eddie exclusively playing up here and Brisker exclusively playing down here. What's the point? It's not a disguise if you don't rotate them. But this is one of those that are like, this is the kind of play where Brisker just gets caught in a situation. Welcome to the NFL. And to it is kind of like a more vertical mesh. I mean, it's just conflict. Like, conflict plays like this are pretty common. And Reinhard, you're right. People don't have patience for Vildor. People like scapegoats. I mean, these are the sorts of, once you identify a player that people hate him. My scapegoat is Sam Mustipher. When Sam Mustipher messes up, I notice. But plenty of people will just ignore a player they like making a mistake. Why would we notice Gordon making a mistake? Why would we focus on Brisker? Brisker's our darling, right? Brisker recovers a fumble. But so this is definitely something that, like, Brisker comes forward. You can't do that. And gets beat for it. He'll learn. These are the kinds of these are the kinds of plays that you need as a rookie because they teach you a lot of lessons. Tumultuous, there is a lot of that for Jackson. If Jackson messes up at all, like, Jackson gets eviscerated. That's one of the primary reasons that I'll own it. That's part of the reason that I cape for Jackson so hard. It's because I feel like I'm one of the only ones who do. I mean, I think he's really special. I think that the tape says he's really special. I think it's really easy, given the way that he has spoken at different times, to hate Eddie Jackson. And there's a lot of people that miss who he was in 2018, and he's the same player. People just had to throw at him in 18. So I like talking about him because I think that he's a special safety and that he makes coverage look fun. But this is a different kind of hustle. Credit to, let me see, it's Jalen right here, who's about to... He's about to make a heck of a play. This might have, this is one of those plays you look at, like, in the world of the way that the ball bounces, like, you need to, I like that comparison, Reinhardt, that the guy who tries to defend the dunk ends up on the poster, right? But so, Jalen with an awesome peanut punch. Credit to Brisker for recovering it. We don't get we might get a really good view at this. Because on the replays, I think Brisker helps create the fumble, but I'm not sure. Like, it's mostly Jalen, or at least jarring it loose, but the hit by Brisker totally comes through. And Quan does a good job getting to it too, creating like a cone of death, so to speak. Like, there's nowhere for him to go, which totally works. The Johnson punch is awesome. Massive credit to Brisker for grabbing the ball. This stop right here might have kept the game in hand. I mean, it's hard to know because from this moment, like, the Bears defense was reeling. Look at this stuff. Look at this stuff. They're going to pull two linemen and not go that way. Like, you want to talk about just the way that San Francisco runs their offense? Like, they're running a backside spill over here, and all it's doing is getting Roquan, Morrow, and the entire defensive line to step in that direction, take themselves right out of the play. And credit to Roquan. Like, he plants his feet and gets back in it. You need that from your will linebacker. But the play doesn't go there, and you end up with a whole bunch of defensive linemen, some even on the ground, that are just like, I'm out. Like, this is exactly Grant. They lose contain. The the runner is out in open space. It's part of what makes Debo so good. I truly, like, it's not taking anything away from Debo Samuel. I don't think he'd be this player in any other system, purely because this system is, it looks really hard to defend to me. Like, this in particular, Eric, thank you so much for jumping aboard. They are so good at just making you make a fool of yourself. Like, they decoy harder than anybody I've seen. There are points where the offensive line will all go left, like we've already seen, and I mean, the runner isn't, but it's fun to watch. Let's see here. What about who? Oh. He punished Lance. He hit Lance really hard. But that's later in the game. Gosh. How do you not love some of these SIF blocks? I know we're talking about the opponent, but I'd rather lather praise on San Francisco than lather praise on Green Bay. Let's see. Yep, Mike, don't worry. There's plenty of offensive discussion at that point. You bet. Let's see. Lance took some absolute steamer hits, like really hard. Whew. The coaching on the line is like the only reason that they're remotely confident this year too, Reinhardt. I mean, like the offensive line, their interior is not good, but their scheme rules. This is just so fun. Look at how quickly they rifle through these combo blocks. Like, everybody is at the second level. Check out this engagement. Like, no other team in football, I swear, is hitting like this on so many of their runs. But here they've got a runner looking on this, and there's unfortunately a good plenty of it, Waleed, but I don't need to make a meal out of it. Like, we'll get there. At this point, the blocks all hit. The biggest problem that I saw in Roquan is that whenever an offensive lineman or a tight end engages him, he just gets taken out of the play. This is a good example of a run where I feel like on the other side of the ball, we would have seen, oh yeah, no, there's a runner and there's Fred Warner. And in these settings, Roquan, I don't want to say gave up the gun, but the runner ends up going through Roquan's hole without too much issue. And it's too much to over focus on. I mean, it's one play. The problem is that he doesn't really get his back through the overwhelming majority of the game. I'm by no means trying to, like I said, posterize the guy, but for a run fitter, you would hope. Let's see. Justin Jones didn't do much here. He's doubled, but you hope he makes some impact. I agree, Alexander. That has always kind of been his problem. Justin Jones. So another thing worth mentioning, Mike, is that now that we're out of a 3-4, for the most part, we are going to start to see the Bears one gap. So that means that, again, like for the most part, you're going to see, this is probably drawn really badly. You're not going to see Justin Jones trying to take on two guys and split both gaps. It's not his job, and he's not playing at that weight. In his goal, it's to just fold the gap this way. So you could almost say that by fact of being doubled at that point, he has done his job because he closed the gap between these two linemen. The problem is that in this case, it kind of reopens because the other lineman gets out and blocks Quan. So if you want to say that Quan needs to be protected by his defensive lineman, I hear you. The other issue is, bare truth, it's hard to tell. I think that the complicated part about where Roquan is that there is something to be said for play strength. Okay, so think about Nick Kwiatkowski from back in the day, right? Do you remember the punch that he played with? Like the hitter, the thumper thing? Like, it's not that Roquan needs more of that. It's that a linebacker, in my opinion, ought to be able to engage the offensive lineman at least occasionally and stop his motion. It's not that you're going to try to fold the offensive lineman, and certainly you're not expecting to beat his block, but getting completely pushed out of the way and washed out of the run fit is not helpful. And if you watch, let's see if Morrow does it well. Because Morrow's not that big either. But Morrow's going to try to play the lineman, like you say, and stay in his fit at that point. It's not that he does like a great job, but yeah, exactly. Like Roquan is he is the same weight as Warner, Waleed. That's what's so surprising about Warner is that I feel like Roquan gets Warner gets his nose down a little better, but Warner's transcendent. Like, it's worth mentioning that I keep getting the two confused. Warner is super good. And Alessandro, I totally believe you. I agree. Like, I don't think Roquan's that kind of linebacker either. The trouble is that the guys who get paid $20 million do both. They cover well and they play the run well. And Roquan here, it's not that he does like bad. It's that you have to compare him to that standard of comparison when you might not want to. So if there was a problem, and it's not really like a problem, let's see, with Croft wide open, this is a really good play to run against cover 3. Once Shanahan realized that the Bears were dropping into a lot of cover 3, he ran a combination that's going to get a dig right there. Let's just take a look at what's going on. So he runs a dig that pulls Jalen Johnson across the middle. He runs a deep vert that's going to pull Gordon and Eddie Jackson up with him, and somebody in the flat needs to basically carry the vertical. Chances are, let's take a look, because play action will screw everything up, because you end up with like Brisker biting down on the play action like you would anticipate, and Roquan following. So this is like a tough conflict position to be in for sure. But when the tight end kicks out right here and then leaks, because you're right, it's totally Wysale. Jalen's following him to cover 3 because if Jalen doesn't follow him, the linebackers aren't going to pick him up. Basically, the expectation is that Roquan or Brisker would cover the tight end. Most of these covers turn into match, is what it's called. So once you match a route once a route enters your zone, it's not that you follow them forever, but you're in man after that. But the tight end, I mean, it's kind of like, okay, so to be very simple, this is kind of like the Equanimeous St. Brown touchdown the Bears score on later, because the tight end comes out of the formation as a blocker and is completely ignored. And then by the time he's past the defense, he's gone. Like, by the time they figure out he's running a route and that this is play action, there is no one there because of the route combinations that they've already run. You can't adjust to what you haven't been hit with, basically. And Brisker tries to keep pace. He's not going to get there. Let's see. That's interesting, Bear. I hear you. But so I saw the game a little bit differently. I mean, especially when I started to see some of the 49er runs later, I just found myself wondering where 58 was. That was just my 2 cents. Like, at this point, I would argue that, like you're saying, somebody's got to maintain that flat wheel responsibility. Brisker recognizes it. If I had to pin it on somebody, I'm sure, I don't know. As a grader, it's complicated because the tight end comes straight through the middle. Like, he's right next to Roquan. I'm not trying to dunk on the guy. It would be easy for me to pin it on him, but I feel like with the flow of this conversation, it's just going to sound like I'm handing too much to him. So you can make whatever call you want. Truly, I would expect if the running back ran a wheel, Brisker would follow him because he's in that flat zone. And maybe Morrow was supposed to go. Like, I'll kind of hand it to both. But I also think they just got faked out, and sometimes the offense makes a really good play, and this was a really good play that they caught a break on. Like, in a lot of cover 3, Turu, you'll see the cover 3 corner follow the in-breaking route because you don't want to leave the guy completely wide open. I agree, Alexander. I think the Bears were fortunate. And like you're saying, John, I don't know either if it means that he busted the coverage. All we know is that they didn't get it. Which is thankful. It's bananas to see how much water there was. You can really see it on this right here, where the water just starts to kick up. Like, certain parts of the field were just wet, which is wild. Let's see here. Splash is right. Gordon does a good job consistently sticking his nose down in the run game and going to make a play. I always thought that was, not always. I feel like that helped a lot for the defense. There's a ton of this stuff that the 49ers do that just makes the run fits not about the offensive line, and I feel like that really helps what the 49ers are trying to do. You end up with a tight end who comes off to block Roquan. Roquan speeds right past him. Debo's going to cut back up the field, and I would assume Gibson mostly makes the stop. I think he did, Waleed, because now we're really focusing on him. Let's see. Vildor, honestly, gets a lot of hate, and he's not that bad a man corner, especially as a short-range defender. You could do a lot worse than that. And then Lance checks the backside. This is where Gordon just has a million things to do. Oh, man, this is that strong arm sack, isn't it? Gosh. Dominique Robinson is somebody that... Oh, no. Wrong. It's this one right here. Like... Dominique Robinson's somebody I watched at the Senior Bowl and thought, holy smokes, that guy can play. And this was just not something even I saw coming. Like, he speed rushed right around, looking like Robert Quinn, basically, in the middle of the Senior Bowl. But going straight past McGlinchey and grabbing with one strong paw and ripping Lance down, that is something. Like, John, I like that. People are going to start watching film. They'll start figuring out what they do wrong, which you would hope they do. Like, if anything, I'm shocked that... Let's see, did he say McGlinchey double kicks? Or did he say... what's his name? Turu, that's hilarious. You've got Kyler Gordon up in the top. I like what the Bears are doing here. It looks like just cover one man, but when you mix stuff in like this, it helps keep your concepts fresh. I figured it was Trent. And so I feel like the Bears ultimately trusted their personnel. They played a lot of cover 3, like zone match. They played a lot of cover 2. They played a lot of man on specific scenarios. It was more of, not a lot. They played some man. They mostly played C3, C1. But on third down's a really common man down. I know that much. And the Bears were certainly no stranger to that. Let's see here. What defensive stuff do y'all want? Because there's a lot going on with the defense. But, oh, Bear, I'm with you. Like, that was bananas, just how quickly he was able to find something. Mike, we've already talked about Eddie's pick, which doesn't mean we can't do it again. But it's definitely, it would be rehashing it. Let's see here. Yeah, D-Rob was up against McGlinchey on that one. There's a couple of these plays that I feel like are well worth talking about. Armon Watts, boss. Well, maybe not a boss, but at the very least, a very healthy addition to the defensive line. He created a lot more pressure than I think gets credit for. This looks like they're running a cover 3 variant here. I think Lance does fine. He just gets pressured and tries to make a jump pass, and jump passes are hard. That's exactly why you pick these kinds of guys up. Let's see. The Bears defend bunch pretty well here. I mean, getting a little handsy down there, but ultimately they do a pretty good job. Like, I feel like personally, if there's a positive to be said, it's that, oh man, the 15-yard draw, that one's specific. He's wide open. I hear you, but Lance definitely gets a little on the jumpy side. Yeah, that's probably fair. Like, he should hit it. Would be certainly upset if Fields didn't. And we've seen too many quarterbacks hit stuff like that. Brisker's a little on the aggressive side, I'm sure. But I like it that way. I think it's cool that the Bears have 2 rookie defenders that they're willing to put on the line and allow them to play those tight coverages in man setups. Brisker low-key gets cooked here, if you really think about it. Like, he kind of guesses the flat, and he gets slanted on in. The Bears get away with one here, but these are exactly the kinds of plays that get them to start thinking about the way Eddie comes back and makes the play down the road. How did Braxton play against Bosa? Darius, I thought he was all right. Best case scenario. It's not that I'm not looking to hate on Braxton. I thought Braxton was a much better run defender than he was pass blocker today. We have not gone over Gordon getting burned yet. You know what? I can hop on over to that. Let's see. There are a couple that we can talk about, especially since we're bordering up on them. The Bears went on a nice little streak of defensive stops outside of this drive, I think, right here. Let's see. Yeah, this is the TD. So why did they keep swapping Jenkins out? I don't know. And I don't know if I will. So when I look at Eddie Jackson, I think the funnest part about his defense at this point. So take a look at 4 is his recognition. It's really something. Eddie's going to recognize what they're about to get hit with before anybody else does. Like, he understands he's running before Jalen sees it, before Brisker sees it, before anybody sees that they're about to get hit with a deep curl. Eddie's already sprinting and heading back, which doesn't help because Lance is on the ball and the throw's really solid. Let's see. Throws it from there. That's a really nice layered throw right over, I think that's 53. But Eddie sees it and just bolts and doesn't quite get there. But it's a nice play on cover 3. I mean, this is where I think if I had to pick on someone, let's see. Jalen passing this to Brisker is perfectly fine. There is a world in match coverage where, looking back, and I don't know how Eberflus teaches it, I just know what the Fangio world would have done, where Jalen would have taken the deep post vertical and Brisker would have pressed down on the crosser. But we don't know that that's what's happening. We just know that that's not what they do. They actually swap them, and Brisker takes him, and Jalen, kind of like you were saying, Turu, tries to go back and get back into his zone, but they've created enough conflict that he can't get there. It is a really impressive throw, especially with a wet ball. Really nice. And then the 49ers, usually those rules are totally pre-established to defense, and we'll figure it out as we watch more. In my time zone, it is almost midnight, so we'll give it 20 more minutes. Let's see here. Handoff. Oh yeah, the Seahawks stuff was awesome. Like, honestly, the Desai defense is super fun. Desai's a solid defensive coordinator, and I think he was only going to take positives from his experience in Chicago. This is more misdirection. Gosh, the quarterback draws were actually really fun when you think about it, because you end up with these sweet draws where everybody on the offensive line is just going to go, except for the few guys pulling around and getting in the way for Lance. And I hear you, Jordan, but if you take a look at the way Lance finishes this run, I don't ever think that these runs I don't think these runs end any way other than something like this. And that is where I don't want Fields. It's me personally. Like, I get everybody wanting to see Fields on designer runs, but I am way too aware of quarterback injury risk. Call me coaching scared. I wouldn't do it. Like, I would much rather not have my quarterback put his head down and give somebody a shot, because I think that that's how quarterbacks get beat to heck. And because I hear you, Jordan, but I think it's just a perspective. I think it's hard to run the ball in the NFL without the guts to smoke somebody. And if your quarterback is the one smoking somebody, then like you risk injury. But that's just me. Let's see. This is an offsides play. End up offsides. Is this a TD? This is a TD. Man, they're so good at this. This is, let's see here. More just flooding. In this case, Jalen does a really good job. Specifically. Like, Jalen Johnson gets on down. And I think maybe Hitchens, 44. No, he doesn't quite shoot the gap. But check out Johnson right here, because he's going to fit his way between both of these blockers. And it makes you wonder what on earth the receiver's doing. But Johnson pops right through and makes the tackle. And there you go. This is not the drive with the Brisker TFL. Because then it's a sweep. And just like, look at how fun this stuff is. The 49ers block almost like an inside zone where they just step around everybody. But they, like, I think it's Debo. Debo takes off. He completely eviscerates your entire defensive line. They just don't matter. If I was going to lay blame, maybe Eddie needs to hit harder, and maybe Gordon needs to get off this block. But Gordon gets absolutely carried on this block right here and ends up way out of the fit. I don't know where he thinks he's going, because it might be intentional. Like, that specific shoulder turn is either him getting straight up wrenched or him getting way out. But Eddie ends up one-on-one against one of the most physical receivers in the NFL, and Forrest's going to lose. He's toast. Like, I am as big an Eddie stan as you're going to get. You get owned. But, like, exactly. Like, Eddie's just not going to be the most physical guy, and that's all right. I hear on not biting the play action, you have to bite on the play action. Like, you got to remember that every like play action within this is let me see. Travis, I disagree. I think Eddie's one of the best defenders the Bears have, personally. But so let's see. I think play action's tough, really hard, because you have to honor the run. You have to. And there's all these people that are out there that are really trying to parse the, like, which defenses and which defenders are specifically biting on play action or not. And I personally think that biting on play action is entirely a function of your defensive line. If you don't have a very good defensive line, you have to bite on play action because you got to fit the run. And if you do have a good defensive line, you can kind of ignore it. And so, in my perspective, play action, especially on this Bears defense, they have to honor it. And so, honoring the fake and honoring where the ball could go, that's like the 49ers' whole bit, is like paying attention to that sort of thing. And Eddie's got to basically confirm where the runner is. I'm with you, Jordan. Like, I'm down for the fact that at least he got over there and tried. But that's small beats. I'd love for him to make the tackle, but there you go. Like, that's fine. Maybe not fine, but it's just a really good run by Debo. Let me put it this way. If I switched the jerseys, right, and I was watching a Bears receiver like Velus Jones, and he trucked a and Velus Jones trucked a safety, I wouldn't feel so bad for the safety either, because I don't expect these safeties to make these tackles. This is just so hard for a defense back. Unless he cuts him, and if he cuts out his feet, he gets in anyways. So it's kind of an unwinnable scenario, though we're over focusing on it. Do I think Brisker would have made that tackle? I can tell you right now, Brisker missed a bunch of tackles. We just didn't see him because they got by him so fast that it just, woof, like they were gone. Let me see. I think it's very easy to get super hyped on the rookies, but the rookies have to figure out the rookies have to figure out play speed in the NFL, and play speed in the NFL is fast and it's hard. I agree, Travis. Like, Debo's gonna run over most DBs and safeties. It's just tough to come that far and try to hit somebody going this way, and not end up going this way at best, which he did. Let's see here. Looking at defense, because we are around the 21 mark. There are some boring ones. I'd love to pretend that like the whole game is sexy, but let's see. Mike, that one was not great. Yeah, physics. Big nerd energy. It is Debo. We end up where I think, is this one? Oh, yeah. Every once in a while, everybody makes mistakes. 69 here is about to fold way too hard. I think he got the play call wrong because he just takes himself away, and Morrow comes off and makes the stop for a 5-yard gain. Not much of a stop. I mean, certainly the offense got what they wanted there, but it's kind of fun seeing that. Let's see. Kyler makes a nice quick trigger play here. I love these little screens. I think these little screens do a lot. I would like to see the Bears do more of these little screens, personally, but it's going to be a matter of whether Fields can hold on to the ball or not, like grip it. But so it tasks Ayuk to make a block on Kyler, and Kyler just rolls right around and makes the tackle. Little things like this are what you really need from somebody like Kyler Gordon, who's just not the biggest guy on the defense. Like, Brisker's bigger than him. At least it seems that way. But Kyler comes up, makes the tackle. It's a 2-yard gain on second down, sets up third. That's exactly the kind of thing that you want or to see if you're Kyler Gordon. I agree. Kyler does play like he's pretty big. This, to me, is a pretty weak sauce OPI. I think that this route is perfectly fine by, I believe it's Ayuk. That's just my 2 cents. Like, this is an extended arm, but the extended arm doesn't do much, in my opinion. It's a good route. Yeah. Head snap got the call. And the fact that, yeah, no, it's that. That right there gets the call. So maybe he tagged him in the face. Probably Reinhardt. Like, it's the wiggle. It's the extended arm. Like, it's one of those where I get to slow it down and look at it through spirit of the rule, where I feel like I've seen worse. But yeah, if you pop the guy with that much extension, you're getting it called. And then, unfortunately, they get it back. So the Bears go with like a sim pressure look. I would like to see the Bears actually blitz these two guys eventually, not because I love blitzing, but because you can sim pressure all you want, and if they never come, they get ignored. And then they're just out of position. But so, in this play, they run a quarterback draw. Whew. And boy, oh boy. So, in the world of coming up and hitting, this is an impossible tackle. I used to talk about this all the time. If I'm gonna prop up Eddie Jackson, I have got to cut Brisker a break here. But Brisker gets toasted. Like, these tackles as a DB are so hard because if he wiggles to the outside and you don't respect it, then he smokes you. He just smokes you. And you end up with one arm wrapped around somebody who's 225 pounds, and there's no way to bring that guy down. But Brisker stops and doesn't actually, I don't even think he gets a hand on him. It's hard to tell. So let's take a look and confirm. He does get a hand on him, which is it. But that's it. There are a couple welcome to the NFL moments for Brisker. And Brisker's making sure that he does what he has to do, which is cut off the inside. In most of the cases, certainly, you've got to basically funnel him to somebody. Quan, in this specific play, if you wanted to be hard on Quan, you would hope that your superstar linebacker, he gets 2 guys thrown at him. I don't know. I want to be fair to Roquan. I have no interest in just bagging on a fan favorite. Trust me. And I know this has always been a problem, Jordan. That's the hardest part, is that once you know a player and you get a sense for who they are, you know that Roquan's not good in this scenario. Roquan isn't the guy who manages to fit the run against a double block. He just never has been. He's a very good coverage linebacker, but he's not going to put his nose down and blast through somebody pretty much ever. And so when Juszczyk here and 64, I think it's the center, come out and the draw was on, Roquan's the only player in space, and the 49ers handle him without too much trouble. And it sucks, Reinhardt, because you bring up Edmonds. I would say Roquan's a better linebacker between him and Tremaine Edmonds, but I don't know. One thing I will point out, you know who makes the tackle? Dominique Robinson, who's not going to get a loaf. Credit to him. He hustles. Good motor. D-Rob's fun to watch. Oh, another thing. It's 3rd and 15. And one thing that they liked to do is that they took Gibson and they'd bump him inside. So you end up with 3 pass rushers. And sure, it's totally a wide 9. But Flus in particular really liked to put Dominique Robinson or Travis Gibson on this spot right here so that you could get 3 pass rushers and take, I don't know, an Angelo Blackson off the field. And Gibson did do some drops. It's nice seeing the way that they lined them up to try to get a little bit more pass rush out of what they've got going on. D-Rob is awesome. They did get the first on this play, John. And so these are the kinds of things that okay, so I personally think that his name is now Shaquille Griffin. No, Shaquille Leonard is misunderstood. Shaquille Leonard is not an outrageously good coverage linebacker compared to some coverage linebackers, but Shaquille Leonard is a phenomenal run defender. And so when people were talking about how Roquan is a perfect fit for that Eberflus will linebacker spot, just like seven interception Shaquille Leonard, I don't know. I mean, I'm by no means trying to just crank the guy. And he does do a phenomenal job of debating quarterbacks in what he can get, Jordan, for sure. But this is, I don't know. I'm conflicted with Quan because every time we talk about Roquan, it sounds like I think he sucks. And I don't think he sucks. He's just asking for $20 million. And when a linebacker is asking for $20 million, I have to grade him like he's a king. A normal will linebacker, like a standard will linebacker in this scenario, will get blocked. That's normal. That's extremely normal. But if you make me compare him to the best in the game, I want more out of that specific spot. I want the guy, okay, I like to think of it this way, where if I have to draw my little stars for impact player, and one of my impact players that I am paying is number 58 right here, I want 58 to give me more on these kinds of plays than what looks like a fairly easy conversion and pushing him like right out of space. And you're totally right, Reinhard. Like, he's a plus pass defender. The only problem Roquan has is that you could debate that Roquan is like truly a safety playing linebacker. Like, he's not going to put his nose in the nasty run fits compared to some people. And as a matter of fact, Gordon might. Brisker might. But Roquan tends to try to get around more so. And the problem is, Haplo, is that I'm down for him to be an elite pass defender. But in the NFL, I thought the same thing 3 years ago. You have to play the run. Like, you've eventually got to have your guys that can come up, and they don't have to hit. They don't have to be Kwiatkowski, right? They just need to they just have to be able to make enough plays in the run game. And at least through what I saw in this football game, it's tough. I mean, I think that's a good way to put it, Jordan, that like, I think Roquan's really good at what he's good at. I think he's a specialist and not a superstar. And that's the hard part, because how do I talk about that? How do I point out that Roquan is outrageously good at blitzing? Like you said, Adam, how do I point out that Roquan is outrageously good as a pass defender and has incredible instincts? Like, I think Jordan Murray, I think that when he plays man coverage, that Roquan's way better than a linebacker should be. Like, you can put Roquan against like elite slot receivers and he can actually stay with them. It's kind of nutty. The problem is that, like, what about the other stuff, right? Like, linebacker, I think you said it really well, Alexander. Linebacker is just an extremely demanding position, outrageously demanding position. And the people who are really good at it are really good at all of it. And Haplo, the hard part is that what do you do with a blitzer that never gets blitzed? Roquan's an extremely good blitzer, and apparently every DC that has ever worked with him thinks that you can do more with him dropping back instead of blitzing him. They just won't ever blitz him. But let's see. This is a nice little play by Morrow, if we wanted to be nice and positive about the other linebacker. He triggers real fast, like very, very quickly on this short throw, and comes up and makes a tackle. Little things, right? But especially in the wet rain, little things matter. I think it's nice to see that Roquan in this defense will occasionally take verticals. That's more the role of like the Mike linebacker at this point. So that's like, if they are going to drop into a Tampa 2, for instance, he's going to take the vertical, which is a much more fleet of foot linebacker's role, as Gordon tries to stay spiny on here. And honestly, that's not fair, because that's a post throw thing. It looks like the guy's more open than it is. Morrow does a good job covering both at this point. Morrow's definitely not a 20 million linebacker either. The problem is that Morrow's the kind of guy, yes, he's good at Oakland. Yes, he's not a name. I know Jordan Silvera, you're about to, because now we got two Jordans, you're about to jump in and talk about how good Morrow is. You're right. The trouble is that I think linebacker, so Haplo, to use an example, I think it's harder to find a competent corner than it is to find a competent linebacker. I think it's harder to find a competent 3-tech than it is to find a competent linebacker. Hey, Kelly, how you doing? Hope you're doing well. Thanks for following. Like, it's not, again, that I despise the inside linebacker or the position. It's that if I got to pick, right, and this is just me, with one person with an opinion, I think, let's see here. Let me get a wide shot. I think this guy matters a lot. This guy matters a lot. That guy matters only so much. It's not just because it's Vildor. Like, you need a good corner. You need a good nickel. You need a good safety. You probably need a good second safety within this defense. You need all four, ideally, all four defensive linemen. You probably need a Mike linebacker, like once you drop back, and you do need a Will linebacker. Like, obviously, you need all 11 defenders. I could circle all 11 if you want me to, but as far as as far as like paying the money, the scary part is that I would argue. So Eddie Jackson right now is being paid way too much, and he's making, if memory serves, about 15 mil. And I think he's really important within the structure of this defense. Jalen Johnson, if he got a brand new deal today, would probably make 18 mil. And Robert Quinn is getting paid, and granted, his deal is considered cheap. So top of the line is like 24 mil. So for a linebacker that gets washed out in the run, would you want to pay them $20 million? It's the caponomics piece. And this is where things get really heartless, because we have to say things like, he's a very good player, but I can't pay him like he's great. Right. And that's all. It's complicated, and it's hard to talk about, because it really does make it sound like I just think Roquan sucks. And it's really not how I think. But I do think that that Roquan is a hard position to pay right now, because somebody asked earlier, well, I mean, come on, what do you do? Like, why can't you pay Roquan now? Like, or why can't you pay Roquan now while everybody's cheap? Because there's an opportunity cost where you have to ask the question of how hard would it be to find a linebacker that can do what Roquan can do, more or less. And Mike, I hear you. Like, where else do you put the money? I think you could throw an extension at some of the guys you have, Jalen, etc. You could. So the hard part is that I actually thought it made a lot of sense for the Bears to try to trade him. Like in this case, it would have been trying to take Roquan and send him to somebody who thinks he's more valuable than maybe we do, right? The problem is that didn't happen. and so because he's not traded, the Bears are probably going to end up working out a deal with him. And I'm not going to have to walk all this back. I just am going to talk less about Roquan because I don't have to, right? Like, I don't want to, because I don't want to start fights. I don't blame Chicago for loving their linebackers. Like, high tackle numbers are fun, right? The problem is that, like, I'll at least play this. So here's another example, actually, ironically, where Roquan's going to flow well to this, but he's not going to fit it. He's going to turn it. Nope. He just gets beat in this case. Like, good block by the tight end. For sure. Totally. But, like, you are hoping that your $20-ish million linebacker can find a way to make this play. I would hope so anyways. Would you guys hope so? And instead, Roquan works back and then gets driven out of the play. And, I mean, like, there's some truth to the idea that, like, it's Debo, bro. It is. But if we're gonna put Roquan in that sentence of, like, that's the dude, then shouldn't he be the tight end in a one-on-one, right? And it may feel like I'm belaboring the point, but this will linebacker on side-to-side runs is kind of the dude. Like, that's who you're looking for to make the stop. And these are the kinds of plays that if you wanted to be worried, they're probably what worries you. Let's see. Because Brisker's got to come all the way down to make this play. And Gordon's got to come all the way across. And you're hoping your linebacker stops him. Man, Monty running through Aaron Donald was bananas. I still can't believe that happened, but it totally did. I love, in this case, let's see. I love Brisker as a flat defender. Believe it or not, Haplo, I think that we actually already saw it. I think Roquan best fits the Fangio system, where he can play this, like, kind of hybrid safety role in some cases. And if he's got two gapping defensive linemen in front of him, he could just fly to the ball. Think 2018 Roquan, honestly. 2018 Roquan ruled for a reason. When he can run around completely untouched, he's a boss. he's not in that system anymore. And so you need him to do different things. This is a wonderful play by like most of the defense on this cutter. So when I talk about Eddie Jackson and how much I like him, this is it. Watch Eddie, who's not going to back up much. He backs up a total of 3 yards before getting back on his front feet and ready to drive. Lance isn't going to throw it because he's not an idiot, and he's already checked off the route, I think. Lance's first read is taking a look here, and you'll see him immediately eye Eddie Jackson. And as soon as he sees that Eddie Jackson is sitting on his front feet and hasn't turned his hips one way or another and bailed out, he moves on. He does that for a reason. Where Eddie Jackson is really valuable right now is effectively think about it as a hard top. If the linebackers are creating a layer of throws you can't make that kind of looks like that, Eddie Jackson creates a hard top of a window that if you throw into, if Lance lets this ball go, he's going to come down for it. So then you'll have a receiver that, especially if Jackson beats the ball there, maybe, like Jackson's going to punch through him and try to take the ball back. This is especially important because I have seen a lot of safeties, Eberflus safeties too, that back up a lot. They just sit really far back. And if you've ever wondered, man, what is that safety helping? Kind of nobody. It takes guts, honestly. Like, people don't talk about how brave you have to be as a safety because this risks you getting embarrassed. Like, you have to trust that not only is Jalen Johnson going to be able to carry the vertical should that guy run a post behind your back, but also that they're just not going to do that. And in this case, they don't. You get kind of a crappy curl that Jalen's able to hold on to. And then Eddie gets down to try to make the play and come in with a screen, but Brisker's there to basically stop for it. Thank you so much, Haplo. Of course, anytime, every week. Eddie's more than a hunter worm. I would say Eddie gets it. I mean, I know that that's probably being a little bit pedantic, but it doesn't help you it does not help your defense to have a safety that doesn't press the offense. If you're not putting pressure on the offense, what's the point of being there? And so Eddie, I feel like, does a very good job in those the fumble. This fumble? Oh, that fumble. I don't think he ever catches it. The throw is just kind of bad. Like, you want to talk about examples of how the wet field is affecting everybody? You can see little bits of rain. It's not bad because I hate Lance, Vlad, for what it's worth. It's bad because I don't think either quarterback could really grip the ball. And whoever that is, like, I cannot believe he spears the throw down. Let's see. Was it a lateral? I mean, I don't think so. Lance throws it from here. And he catches it here. Ooh, I don't think so, but it's close. Exactly, Jordan. I don't know how many safeties even can. Maybe Minkah Fitzpatrick and maybe just him, right? But Eddie's not an encompassing fix for the secondary, but he is in my opinion, Eddie is the deep safety that will press you forwards. He'll create the pressure that allows the defensive backs to shine. And yeah, I'd say it was about 1 yard forward too. Man, look at the way the 49ers run their run game. Like, this is inside zone. The blocking pattern for this is just go occupy some guys and let's get somebody outside on an arc block. And McGlinchey does a solid job here, like getting Muhammad out of the play. Gordon's got to come down. Oh, is this an Eddie run stop? It's rare, but it happened. Like, these are the ones where they basically just have to get your entire defense moving. And I'll beg a weird question just to ask it. Roquan is closer to this side. Why is Morrow the one who gets there first? Right? Roquan tries to undercut it off a pitch, which it doesn't work. Maybe it would have worked if he tried to go over the top. honestly, it's hard to say because he didn't do it, right? But Morrow keeps on running and basically has to play Will, which he does. I mean, the Bears are basically playing 2 Will linebackers, but it's Eddie who has to come downhill and make the stop. And you don't really want your deep safety having to be like the run stopper, because God forbid he misses this tackle and Morrow trips over him. There's nobody there. I don't know. I don't want to sound too disappointed. It's Roquan's first game. He basically got no camp. He's in the rain. We have to talk about Gordon. Gordon gets wrecked on this one. But let me see. This one is like a classic welcome to the NFL. This one is this is something Gordon used to do, where when you're in cover 3 and you're on the sidelines, right? And somebody tries to go around you, what players often do is they flip their hips exactly like he does, and they coast backwards and they wait for the ball to come over in that direction. Gordon was elite at this at Washington. The problem is you can't do that as the nickel corner. There's way too much space, and it's the NFL. He's faster than you think he is. So while Gordon tries to basically run with him and expects him to take a much flatter route, he just gets stacked by the receiver, who just blows by him. Absolutely blows by him. And that's fine. Like, I mean, it's not good, but it's a reminder. Like, this is something that Gordon had to learn the hard way, that you can't just play that like cover 3, no matter how much you might want to. It's a nice play by the design perspective, because it puts the nickel corner in space that if the Bears are playing another 3-man match, that you can basically take him away. So you could take Jalen out of there and pull him across with Jalen Johnson, and then you've just got this massive amount of space for Gordon to solo guard. And so as soon as he ends up just, making, I'd say, a pretty common rookie mistake, credit to Lance, the throw rules. Like, this is pretty. Ball pops off his hand like it's not even wet. And Eddie's not going to be able to do anything like on this kind of play, because he's in the center of the dadgum field and the route is tailing off for a reason too. It's why. I mean, I bet you Lance even stares at him and looks him off. Yep. That's what that look is. It works on Eddie too. Like, that exact kind of stare down that's happening right here, that happens with every single quarterback and center field safety in football. This is what it's for, is because it means that even Eddie Jackson, who I've been propping up, who doesn't have ESP, is like going to take a couple steps into the center field and then rip it. And Eddie, who's reacting plenty fast, like, he goes, honestly, if you take a look at this in the ultra slow-mo, Lance switches his eyes, and then Eddie takes 2 steps and gets his foot down and drives outside. It's just not fast enough. Nobody is. And credit to him. I mean, we haven't seen Eddie not give effort in this game. Honestly, I'm glad he's bought in, because he's a stud, and I like watching him. But that's the kind of thing that your corner has to handle. Here's another interesting one, because, okay, so when we talked earlier about how, like, no DB makes that tackle, these are the kinds of things that both Eddie and Brisker do a solid job on that doesn't get a lot of credit, because this looks like an awful missed tackle. But the number one job that the safety, who's just screeching down at this point, like, needs to do is take the runner and turn them inside. And can we give some massive credit to Gordon here? Because the Bears are lining up in a similar cover 2 or cover... No, at this point, I'm not 100% sure what they're running, to be honest with you, because I'm not 100% sure what Brisker's doing. But whatever this is, like, Gordon does a really good job fighting through Ayuk's block right here, where you'll see Gordon doesn't give up on it and stays in a lane, so that when Eddie puts his shoulder down and gets olayed by Lance, Gordon's there to pick up the tackle and cut him down, which matters. Like, Fields in the Niners offense? Yes, Vlad. I personally think so. Like, honestly, there's a lot of things. I think Lance will be fine, though. Like, I think Lance is super raw. And not to mention, if there's one flaw, Vlad, that I'll point out with Kyle, and there is just one. I don't think Kyle wants the quarterback to play like a superstar. Like, exactly, Mike. It's still a missed tackle, but the number one goal is to turn the runner in that setting, and then Six comes in and makes the play. You can bill it as much as you want. It just ends up as a run stop. Anyways, so the only thing, Vlad, that I would probably critique Kyle Shanahan on is that Josh Allen would not look like Josh Allen in the 49ers offense. And let me see. Like, Josh Allen, or not Josh Allen. I don't know if Patrick Mahomes would look like Patrick Mahomes in the Shanahan offense. Like, it's cool that they will call some of these plays like that let Lance kind of look like a star, but the Shanahan system is very systematic. There's a reason that Mac Jones was maybe who Shanahan had his mind on, and there's a reason that Shanahan stuck by Jimmy Garoppolo so long. It's not a bad thing. It's not a demerit. It's more to say that I don't know if Fields would have had the leash to make some of the plays that Fields made. Like, honestly, Jordan, that's a good way to put it. Kyle kind of wants to be the quarterback, and I think his run scheme is beautiful. I think he gets running the football in a way that a lot of people just flat out don't. I mean, look at this, for crying out loud. Watch the entire offensive line scale up this way, and the run, which has a fullback over here, it's going the other way. Like, these kinds of little simple misdirections are so sweet. Like, Ayuk comes in and seals 44, and then you've got 22 out in space. It doesn't work for him, but I love the way this offense works. Like, it's pretty, it's fun, it's awesome. It's just weird when you think about Kyle Shanahan specifically, because he's going to raise the floor of his quarterback like crazy, and he may actually hard top the ceiling, but I don't know. Like, that ain't your granddad's counterplay. That's for sure. Like, it's sweet. And especially if you've got some gutty runners, you can make some big plays. Man, Lance, give the guy some credit. Lance is fearless. Like, puts his head down and just rips past Roquan. Specifically, because it looks like right here you've got the entire pile folding to their right, and it's Lance who just crushes Juszczyk on his way to a first down. And then here's the big goal line stand. Like, this, Roquan makes some real plays here, if memory serves. Let's watch 58. He comes across. He beats a block right there. I think it's Armon Watts gets thrown on the ground. He's otherwise had a pretty solid game. Angelo Blackson comes across and forces the runner to cut it back. But Roquan beats 65's outstretched hand and puts the guy on the ground. John, I agree. He's just got to have the Allen passing game, or the Allen running game is only so good, in my opinion. Somebody asked about Brisker being unblocked. Brisker's about to fold right on in here. Makes a really nice little play. It's kind of a jump at this point. Like, it's not that Brisker like reads the play out. He just follows the blocker and gets lucky. Anybody remember Nichols' rookie year? Bilal Nichols' rookie year? He did this a lot, where he would kind of just catch a break, and that's fine. Like, we could take it. But so Yeah, I know, right? The backdoor undercut. But credit to Brisker for then making the stop, because that's what you got to do. Good job, rookie. We take the freebies. And then this one right here, I love this rep. So we're gonna watch the DBs, because Johnson, Jackson, Gordon, and Brisker, and even Quad are going to do a really, really, really nice job on this one, where you're going to see a pattern in which Brisker and Gordon. So this is where I think explaining coverage is tough, because you got to remember that these guys aren't just sitting in a zone. Like, I could draw it out for a bunch of I could draw out the zones, so to speak, but it would miss the fact that Gordon here is playing what's called outside leverage, right? Now, that's bad, Mike. I'm sorry, because I didn't mean it that way. Specifically, Kyler Gordon is going to take anything Ayuk does that's vertical or out specifically, and anything else he's going, or I guess I'll include this one. Anything else he's going to pass to Jackson, and Jackson's got to be frosty on that. Jackson needs to be ready for that to be there, and Jackson also needs to be ready for any of these, because they're both in his area. So Jackson has to watch both. Like, he's got to keep his eyes here. He's got to keep his eyes here. And I believe Brisker is playing outside leverage on this man. So you've got outside, funneling to Jackson, because they want to funnel it to their best defender, with Morrow sitting underneath just in case for extra help. And then Jalen Johnson's going to play outside leverage on 13, who's running like just a corner. No, it's more of like a flat. So then Brisker is going to kind of get beat by 82, not like really badly, but just a little bit. Like, 82 is going to get over his shoulder, and then Jalen Johnson's going to take a look back at the quarterback, and he's going to try to split the middle between these two, because they're a team and they're working like one. And one of my favorite pieces about this is that Kyler Gordon stays extremely well positioned right here, where he's going to keep that outside leverage consistently. And Eddie Jackson, who started over here worried about that slant, is then going to erase the thought and fade back in this direction, just in case there's something coming over here, which he doesn't know that it's not coming, but he's got to be ready if it is. Because like you're seeing, I mean, as Lance's eyes moved back in this direction of the field, you could see Eddie shift from attacking his right to making sure to cover that middle of the field and try to catch anybody breaking at another time. It's tough, but it's super fun to watch. Secondary is so hard. It looks outrageously difficult. And then here's D-Rob keeping that motor up and catching a sack right here, because he's boss, and you just gotta love him. Fights off, long arm out. Big ol' hit on Lance by, that's Roquan, who just comes screaming in. Defense can be fun. They're really my BT. It is a good play by Roquan. I need to make that. I do need to talk about that one after everything else, because Roquan just eats Juszczyk alive. Juszczyk looks like he has an option route, but whatever his options were, he did not have any left by the time Roquan dealt with him. Maybe, nah, you're not really gonna get a defensive hold. Hey, Danny, good to see you. My throat hurts. At least it's not 1 a.m. It used to be 1 a.m. But so, let's see. Is there anything else that's like really worth it? Oh, okay. I'll do one more, because I just am obsessed. Roquan got a half sack. But so, let's see. Justin Jones made some solid plays. There wasn't anything that was just like sparkling, but if there is something that Justin Jones seems to be solid at in the early goings here, it's penetration. Whether it's helpful or not, we'll get there. But he penetrates, and then, let me see. So he rips into the backfield, which is helpful on a run that looks like it's going this way. And then, who's even the runner? I know. That's hilarious, John, because I wish you were wrong. But let's see. The one that Jalen Johnson got, yep. He made the play. That's what I thought. Do you mean the one where he went, like, wrap up? Credit to Eberflus. The guy is consistent. Well, and he's old school. But so here is, admittedly, this one's complicated. I don't know which one it was. Wish I did. I kind of wish. Okay, so disclaimer, I'm not on the Bears coaching staff, right? Normally, and we saw this with the 49ers, you see the linebackers kind of move at the same time. So Morrow will shift a gap over, and then Roquan will shift a gap over, or they'll both step forward, or they'll both move to the left. It feels very common when you're dealing with linebacker pairings to where they don't end up stacked up on top of each other like they do in this case. And so when whoever 22 is, because I do not remember, cuts it back to the right, and it's Morrow making the tackle, I will beg the question. And you're totally right that there's no camp. Like, that's exactly the kind of stuff that you would fix in camp. So hopefully the Bears, thank you, it's Jeff Wilson. Hopefully the Bears and Roquan Smith and Nick Morrow will figure it out. That's the hope. But plays like this would frustrate me if I was a linebackers coach, because I don't know why the linebacker that's to the play side is the one who's not making the play when it's the linebacker who's away from the play side that has to get over the top and get there. Bummer. But again, this doesn't, a bad game in wet weather, easiest tape to burn possible. If anything, I'm really excited that when you take a look at a lot of the things that the Bears did on defense, that they were able to overcome some of these mistakes. Like, they still got run stops, even if I feel like Roquan didn't play super well. But so let's see. I think Gordon does a really good job here getting downhill. Like, even if, and his coverage was fine. I don't think it was incredible, but his coverage was fine, right? Gordon did a great job punching through an arm tackle and turning the runner inside, just like we talked about, while slowing him down enough. I mean, this exact kind of thing, when we talk about turning the runner earlier, you could call it a missed tackle, yes, but also when you funneled the guy into a bunch of bodies and you make him jump instead of just sprinting, you help make the play. No, I completely hear you, Jordan. Like, I'll tell you what, that Green Bay team is, I mean, those runners are tough. Like, if you want it, you can't really play patty cake with Aaron Jones and A.J. Dillon. I mean, running backs are not. Like, that's just a tough team. And so I'm also not excited about the Bears' offensive line matchup. Like, oh, that sounds nasty. I think that the Bears' offensive line is going to have a tough one, but the good news is I don't know if they'll have it a lot tougher than this one. It's just the same. Let's see here. Oh, this is one that I had marked as sometimes the offense just has an advantage, and this is one of those. Like, this is a really nice curl route that's fainted like it's going to be some kind of a corner. And while I'd love for Kyler Gordon to be a superhuman that can somehow anticipate this route and break and then get back into it, that's just, I mean, especially on wet ground, I can't ask that of him. Like, there's plenty of this stuff that, in theory, maybe he makes the play, but to say that he's victimized there is to say that all nickel corners are victimized when somebody does something bananas. That's just tough. Let's see here. We'll do a couple more because honestly, there was a hilarious amount of, not hilarious. There was a good amount of this game that we already covered with the Eddie Jackson pick, but they just kept being a little bit, or just a little chippy as they went. Oh, you can't forget about Devontae Wyatt, Reinhardt. Watts and Blackson do a really good job here. And then we'll cover 2 more passing downs. Good job by Blackson to establish initial control, rip inside, and force the runner to make a choice. Good job by Watts to get back over the top and go make a play. Bang. And then 2 passing downs we'll go through. So these are very intriguing to me because this is a screen and you expect Gibson to get close. You just don't expect him to get this close. Like when you're planning the offense, you don't think Gibson is going to be there at this moment because from the human element, and this is so interesting to me. Of course, Ghost, no problem. Oh boy. No, I hear you, Vlad. I'm amazed that I can keep speaking English at this point. I end up so like football leaking out the ears. But so these screens are always interesting and it's fun, honestly, seeing them not work for San Fran. Sorry, Vlad, purely because it makes me feel sane when watching the Bears. Because in this moment, there's just not a good path to get the guy the football. If you loft the ball up, who knows what Roquan Smith's going to do? Like, who knows what, honestly, Armon Watts is going to do? Travis Gibson's just like right in the middle. So you have to double pump like Lance does to get him the ball. And by the time you do that, Roquan Smith's starting to work his way around the lineman and Armon Watts is almost there. Like, Lance ends up junking it. At least I think he junks it. But it's not for lack of trying. It's just Gibson being like there. Man, Reinhardt, the stuff that Justin Jefferson did to Green Bay, bananas. That was crazy. And so then here's another nice play by Jackson. As Jackson actually presses the route down. Jackson obviously up here is going to see him slip by Gordon and start to go for the dig, which is exactly why Jackson, when he sees the dig come across, just attacks down and makes sure that if Lance, who looks like he's thinking about it, I can't tell, but it looks to me like he wants to get Roquan in a give and go, where if he can get Roquan to go, he throws over the top. But by the time he does, because the line of scrimmage is like here. Jackson isn't here anymore. He's attacked. You lob this up, it's a pick, or at least it's knocked away. You can't make that throw. So instead, Lance has to touch it or like tuck it down, and Roquan puts his head in the dirt, and the picture is like, it's actually a really great picture. Like, it's a great photo. It's a great football photo. Let me see. Where's Jennings? I think you're right. Like, right there. But the quarterback can only see, I don't know, because Jalen Johnson's like standing in front of him. You loft the ball up to him, you'd have to like rainbow it perfectly. And even then, Johnson may track back and get a hand in it. Is that who we're looking at? Because as soon as he's there, he's across the line of scrimmage. You can no longer throw that. There's a chance, but I think Lance just tries to run it. I don't blame him for trying, but I just appreciate it is worm food. It's a great photo. Like I'm not even trying to be a Lance hater. It's just a good one. But so this is the kind of stuff that if I could give a note to Jaquan Brisker, who does not care about Robert Schmitz on the internet's notes, I do want to see him attack routes similarly to this. Nothing comes in his way. Okay. I would write it, but it's going to take too long. This is the equivalent of looking for work, right? Technically, Eddie Jackson doesn't have to do anything. Technically, this could be Roquan's responsibility. But because Jackson has played enough football to know, he understands that Roquan may have to fill the runner, and so Jackson gets downhill. Brisker could also serve to get downhill in this circumstance, probably. Because then Jackson could fade back and help on an in-breaker over here. But Jackson recognizes exactly what's coming and gets downhill, does a good job. That's like quarterback of the defense stuff. That's leader of the defense stuff. You got to love Eddie Jackson. But Brisker ends up kind of doing nothing. Like in a world where right now Jalen's covering him, Eddie's covering him, we got defensive backs covering different people. Brisker's sort of on an island doing nothing, and that's fine. Play works. Like he's a rookie. He'll get there. But there's a looking for work aspect that I would like to see Eddie Jackson teach him, because these instincts are awesome. And if Brisker can learn those instincts too, they don't have to play the same game, but it could make for some really fun defensive fireworks, to say the least. They were really sharp. I completely agree. The last play that I feel like covering, because I am fading. Let's see. Oh, man. Flores was awesome. So they throw the touchdown. They come back. Most underrated performance in this game? Let me think. I can't say Jackson. He got an interception. I thought Nick Morrow fought really hard against the run. I thought Nick Morrow did a pretty good job, like a really solid job, because the linebacker in this one had to do a lot. I think Blackson's always good. Reinhardt, I'm there with you. Blackson's developed into one of my favorite easily my favorite defensive lineman on the Bears. But the 49ers did a ton to get away from Jackson, or from the whole defensive line specifically, and I felt like Morrow had to make more plays. It's hard to say Gordon or Brisker, because if they do anything right, Bears Twitter will absolutely laud them. Like, if you're a rookie on Chicago, if Braxton Jones makes one good block, Hall of Fame. Like, that's exactly Colin. Like, you talk about D-Rob. Everybody's talking about D-Rob. D-Rob's everybody's favorite player all of a sudden, which is fine. It just means he's not underrated, in my opinion. Like, Vildor did a really solid job, Reinhardt. I'm there with you. Like, he went from scapegoat to no. Here's a quick one. I think this should be grounding. So it's a rollout. Muhammad does a great job getting in his face. There's nowhere really to go with this ball, and Lance throws it to the 20 with a tight end right there. This is my least favorite rule in football, because why does the referee need to jump in like this one is right about to do? Come on. Referee is going to run in and he's going to point, and he's going to say he had the tight end. Why? Like, and to be clear, Vlad, I don't care that it's the 49ers. I would have said the same thing if it was Justin Fields. I think that grounding is boring. I think that intentional grounding and sacks are fun. I think watching quarterbacks squirm is fun, whether it's my quarterback or the other quarterback. Actually, it's way sad when it's my quarterback. But everybody likes, as a defense, feeling like they put their quarterback in a problem. And Colin, I'm cool with that. I also think there should be two types of grounding. I think there should be a 5-yard and a 15-yard grounding, because the 15-yard one is obviously so bad that nobody ever enforces it. This should be grounding. This should be a 5-yard grounding call. Maybe more if you wanted to say that was worth it. But it's, I think grounding is a cool flag and a worthy penalty, because if we're saying that NFL quarterbacks can't make a throw where this, like, if we're saying NFL quarterbacks cannot get any closer than this to this guy right here, what earth are we speaking on? Like, who made those rules? Because I disagree. And so it's just me, but I know I looked at this one and I was like, what on earth is going on? But maybe they do, like John. But let's see. No, I hear you. I think that the 49ers looked really good in this game. Honestly, Vlad, I think that the biggest problem that the 49ers had is that it was so wet that there were a lot of things that you couldn't do. And they ended up, I would say the biggest criticism that I had is that they burned a lot of second downs. Like, well, the penalties obviously didn't help Tumultuous, but while I could critique and say, wow, the 49ers weren't very good. So Haplo, he's outside the hash, but he didn't get it back to, let's see, you have to consider how Lance threw that ball into the ground. Yes. So the ball lands here, and it's not at the line of scrimmage, if I was going to complain. So the ball doesn't make it there, Haplo. It needs to cross the line of scrimmage or be at someone. But anyways, let's move off of that. To me, Vlad, there was an amazing amount of second downs that the Niners just got nothing out of. They continually put themselves in third down scenarios. And sure, they didn't do well in those third down scenarios. Like, we could critique that too. But me personally, the Niners did not help themselves on a lot of those. Where, let me see, MEs. Oh, that too, Mike. Well, no, because the comprehensive defensive breakdown was going to happen to somebody, in my honest opinion. Mental errors. Thank you. Good point. Like, Fields hitting that throw, it was going to happen to somebody. Like, it's easy to do. When you're a young quarterback and you're putting up 26 yards and a half, like, people are going to play your legs. And so that play, they've been working on that one all camp. I have no doubt. There's a reason that they got one opportunity and they cashed in on it. It's because they were ready for that one. Credit to them. Seriously. Like, it was going to happen. With the 49ers, I think that they spent way too much time with the lead to not widen the lead. But that's just me. Like, I didn't have any issue with the 49ers defense. Giving up 19 points on a day ridden with mistakes, wetness, and weird stuff is fine. I think the 49ers should be disappointed in their offense. That's my 2 cents. That whether it's the offensive line not blocking super well, but I feel like the offensive line got taken out of a lot of plays. Like, this play is a snipe. This is sweet. These are some of the things that I personally don't, or like, that I look at and I'm like, how can I get mad at Lance? This is like one of the plays that got me wanting to bring this freeze frame on. Look at how close that window is. Like, Lance blows a fastball out with a wet ball, and it gets right through Roquan's hands. Like, arm comes down 2 frames later. If that thing isn't thrown like a rocket, it doesn't get there. Like, if it's any softer, it doesn't get there. But it did. And that's on 3rd down, too. Like, there's a lot of things that I feel like Trey Lance did too well to suggest that somehow this was his fault. If anything, Vlad, and it sounds like you may agree, like, there were some pieces where I looked at it and I just felt like I just felt like Trey was put in a rough spot. I mean, I've watched enough 49ers games. I cannot pretend that I am a 49ers expert, but I have seen Jimmy botch some plays, and the 49ers just ran on the other team and won anyways. They didn't do that this time. Like, the supporting cast around Lance didn't do as much as they've normally done for Jimmy, and maybe there's a leadership thing there. Like, oh, I do want to cover this one. This is one of the best plays that Shanahan ran all day. Okay, so this is gorgeous. This fooled everybody, and this is football. Like, this is football in a nutshell, right? So Ayuk and whoever that is over there are about to run a play that fakes this. This is a very normal, like, dual deep crosser kind of play that is run all the time against cover 3, cover 1. And, like, it's just meant to victimize the safety, right? Let me see. Yeah, no kidding, Jordan. But so within this, Kyle's going to run a riff off of it, where this guy right here is going to run the deep over. But Ayuk is actually going to run a really deep snag route. And Kyler Gordon isn't going to see it coming. And Eddie Jackson isn't going to see it coming. And Kindle Vildor is going to completely lose it. And everybody's open. Like, this play is a gorgeous design. As my dad described from a little while ago, like, this is the play that you look at and you go, damn, I'm going to use that. Because that juke route, Ayuk is super open. And Jalen Johnson tries to trail whoever this is, because I don't know who it is, and he's not, and he's wide open. And Eddie Jackson was worried about Ayuk, and now he's circling around, and he's in Nowheresville. And they ran a quick little hook to keep Vildor down and create tons of space to throw into. So why doesn't Lance score? Lance gets blown up because a guy, like, you want to talk about the fun of football? A guy cut by the Vikings 2 weeks ago gets enough interior pressure to move Lance off his spot, and his eyes are gone. If there's a critique of Lance, it's that when Armon Watts did that, Lance became a runner. Watts was plenty disruptive, but, like, it's not for good coverage that this play was kept clean. It's because someone completely unrelated to the passing concept just made a nice move against his man, punched on through, because it looks like, now that you mention it, these two guys bump into each other. Looks like they get the slide wrong, because 65 steps in and hits Williams, who then D-Rob jumps in. Watts moves around. Like, this was awesome. But, like, I loved the concept. What is 65 doing? I don't know. He just gets it wrong. Like, we all like to think that these guys never make mistakes. They did a really good, that's just a screw up. And Watts creates pressure off it. But I love this concept. I love this. As a cover 3 beater, I love this. Because then you got a nice little layered action where now if there are any defenders in that area, I thought he did too, Mike. Now, if there are any defenders in that area, you got one guy biting down and one guy deep. So either he has to stay up and concede this, or, oh man, it's right at the sticks too. How do you not love that? Like, I mean, deep pocket, sure. But for a 3rd and long, this concept is sick. Super cool. But so, all right. Thoughts on the Green Bay game? I think the Bears have a shot, especially if it's rainy. I think rain is like hitting even teams in Madden or in NCAA 14, though they are making a new one now. I think the Packers have a more talented defense at this point, but the Packers' offense is so rough, depending on their injury state, that I don't know. Part of me thinks that anything could happen. I don't know. It's hard to come away from this game, if I'm honest with you, and not be just hyped up. I am hyped up. I think that whether I like it or not, I have slipped back into the Bears rule and everybody else drools. Like, it's bananas. And so if Lazard doesn't play and the 2 linemen don't play and they get more injury help from there, like, I don't know how Green Bay, I don't know how they score. I don't know how they score a lot. The one thing I said in a bunch of podcasts before the season started is that, and this game was honestly not a bad example of this. I think, personally, let me see. Oh, I hear you, Jordan. I think if I can hope for anything, it's that Getsy looks to me like an offensive coordinator who I can better trust to score some points. The biggest problem of the Nagy era was that there were these games where the offense would get so shut down, they'd get shut out. You cannot win a game scoring 3 points. You can't win a game scoring 10. I mean, even in those that the Bears did win, there were utter slugfests in 2018. They scored 13 points. The Bears need to score 17 to 20 points if they're going to beat the Packers. And I better trust Getsy, not to light them on fire, right? But to score some. So how many is it? And how much can the defense hold them to? We'll have to see. But I'll tell you that for a game that I was expecting to, I was expecting this season for us to lose and for the Packers to win and for us to go into Sunday Night Football with the Packers about to take the overall franchise record of wins away from the Bears, which only people like us would have cared about. But it would have been bad. Instead, the Bears won and the Packers lost. So that storyline's off. Aaron lives to beat the Bears. What is it? Yeah, he lives to beat the Bears and he plays really well off of embarrassment. So there's actually a lot going against the Bears in this from an Aaron Rodgers perspective. But the defense is talented. I mean, it's got a lot of things going for it. So if their defensive line and their linebackers can play well, they really would, Reinhardt. They would have been talking about it the entire game. But if the Bears' defensive line can come to play, I'm not expecting, Jordan, that the Bears' offense is going to be like mega successful. I'm thinking that the Bears' defense could just match the Packers' defense in a world where the Packers have no fangs at all other than Aaron Rodgers. So we'll see. I mean, I don't know. But here's another weird statistic. Every Bears coach ever has beaten the Packers once their rookie season. It's bizarre, but it's a thing. Trestman had the Shea McClellan game and beat the Packers. Matt Nagy had that epic 2018 win and beat the Packers. Lovie Smith beat the Packers in his first game. John Fox beat the Packers in his first game. It's not to say that they'll beat the Packers this time. Like, it could be the second one. But they're really hurt. And so we'll see. Like, Jordan, I was hoping Fields didn't get chewed up by the secondary from the DL having him under siege, or from the 49ers DL having him under siege. Like, that's the weird part, is that I came into this game, if Vlad and the other 49er fan that jumped in were still here, like, I fully expected the 49ers to just eat him alive. Eat him alive. And they didn't, because the Bears came out with a solid plan. Like, I think that we could see something similar from Nagy. I'm not expecting a bunch of deep crossers, but in a world where the Bears use Fields' legs well, not in designer runs, but just in moving the pocket and making life frustrating for Kenny Clark and anybody else who's over 275 pounds running the ball, I think that it is very interesting to me that what we could maybe see from the Packers and the Bears. But I'm losing my own train of thought because I'm exhausted. But so, Luigi, all I can tell you is we covered it pretty well earlier. Long story short, it seems very intentional. But, y'all, this was a super fun game. It was not the game that I anticipated. At 14-10, I thought the headline in the next day's newspaper would have been Bears beaten badly in 14-10 win. Like, it was goofy. But either way, good first season stream. Glad we were able to do this on a Tuesday. Support the channel, give it a like, subscribe. It really helps us. It helps us try to do the best that we possibly can. Yeah, 13-10, you're right, tumultuous. Like the stream if you haven't. Donate if you want to. Every single dollar helps improve production, make this thing even better. Let me know how I can best make content going forward, but I need to get some sleep, and then I need to get back to editing stuff so that I can make more things. So you guys have a phenomenal night. I will see you soon. Thank you so much, Jordan. Thank you so much, Mike. And I'll catch you guys next time. And we'll break down Bears-Packers. And then after Bears-Packers, we've got Bears-Texans. And Bears-Texans should be a fun game anyways. You bet, John 2K. Thank you, Reinhardt. Thank you, John. Join the channel for membership reasons. We're going to figure out what's going on. You guys have a great night. And I will catch you soon. Bear down. Thanks so much.